I am a wealthy master in India. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Firefight. As the overlord of Mirzapur, the Tripathi family naturally had no shortage of thugs and lackeys. As soon as Magid gave an order, the whole town began to stir. 2 or 3 hours later, when the sun was rising, 200 or 300 people had gathered at the gate of the manor. Boxes of weapons were carried up and placed on the table. Most of them were homemade pistols from the factory, with plenty of ammunition. The elite troops were all imported weapons, AK, submachine guns, and rapid-fire pistols, everything. Those hooligans who could only play with knives in the past, seeing the table full of pistols and ammunition, how could they bury it? One by one, they came forward happily, grabbing and hugging, wishing to take away all the weapons. The yellow bullets were scattered on the ground, and the long wooden table was squeezed to the ground. It was all a mob, and seeing a gun was like seeing a woman without a sari. Bang! Magid fired a shot into the air. The crowd immediately quieted down, and they looked at the gate of the manor. The king of Mirzapur, Kalyan, was walking slowly to the steps. 20 years ago, the Tripathi family mercifully pardoned Tilaka's sins. But the traitor was not grateful. He hid in the filth and waited for revenge. Just yesterday, my son, Ram. He was ambushed by Tilaka's men and killed in Chandari. Magid, bring him up. The body of the male gunman was placed in front of everyone, and many old people in Mirzapur recognized who he was. The Tripathi family will not show mercy to the perpetrator this time. Revenge. Revenge. Everyone raised their guns and shouted. Bang! Bang! Karan fired 2 shots into the air. Sambadla, let's go. Oh! Oh! A group of people climbed onto the truck with strange shouts, and then raised their guns and fired. The crackling sound of gunfire rang out like popping beans. The residents of Mirzapur stood on both sides of the street, watching the convoy go away expressionlessly. In this land of Uttar Pradesh, especially in the crazy east, there are gunshots every day. Everyone has long been accustomed to it. Even children have no fear of guns. It is part of their childhood. Except for the necessary defense forces, the Tripathi family almost came out in full force. A total of 8 trucks roared all the way south. They did not shy away from others and squeezed onto the road. It was 100 kilometers from Mirzapur to Sonbhadra. Before the Tripathi family crossed the border, Tilaka received the news. The two sides had been entangled for so many years, and they had already planted several spies in their respective nests. Tilaka was well prepared. The moment he learned that Ram was shot, he anticipated Karim's reaction. But he did not regret it. He celebrated in the manor last night and almost got drunk. That was his most valued son, 100 times better than Ram, the idiot. If Sonbhadra was handed over to him, Mirzapur would be swallowed up in less than 5 years. Tilaka once suspected that the Tripathi family was too afraid of his son, so they placed explosives in advance at the scene of the gunfight, and were willing to kill him even if both sides were injured. They knew that Ram was no match, so they cleared the obstacles for him in advance. Now, you killed my best son, and I killed your only son, so we are even. After listening to the report from the spy, Tilaka hung up the phone and waved his hand. The rumbling truck started. And the team that had been ready for a long time set off immediately. What did the Sir family say? Tilaka got into an off-road vehicle. They said they would definitely not miss this good show, the assistant beside him replied. Humph, those cunning guys, they won't show their eagles until they see the rabbit. Since they are allies, there is no reason for Tilaka not to use them. The two sides agreed that as long as the war started, they would attack the Tripathi family from both sides. To be honest, Tilaka was not at ease fighting side by side with the Sir family. His expectation for this ally was that he would not stab him in the back. If there was a fight, Tilaka would do it himself. The huge convoy brought a large amount of smoke and dust and headed north. Master, the Tripathi family has set off, Muna hurried over from a distance. How many people are there? Ron asked. 8 trucks, at least 300 people. Damn it, brother, it's a good thing I listened to you and didn't go straight in. Otherwise it would be a big trouble, Rutten gasped with a toothache. The foundation accumulated by generations is certainly not comparable to Crow and others. Ron was also a little scared. The king of Mirzapur really can't be underestimated. If the two families were to fight, no matter what the final result would be, They would suffer heavy losses. Now, the two gang leaders in the north and south are fighting, and they can just sit on the sidelines. What allies and two-sided attacks? Just listen. Ron just wants to watch the show. The harder they fight, the better, and it would be best if there is a river of blood. If the time is right, he doesn't mind taking care of them all together. What do you say, brother? Shall we leave now? Rutten was a little impatient. Let's go and transport coal to the south. Ron sat in the back seat of an off-road vehicle. This is a new product that Rutten got. It is tough and durable, and very suitable for the pristine dirt roads in Uttar Pradesh. After the off-road vehicle came two vans, and then came the heavy trucks that were used in the mine, more than a dozen of them. The truck bed was very high, and it was hard to see what was inside. At first glance, it did look like a coal-hauling mine truck. This was Ron's idea, which could conceal one's identity and load guns and ammunition. The cement plant had already obtained a coal mining license from the state government and had reached an agreement with Tilaka, so it made sense to transport coal. The only drawback was that there were many novices among this group of people who had rarely touched a gun. To put it bluntly, it was just a mob. There was no way. The quality of Indian soldiers was known to all. 3 people were chasing hundreds of people. Not only did the enemy not surrender, but they also dared to fight back against me. Well, let's just join in the fun. The formation of more than a dozen mud trucks was very intimidating, and Sanjay, who usually liked to rob cars, didn't dare to step forward. Ron's off-road vehicle was the fastest, and it galloped freely in the wilderness of Uttar Pradesh. They started from the north of Mirzapur, traversed the entire county, and then went straight to Songbhadra in the south. But when the convoy reached the town of Mirzapur, the SUV in front suddenly turned around and headed east. There is a small copper factory there, which is some distance away from the town. And it is usually difficult for outsiders to get in. The Tripathi family will set up sentries here, and anyone who approaches will be driven away except for familiar faces inside. Today is an exception, because most of the people have been transferred by Karan. They are going to fight with Tilaka. The two sides have been fighting for decades. This time they have to be serious and can't be careless. The guards who used to hold AK series submachine guns were gone. Only a few older guys were carrying rifles and leaning against the factory gate to chew betel nuts. The elite are gone. That's great. Rutten commanded the SUV to drive uphill and occupy a favorable position. Then a dozen large trucks behind them lined up in front of the factory gate. The guards were stunned and didn't understand what was going on. They thought the truck in front of them was Kalan Bey's return with his men. Did they just leave not long ago? The truck bed was very high, and the guards didn't notice anything unusual. Some of them wanted to step forward to question him, but then Rutten suddenly got off the truck. He looked around leisurely with sunglasses on, and then lit a cigarette as if no one was around. Hey, what do you do? The guard took the rifle from his shoulder. Demolition work. Rutten blew out a smoke ring. What? He stopped talking nonsense, just turned his back to the truck and waved in the direction of the factory. Boom. Boom. The truck bed panels were lowered one after another. It was not until this time that the convoy showed its hideous side. The muzzles of the guns were pointed at the factory, and there was a Brahmin light machine gun in the middle of each truck. The guard took a breath of cold air and his eyes widened. He wanted to shout, but it was too late. Ta-ta-ta. The dense sound of mechanical collisions exploded in my ears, and more than a dozen trucks suddenly shot out orange-red chains of fire. The guards at the gate didn't even have time to react, and they were turned into sieves. The ruthless chain of fire tore through the air, and a cloud of blood mist exploded in the factory yard. Workers and guards fell one after another. Someone ran out of the workshop with a gun, but before he could get out of the door, he was knocked away by the huge impact of the bullet. There were clanging sounds everywhere, occasionally with the sound of glass breaking and the screams of workers. Some people wanted to rush out from the side, but the people in several vans had already surrounded the factory. They were holding submachine guns, so they didn't need to aim, they just had to shoot. Whether they hit people or not was another matter, the important thing was to exercise their courage and see blood. Well, many of these people were novices, and the military factory in Kalan was the training object. Until no one came out of the workshop anymore, Rutten made another gesture. The light machine gun was raised, but it was still firing. Hundreds of people approached the factory slowly with their powerful firepower. With someone to cover them, the experienced gunman quickly cleared out the remaining enemies in the factory. Master, everything is cleaned up, Someone came forward to report. "Take the bullets, and you can deal with the other junk yourself," the crowd cheered. It was time for them to loot the spoils. Although the homemade pistol looked shabby, it could be sold for 1,000 rupees, which was a lot. Of course. The bodies lying on the ground had to be searched as usual, and there would always be some small rupees. "It's almost time," Ron got off the SUV. "They won't finish the fight so quickly." Rutten shook his head indifferently. "The town should have heard the gunshots here, just in case. We should fight quickly and decisively." Okay, I listen to you," Rutten whistled. Soon, his men filed out of the factory, each holding a full armful of spoils, smiling happily. "Send this damn place to the sky," Rutten waved his hand and got on the car. The rumbling convoy started again. Not long after it went, there was a shocking explosion behind it. The entire arsenal was engulfed in fire. Rutten and his men didn't even need to prepare gunpowder, as there was plenty in the arsenal. This was just right, making the best use of it. Ron was relieved to destroy the Tripathi family's arsenal. How could there be an enemy in a place that continuously manufactures weapons? It's true that they promised Tilaka to attack from both sides, but it would be no problem to eliminate the arsenal along the way. Such a good opportunity will definitely come again in the future. The convoy continued to set off, and it was only an hour away from the border of Songbhadra. Suddenly, Rutten, who was cleaning his gun, paused. "Did you hear it?" "What?" Ron turned his head. There was a gunshot. Rutten patted the front driver's seat. "Go to that high ground. The closer to the east, the more common hilly areas are. Only in this kind of landform can minerals appear." The off-road vehicle roared and rushed towards the small hill in front of the right, and the vans behind followed. The experienced Dodgy did not drive the car to the top, but slightly lagged behind half a body length, so that they could cover their bodies. Ron and Rutten got out of the car, took 2 steps forward, and found the highest point of the hill. The view in front of them suddenly became clear, and the flat land was very lively at the moment. The two groups, one in the south and one in the north, bumped into each other halfway. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. What else is there to say? Just start fighting. The two groups used the ditch for irrigating farmland as a boundary, and relied on bushes, earth slopes, and trucks as cover, and they were fighting very lively. "Brother, do you want to rush down?" Rutten panted excitedly. "Let's see first." Ron turned his head. "Wait, what are you holding in your hand?" "This," Rutten shook the thing in his hand. "Bren light machine gun. I didn't have time to enjoy it just now. I'm saving my strength." "Brother, do you think you are a soldier who charges into battle?" Ron was directly numb. "Look at the other side. Hundreds of people are fighting. Bullets are flying everywhere. If you are not careful, how bad will it be?" "Those toys can't hurt me at all." Rutten didn't care. 80% of the two groups fighting were shooting at each other with small pistols. Maybe they were homemade pistols, and AKs and submachine guns were in the hands of the most elite 10 people. Rutten was very direct, and he used the British Bohemian broadsword right from the start. He was ready to kill everyone. "Brother, I prepared 2,000 rounds of bullets. The accuracy is not good, but it should be enough," Rutten was confident. "Don't worry, at least wait for them to decide the winner." Ron held him back. If a third party suddenly appeared at the scene of the fight, it might be concentrated by the other two. The relationship between the Sir family and them is very delicate. The Tripathi family has not completely torn their faces, and Tilaka is not trustworthy. The safest way is to let the snipe and the clam fight and the fishermen benefit. Let them fight for a while. It would be good to consume more manpower. The two squatted on the top of the mountain, quietly watching the scene of the gunfight. Both sides suffered casualties, and bodies were lying everywhere in the farmland and creeks. A rough count showed that there were probably hundreds of bodies, which might be the effect of the harvesting of submachine guns when the two sides met. But now, everyone is very wretched. Damn, after fighting for a long time, there are not many people falling down. Are they flirting with each other? Rutten cursed anxiously. "Alice, they are all idiots," Ron also sighed. It is estimated that the initial brutality scared both sides, and now they are very cowardly. They are cautious with each other and are very stalemate. It seems that hundreds of people are fighting lively, but in fact they are just chickens pecking at each other. Many people don't aim at all when shooting, and they just fire a burst of bullets. Take the AK for example. The gunman raised it above his head, hid in the bunker, and then fired it sideways. The bullets all hit the farmland, and the mud splashed high with a sound of puffing and puffing, but the actual damage was zero. Not to mention the homemade pistols, the shooters gnashed their teeth, stretched their arms and tried to hide their heads. They were afraid that the guns would explode, so they could only keep the most important things away from the firing area. After firing a few bullets, they were still howling and reloading, as if the battle was very intense. With their way of fighting, the winner might not be decided until dark. "Let me do it." Rutten picked up the machine gun and aimed. Ta 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 ta. Heavy, dense, and oppressive muffled sounds came, and the ditch between the two sides seemed to be hit by a shell, and mud and water splashed more than 10 meters high. The fierce sound of metal collision and the hissing sound of bullets tearing through the air made people's backs cold. The sudden change scared both sides of the battle and they all lay on the ground motionless. "What's going on?" Ron turned his head. Rutten was also staring at the bottom in amazement. He didn't shoot at all. No, he didn't have time to shoot yet. Light Bren machine guns don't make this kind of sound, nor do they have that much power. The two who reacted immediately lay down, and then looked around. Over there, Ron pointed with his hand. To the east, another convoy rushed out of the dust. That was not an ordinary convoy. They all had the same standard paint job, and there were heavy machine guns on the roof. Ron and Rutten looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. Chapter 252 Truce. "Is this the army?" Ron subconsciously lowered his voice. "No, it's the state armed police force." Rutten stared down. The convoy coming from afar was extremely arrogant. They were speeding and firing at the same time, as if warning both sides not to act rashly. One unlucky guy was accidentally hit by a heavy machine gun, and his whole body exploded directly, with his arms, legs, and torso flying all over the sky. This horrific scene instantly frightened the mob to death. They screamed and fled in all directions, even ignoring the orders from the microphone on the armed convoy. Callan and Tilaka also realized that something was wrong, and quickly jumped into the car and drove away. "Let's go too." Ron immediately asked Rutten to retreat down the hill. "What a joke. This is an armed force, not a child's play." "Damn, it's too exciting." Rutten kept looking back. The state armed police were scattering to hunt down gangsters, and no one noticed them here. Why did the state armed police force go out? Ron's heart beat fast. Who knows, maybe it's too big this time. Has there been such a large-scale fight in Uttar Pradesh before? No, this is a battle of 500 or 600 people. The anti-government armed forces don't have so many people. Damn, playing with violence is really dangerous. Ron couldn't help but swear. This is why he has always refrained from using violence. India is a unified country after all. No matter how many differences there are within it, or how many languages and cultures there are, unity is unity. At least this is the case in the military and government. Sometimes it can reflect the will of the country. This is just the state police armed forces. The so-called overlords and gangsters are like chickens and dogs in front of it, and they collapse quickly. We still have to make long-term plans in the future. Now the small arms and legs are not easy to be touched. Ron, what should we do next? Rutten didn't have time to enjoy himself, and he was unwilling to give up. Be honest, during this period, that Yadav is probably going to get angry. Who can mobilize the armed forces in Uttar Pradesh? Of course, the chief minister. Sure enough, not long after Ron returned to the cement factory, he received a call from Lucknow. The assistant minister's tone was quite unfriendly. In short, he asked Ron to go to Lucknow immediately. The news of the war between the Tripathi family and Tilaka had alarmed Yadav. Ron knew without guessing that Yadav asked him to go just for this matter. The meeting place this time was not Yadav's private residence, but his chief minister's office. He was wearing traditional Indian kurta and a Gandhi bolt hat, which was very formal. When Ron came, Karan and Tilaka were already sitting here, and their faces were not very good. Especially Karan Tripathi, who was in his 40s, had a thick beard on his chin, and looked quite dignified. But the look of seeking to devour someone destroyed that grace. Obviously, he had learned about the destruction of the family arsenal, and was now almost furious. That was one of the most profitable businesses of the Tripathi family, and now it was turned upside down. Unfortunately, he couldn't confirm who the murderer was for the time being, because there was no one alive in the factory, and even no witnesses nearby could be found. But it didn't matter. The person who did it was either Tilaka or the people from Varanasi in the north. Apart from the two families, Karan couldn't think of anyone else. Maybe it was Tilaka's trip to lure the tiger away from the mountain, or maybe the people from Varanasi took advantage of the situation. But Ron was the biggest suspect, because he was not present during the fight. So when Ron walked into the office, Karan stared at him intently. The Varanasi people only do sneak attacks. What did you say? I don't understand. Ron frowned. He was a good actor, and he showed the displeasure and confusion just right. No one knew about this, and no one would admit it even if they were beaten to death. Anyway, you have no evidence, so you can guess whatever you want. He ignored Karan, and instead greeted everyone with a smile and saluted, seemingly not noticing the solemn atmosphere here. What did the gang fight have to do with him? He was just a passerby. Karan really couldn't say it openly, because the business of the military factory was not fair, which was a serious crime. But he was unwilling to give up, and turned his eyes to Tilaka. But before he could speak, Yadav looked around at everyone with a bad look. Are you trying to turn the East upside down? No one spoke, and the best attitude at this time was silence. Other places are busy harvesting sugarcane and mangoes, but you are performing gun skills in the fields. Mr. Minister, shut up. Tilaka just opened his mouth and was retorted by Yadav. First there was the gunfight in Chandali, and then there was the gunfight in Songbhadra. If the police force hadn't gone there, would you have planned to attack Lucknow tomorrow? Yadav picked up a stack of newspapers and threw them in front of several people. Look, the newspapers are full of news about your gunfight, and there are calls from New Delhi. This is what really made Yadav angry. Uttar Pradesh made a fool of itself this time, and the rule of the Socialist Party has been tarnished. Didn't I tell you? I don't want violence. People from New Delhi will come to inspect next month. If anyone makes trouble again, I will make him into a flagpole and hang him outside. After venting his anger, Yadav finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cease fire immediately from now on. He looked at a few people and forced them to express their opinions. Tilaka shook his head to show his agreement. Although Karim was extremely reluctant, he nodded in acquiescence. Finally, it was Ron's turn. He shrugged innocently. I am a businessman and prefer cooperation rather than fighting. I agree with the minister's proposal, but I have a small request. What do you say? Yadav snorted. I want to transport coal from Songbhadra, and cement also needs to pass through Mirzapur. My goods must flow smoothly in these two places. No problem, it's a reasonable request. Yadav agreed directly for him. What about you? He turned to look at the other two. Karim wanted to say something, but finally kept silent. Tilaka was a little gloating. He didn't suffer any losses and got his revenge. The longer the time dragged on, the better it would be for him. It's just that he looked at Ron with more caution than before, and his ally did not appear throughout the whole process. However, the armed police force came, and it was hard not to wonder if there was any connection between them. Mr. Minister, can I go now? Karan clasped his hands together. Yadav shook his head, and several people stood up consciously. So, you stay for a while. Ron paused, and sat down again in the meaningful eyes of the other two. Have you forgotten what I told you? No deaths, no newspapers. Yadav stared at him. This is a war between Tripathi and Tilaka. Ron spread his hands. I don't know what you did in the middle, but I know you must have participated. Yadav was very sure. He is the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, the leader of the Socialist Party, and has extremely rich experience in political struggles. Some things do not require evidence, just intuition is enough. I don't have the energy, because someone is looking for trouble with the cement factory recently. Ron looked at him. He wants to destroy my factory, but he can't do it, because I will make him fall flat on his face. So what? Yadav said calmly. Mr. Minister, I'm a businessman again. If you are not satisfied with a price, we can still negotiate. What do you think of 20%? All infrastructure projects in Uttar Pradesh, deal. Last time I talked about Kanpur Expressway. My assistant will tell you the bidding details. Happy cooperation. This time Ron smiled. The matter was done, and he also stood up and said goodbye. The office became quiet. They're all complete bastards, Yadav cursed inwardly. He was short of money. He wanted to buy a helicopter for the next general election. This kind of thing can only be imported and is expensive. Most commercial helicopters with 5 to 7 seats cost nearly $10 million. That is a sky-high price of 300 million rupees. At his current rate of corruption, he can't catch up. So when Karim came to him and used the 20% commission of the cement factory as a bargaining chip, he was tempted. How can a one-time benefit be as good as a hen that lays golden eggs? He did not fully agree to Callan, but agreed not to interfere in the competition in Mirzapur, provided that no violence was used. He is a politician who naturally hates violence and hopes to maintain his image before the next general election. However, Callan was not up to the task. Before the cement plant was settled, he turned to fight with Tilaka in Songbhadra. Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Yadav had to use the armed forces in his hands to forcibly intervene. He was unwilling to do so unless it was absolutely necessary, because mobilizing the state police armed forces would require explanation to New Delhi and the media. It was very troublesome and easy for the opposition to seize the handle and attack him for not being able to govern Uttar Pradesh well. The people were also very sensitive to such things and would question the effectiveness of Uttar Pradesh's security management. Callan disappointed him, so Yadav abandoned the former without hesitation and reached a new agreement with Ron. The 20% bid price for the Uttar Pradesh government project was slightly lower than the 20% dry share, but it was also acceptable. Business is politics, politics is business, and both are the art of compromise. Ron returned to the cement factory and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "How was it, brother?" Rutan came over. The result was not bad. Were Karim and Tilaka killed? His eyes lit up. "What were you thinking?" Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That was the armed forces. Why didn't they just shoot them all with heavy machine guns at that time?" Yadav went to stop violence, not to create violence. What a joke. Can Uttar Pradesh without violence still be called Uttar Pradesh? People from New Delhi will come to inspect next month, Ron explained. Oh, no wonder. It turns out that Yadav was thinking of putting on a show. Anyway, we have to keep a low profile. You saw the armed forces yesterday. Ron is still frightened. Compared with that, gang fights are just like playing house. The most powerful violent organizations are always in the hands of the government. Don't cross the line. What happened yesterday is a warning. Of course I know. Next time, you must act quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, and don't give the armed forces a chance to be dispatched. Rutan clenched his palms. Is this the experience you have summed up? Ron was dumbfounded. Tilaka is a waste, and so is Callan. They are still so hesitant when launching a full-scale war. Brother, promise me. If you want to take action against anyone, you must discuss it with me first. Ron asked him to promise. Okay, you are smarter than me. Somehow, after yesterday's battle, Rutan suddenly became full of confidence. As for the reason, it was that he had found out the details of Callan and Tilaka. If the armed forces had not been dispatched, he might have really killed them all yesterday. Callan suffered a great loss this time, and I don't know if he will become honest in the future. On the contrary, he and Tilaka are already in a situation of life and death. Ron knew it well. This time, he was forcibly suppressed by Yadav, but Callan would never give up. He and Tilaka will make a conclusion. Ron had this hunch. As he expected, Karim, who answered the manner, lost his temper. He pointed his gun at the portrait of Tilaka and fired for a full minute. Son, you are still young. You should give the Tripathi family another heir as soon as possible. At some point, Baji appeared behind him in a wheelchair. I know, Baji, Karim said in a low voice. Give another heir? Do you think he doesn't want to? The king of Mirzapur is a hegemon in the eyes of outsiders, but what about insiders? Well, Karim is actually a quick shooter. His newly married wife Bina has the most say on this. Chapter 253, Good News. The power struggle in the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh had just reached its climax when it was suppressed. Ron felt a little regretful that the Sir family had not been able to clear all these obstacles at once despite such a rare opportunity. Yadav did not want chaos here. For those in power, maintaining the current situation was much less risky than overthrowing it and starting over. He was unwilling to take risks. But at least the trouble with the Sir cement factory was solved, and the two local snakes were also seriously injured. For a long time in the future, they will be honest, licking their wounds secretly and waiting for recovery. The Sir family also needs to consolidate their influence. They have been here for too short a time and are still not hot enough. Are you going back to Mumbai? Rutan was exercising in the manner. With Yadav in charge, Uttar Pradesh will be calm for a while. Ron was sitting in a rattan chair flipping through the report. It's a pity that the bullets of the Brahmin light machine gun were not all used up. Rutan also felt a little regretful. Don't keep thinking about fighting and killing. Time is on our side. I know. Wait until the cement factory develops. Rutan finished doing push-ups, clapped his hands and stood up. By the way, how is the factory's cement sales this month? Very good, Ron patted the report in his hand. Basically, we sell as much as we can. The supply cannot meet the demand. The cement factory has been in operation for a full month and has produced more than 8,000 tons of cement in total. Just like Ron said, the supply cannot meet the demand. The cement that just left the factory was taken away immediately, and many people lined up at the door. There are too many places in Uttar Pradesh that need cement, especially in urban areas, where the gap is huge. In a state with a population of nearly 150 million, the civilian market alone is enough to keep the cement factory running at full capacity. Developers such as Chadha and Roy, who are initially involved in real estate, have also transferred their external cement needs to Ron. When they buy cement from foreign countries, they not only have to pay an extra freight, but there will also be some losses during transportation. Ron is close here. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, they can deliver goods to your door, and the service is excellent. The first month's 8,000 tons of cement were basically taken by them, and even the next month's supply was booked. The limestone mine in Mirzapur is of very good quality. The cement plant uses new equipment, and the cement produced is more reliable than similar products in most parts of northern India. Ron gave Chadha and his team a price of 1,800 rupees per ton, which is much lower than the 2,500 rupees quoted in the government tender. Those who know about state government projects know that it is a false bid, which is specially used to make money. Real estate developers will be the main customers in the future, and basically all transactions are large scale, so it is reasonable to give them some discounts. The retail price for other small customers is 2,000 rupees, and these are middlemen who will resell them. Selling cement is the same as selling water and air conditioners. You have to leave about 10% of the profit to the channel dealers. The price that urban residents actually pay is roughly between 2,200 and 2,400 rupees, which is consistent with the market price. After the 8,000 tons of cement were shipped, the cement plant had sales of 14.4 million rupees in the first month, making a lot of money. This thing is not difficult to sell, with a profit of up to 75%. Ron can count money almost without doing anything. For large transactions, Ron and Chadha signed an agreement to pay 90% of the previous month's payment before the 10th of each month, and the remaining 10% within 1 month after the last settlement. Other small customers and middlemen pay cash for delivery. There is no pressure to collect payments at all. Ron expects to make back his capital within a year. Big investment, big return, cool. Cement business is almost a semi-monopoly in Uttar Pradesh. Damn, it looks more promising than hemp. Rutan was also secretly amazed at the numbers on the report. In the short term, it's right. In 5 years, the competition will become fierce. With so many orders, we don't have to look at the face of Yadav. That's a government project. There's so much money to drink until you're full. Besides, who would complain about having too much business? I plan to start the second phase of the cement plant this year. Ron is very ambitious. Brother, you are planning to expand and strengthen the project before the first phase is completed. Such a good opportunity cannot be wasted. Ron patted the drawings in his hand. Phase II will directly reach a scale of 300,000 tons, 2 lines. That is, Rutan calculated with his fingers, annual output of 700,000 tons. Yes, we should seize the market gap as soon as possible. Ron just didn't have money, otherwise he would have wanted to do it all at once and directly increase the annual production capacity to 1 million tons. Once a bulk transaction like cement is established and the channels are mature, it will be difficult for others to come in. In the grassroots era, the competition was all about boldness. It will cost a lot of money to expand the production capacity 6 times. Rutan admitted that he was not as brave as Ron. It is estimated that 800 million rupees will be spent on purchasing the equipment directly instead of renting it. 800 million? Brother, will the bank lend us money? Rutan expressed doubts, as they had just borrowed a sum of money. There will always be a way. At most we can change a few banks. Ron was not panicked at all. India's banking system is rotten, and there are too many loopholes to exploit. As long as he showed them the financial statements of the cement plant, he was guaranteed that most banks would not reject his loan. The completed cement production line was like a money printing machine, and there was no need to worry about repayment ability. Brother, you are a man who does great things. Rutan felt that he could not sell hundreds of millions of rupees, even if he sold hemp for his whole life. Now is the beginning of a great era, and we can still catch up. Ron shrugged optimistically. Mumbai is really extraordinary. After you went there, your ideas were very different from those of people in Uttar Pradesh. By the way, when are you leaving? After signing the government contract, probably next week. The highway in Kanpur is expected to start construction at the end of the year, and the cement plant is now supplying to the private market. According to contracting practices, the government will not care which cement the contractor uses. But there is a rule called supporting local enterprises. Or more bluntly, specifying suppliers. Well, Sir Building Materials Company is the only cement plant in Uttar Pradesh. There is no choice, this is the authentic Indian operation. A week later, Ron returned to Mumbai. The calls here were urgent, mostly about a TV production line. Boss, that auto has been going crazy in the past few months since you left. Ashish was the first to report on the latest situation of Sir Electric. Who? Ron was leisurely, still enjoying the first cup of iced coffee in Mumbai's summer. Well, it's already the end of August, the end of the rainy season. Oda, have you forgotten? The Oda who was in charge of the neck negotiations. Oh, Ron suddenly realized, he was still thinking about the power struggles, gunfights, and heavy machine guns in the north. The span was too big for him to adapt to for a while. The sense of separation was as if he was in two completely different time and space. Did it next TV production line just arrive not long ago? Has it been debugged? No, those Japanese have diarrhea every few days, and they work slower than us. What's the hurry? Ron was puzzled. Oh, boss, according to the agreement, we should pay the balance after the production line arrives. Working so slowly, you still have the nerve to ask for money? Ron raised his eyebrows. I want to deduct money from him. Huh? Ashish was stunned. Tell that Oda that we can talk about the money after the production line is debugged, then I'll arrange it. Wait, how is the Donga side? Ron called him. Boss, you have a keen eye. Their efficiency is several times faster than the Japanese. Ashish was beaming with joy. He had to say that the Chinese were really good at their job. The two black and white TV production lines were said to arrive in a month, and they arrived in a month, without a day's delay. After the equipment was confirmed to be installed, the other side immediately sent technicians to assist in the installation of the production line. It's not like a normal life. The delivery was scheduled for 3 months, but it was delayed for 2 weeks due to the rainy season. Thinking about asking for money before the work is done? Bad review. Did the people from Donga have diarrhea? Ron was a little curious. Yes, 2 people were admitted to the hospital the second day after they arrived. Ron had a toothache. But they said it was a small matter and insisted on staying to work overtime. Look at them. Our workers are several times worse. Ron was heartbroken, and Ashish was like a child who made a mistake, ashamed. Well, other people's children, familiar formula. How is the black and white TV production line going these past 2 days? We've already produced a batch. No problem. Ashish became stiff again. So fast, I was just about to show you the finished product. Ashish brought in a cardboard box from outside. It was square, about 20 centimeters wide. There was no pattern on it, as if it was found temporarily. Ron's office had a ready-made socket, and Ashish quickly moved it to the table and connected it to the power supply. It was a very classic style, with a big butt, a curved screen, a knob for tuning channels on the right, and a speaker below. The case was black, and the knobs and frame were silver. For a moment, Ron seemed to have returned to his childhood. That's the taste. He walked forward excitedly and touched the frame of the TV lovingly. If it weren't for the shiny Sir logo in the upper right corner, he would have almost thought that this TV had traveled through time and space. It looks like it, too much like it. Boss, Ashish called softly. It's so fucking beautiful. At this moment, only fuck could express Ron's complicated feelings. Yes, Ashish nodded. Turn it on. Ron waved his hand and sat back in his chair. Turning on the switch, Ashish twisted the knob and started to change the channel. When a figure accompanied by snow appeared on the TV, he quickly opened his arms and held the antenna to move left and right. Finally, at a certain moment, the picture and sound became clear. He stepped back carefully, fearing that he would touch the antenna and ruin all his efforts. Not bad, very good. Ron was very satisfied. This 14-inch black and white TV is just the same as he remembered. The picture and sound are reliable and can definitely meet the daily needs of Indians. When can it be put into production? He asked. This month. It's just a matter of your words. What about the cost? Just as originally estimated, about 1,600 rupees. If it is mass-produced, the subsequent costs can be further reduced. Start preparing now. I want to lower the price of Indian TVs. Ron was full of enthusiasm. and he was familiar with a cost-effective route. Chapter 254, Secret Communication. Half a year has passed, and the Sir Park has changed a lot. The construction site is full of clanging sounds, and the concrete jungle is growing taller and taller. The designed 23-story office building has already built 7 or 8 floors. Workers wearing yellow safety helmets are circling around the top of the building like bees. According to the original goal, the main structure of the building will be completed before the end of the year. The subsequent decoration and mechanical and electrical installation will take about half a year. After all these are done, it will take another 2 or 3 months for acceptance and rectification. It will probably be this time next year before it is officially put into use. As the headquarters, this building is designed according to the highest configuration, with a total construction cost of more than 100 million rupees. Among all the buildings in the Sir Park, it is the most expensive and has the longest construction period. The factory building is relatively simple, and the main structure can be completed in 2 months, and the water and electricity layout will take more than 1 month. In the park, 4 or 5 new factory buildings have been completed. They are distributed in the north and south and started at the same time. One of them is allocated to the black and white TV production line. This factory building is on the north side and is still some distance away from the original Sir Electric appliances. Ron came by car. Half of the asphalt road inside the park has been paved. It is a 4-lane 2-way road, which is very spacious. The main road is nearly 1 kilometer long, and there are roads connecting the various factories. This is mainly to facilitate the passage of trucks and improve transportation efficiency. From a panoramic view, the entire Sir Park is about the same size as the Tesla Gigafactory. Of course, the project is not yet halfway through, and it will take another year. The first black and white TV production line to be put into use is the result of concentrating most of the engineering resources and catching up with the progress. Boss, should you change your car? Ashish felt that this Taurus was too low-end. I've decided. It will be delivered to the customs next month. Ron got out of the car and looked at the brand new park. What car did you buy this time? Ashish became interested. Mercedes-Benz S600, with bulletproof glass. Wow, Ashish exclaimed. There are not many in Mumbai. It's big enough. I like it. Ron smiled. With his current status, it is indeed no longer suitable for him to drive a Taurus, which is cheap. This is Mumbai, and every businessman is racking his brains to show off his wealth to prove his financial strength. Ron is not a high-profile person, but he has to respect the customs here. The Mercedes-Benz S600 is good, more than 5 meters long and weighs nearly 5 tons. It has air suspension, Ford's own independent air conditioning, and rear entertainment system. Of course, the most important thing is bulletproof. In a place like India, it is always right to be careful. The situation in Mirzapur, Uttar Pradesh, made Ron realize that the country has long been flooded with guns. A homemade pistol that costs less than 2,000 rubles is affordable for most people in the city. It may burst, but as long as one shot is fired, all beings are equal. Ashish feels proud of it, and it feels face-saving to talk about such things. My boss drives a Mercedes-Benz S600, which is worth. By the way, boss, how much is this car? More than 5 million rupees. The tariff is too high. This specially customized bulletproof vehicle must be registered with the customs, and there is no way to use personal connections. India's current tariffs on imported goods are still as high as 30% minus 50%, and Ron can only pay the money. Ashish was amazed. This was beyond his imagination. Okay, stop being in a daze. Take me to the workshop, boss. Please come this way. He led the way in front. Today Ron came to inspect the TV production line. This is the product that Sir Electric will keep at the bottom of the box in the future, and he has to pay attention to it. This is the first time he has come to the new factory. It is much more spacious than the workshop in the old factory, and there are brand new and shiny paint everywhere. Except for the old production line, everything else is new. There are more than 600 people in the whole workshop, all of whom have a high school degree or above. They are the real elite of Sir Electric. From the beginning to the end of a production line, it is arranged in sequence according to the process, including plug-in welding, whole machine assembly, debugging and testing, packaging and logistics. TVs are much more complicated than water air conditioners and electric fans. Some electronic parts that need to be welded are not easy for illiterate people to understand. In order to ensure reliable quality, production manager Anand especially recruited these educated frontline workers. Their salary starts at 3,000 rupees, and overtime is not included. This is not the most luxurious team on the TV production line. Those engineers following a few Oriental faces are. They all have at least a master's degree. The entire team has 30 people, covering the fields of electronics, machinery, materials, and signals. Ron is ambitious. Assembly and OEM are too much, and independent research and development is the future. At least we have to make sure that we can play well in India, otherwise we will be torn apart by foreign brands. What's the point of playing? The people here have been notified in advance. As soon as Ron entered the door, they all gathered around. Mr. Sir, Mr. Sir. They greeted enthusiastically and bent down to touch Ron's feet. Several Oriental faces looked at each other in bewilderment at this scene, not knowing how to respond. Ron took the initiative to step forward and stretched out his hand. Hello, hello, hello. Several people responded quickly. Oh, it's better to shake hands, which is universal. Are you used to it in Mumbai? Ron asked with a smile. Used to it? We all like Mumbai. Several people smiled politely. Ron spoke English, and they answered in English. Those who can be sent abroad these days are all high-level intellectuals, so English is naturally not a problem. Ron didn't show off his Mandarin, which would not only scare the people around him, but also surprise his friends. He is a businessman. He only talks about business, not other things. Thank you for your contribution to the Indian TV industry. All Indian people will remember this. Oh, that's too much? That's too much? This is a proof of the friendship between China and India. Ron's compliments made the friends of Dongda feel terrified. Diplomacy is no small matter. But don't say it, such words sound comfortable. And several people have a sense of pride in winning glory for the country. Did you encounter any difficulties in the process of building the production line? After the courtesy, Ron started to talk about business. Everyone is very enthusiastic and cooperative. The answer of the Dongda people is quite standard. Well, if we continue to talk, it will be no different from the leader's inspection. Based on the current situation of Sir Electric, how many TV sets can be produced annually? Ron went straight to the point. A single production line can produce 100,000 units per year. If the employees are more motivated, 150,000 units is possible. The people from Dongda University said it very tactfully. The so-called employee motivation is just laziness. Their time in India was an eye-opener. The Indians were too slow at work. To find a wrench, one person was in charge, 2 people were looking for it, and 3 people stood by and watched. The efficiency of India really surprised them. For a mature production line like transplanting black and white TV sets, Dongda University can put it into production in 10 days as long as the mobilization is in place. As for India, it took nearly 3 months to reach the stage of trial production. They saw it with their own eyes and were anxious in their hearts. They were willing to stay and work overtime. But the Indians were unwilling to do so. It was really a small knife pulling the buttocks, which opened their eyes. Of course, Ron heard the subtext of several people, but this is India, there is nothing he can do. 2 production lines, an annual output of 200,000 units, is actually very good. As far as he knows, the other 2 TV assembly plants, Oneida and Videocon, do not have such a large output combined. It's already great, let's do it step by step. Ron was embarrassed to say that this was already the elite of Sir Electric. You can also try to recruit some female workers. They are very suitable for delicate work such as electronic welding. Well, it's really hard to find literate female workers in India. According to the current progress, when can we put on the 18-inch production line? Ron was still more concerned about technical issues. Our technology is already very mature. As long as you need it, we can do it at any time. Okay, there are still many places where we can cooperate. When Dongda heard this, he immediately showed his joy. This is a foreign exchange business. The technical difficulty of 18-inch TV is greater than that of 14-inch, so it will naturally sell for more. Whether it is a production line or parts, if calculated in US dollars, it may be half as expensive as before. India may seem like a humble country, but there is no shortage of dog tycoons, such as the one in front of him. By the way, can you handle the kinescope of the color TV? Ron asked again. Color tube. Several people were stunned. So, it would be more beneficial to understand black and white TV sets first, and then color TV sets. No, I'm not asking about Seoul Electric's color TV sets, but your color TV sets. Do you mean can we make color tubes in our country? Yes, I think we can have some technical exchanges first, Ron replied with a smile. Of course there is no problem with color tubes. We have nearly 100 color TV manufacturers, and there are more than a dozen factories specializing in the production of color tubes. But technical exchanges, it's not official, just take a look first. It just so happens that there is something next door to us. If it's convenient for you, we can go over and take a look after get off work. Next door, several people from Dongda were stunned. Oh, it's the ones in the south. Well, the newly built buildings are reserved for black and white and color TV sets. It's just that the color TV production line is in the south, connected to the old factory area of Seoul Electric. The black and white TV production line they are currently in is in the north, separated by a large construction site, and they can't see each other at ordinary times. But it's also next door, but it's far away. Of course it's okay to go and have a look. The Dongda people didn't know what was there and thought it was a research and development center or something like that. That's great, I'll pick you up in the evening, please. We have no problem. The Dongda people were quite puzzled as to why Mr. Sir seemed a little impatient. And he had to go after get off work. Didn't Indians not work overtime? Ron said that he really had to go after get off work, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble. Boss, Ashish came over quietly. What's the matter? That Zaya Ocean insisted on seeing you, now. Yes, he said that if you don't show up, they will stop working. Oh, Zaya Orazi's temper has risen again. Treat the people from Dongda well, we'll go meet the little Japanese, they are also cooperating on the TV production line. You can see that their attitude is very good. Zaya Orazi is just too impatient. Ron got on the car and returned to the south. Seeing him appear, Zaya Ocean's face was almost black and water was dripping out. Chapter 255 Nuclear Level Pricing. Mr. Sir, you didn't keep your promise, Mr. Oda, please forgive us if we haven't treated you well during this period. Don't worry, we will definitely improve the food. Ron pretended to be dumb. Speaking of food, Oda was even more angry. He was fine, because the two had just flown to Mumbai. But the Japanese colleagues in charge of technical assistance were miserable. They hadn't seen each other for only 2 months, and they had become visibly thinner. He didn't do anything in Mumbai yesterday, just listening to his colleagues complain about the difficult conditions in India. The biggest pain point is diarrhea. There are still 2 colleagues in the hotel, lying on the bed and crying weakly. Oda even suspected that it was Sir Electric who deliberately deducted the food benefits, otherwise the probability of diarrhea would be too high. Let's talk about the food later. According to the agreement, you should pay the balance after the delivery of next production line. Now it has been a month, why is this matter delayed again and again? Next production line did not arrive within the agreed time. Ron spread his hands, expressing helplessness. That was a special case. The conditions of sea transportation did not allow it. Oda lowered his voice slightly. You see, there are always unexpected things. I'm sorry for the previous delay. We will make up for it in the future cooperation. Now a month has passed, right, Mr. Oda? According to international practice, delivery refers to all services including installation and commissioning. Users do not need to worry about it anymore. It can be used at any time. Can the color TV production line be put into production now? This NEC employees are doing their best, Oda explained. That means no, the progress of the project is all under your control, and we can't do anything about it. Ron's voice became louder. In 2 weeks at the earliest, the production line will definitely be adjusted to the best condition. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Ron nodded and left. He walked away with his hands behind his back in front of Oda. Oh, that's not right. It was obviously him who came to ask for punishment. Oda wanted to say something, but Ron had already got in the car and left. Cunning Indian. But Oda was not very angry. He still had a trump card in his hand. He was sure that Ron would come to beg him later. Ron got into the car and pouted secretly. He was being taken advantage of. The production line was not even debugged, and he was already thinking about asking for money. What would happen in the future? Core parts, repairs, upgrades. Ron could almost imagine that there were countless hurdles waiting for him. His life was very bad. If he didn't have some leverage in his hand, NEC would always control him. Well, the final payment of $1.2 million was the bargaining chip. Want to get money other than the deposit? Sorry, there is no such tradition in India. Back to the workshop in the north, Ron and Ashish discussed the next production plan for black and white TVs. Strangely enough, Tode and NEC were not aware of the simultaneous construction of two TV production lines in the Sir Industrial Park. According to the agreement with NEC, the land in the south of the Sir Industrial Park would be reserved for Sir NEC Electric Company in the future. It was normal for there to be multiple companies in the industrial park, and Oda and the others didn't think much about it. Dongda would not care about anything outside of their own. They were too cautious. During working hours, they would not go anywhere except to the workshop in the north. So the two sides were more than 1 kilometer apart and located in the same park, but they did not know each other's existence. This was just right. Ron could make a fortune quietly. There were some things that Sayori could not know early. After some discussion, Ron decided to prepare 10,000 sets of 14-inch TV sets for the first batch. This was a very bold decision. The production cost alone was 16 million rupees. When it was decided to produce water air conditioners, the initial stock was only 1,000 sets. In less than 2 years, Ron's steps were getting bigger and bigger. In fact, he was not satisfied with 10,000 sets. If it were not for the fact that the core component cathode ray tube was only ordered so much at the beginning, he would have wanted to go to 20,000 sets. It was because it was too cheap. Sir Electric received a 14-inch black and white TV, and Ron was going to set the price at 4,000 rupees per set. In the Indian domestic market, how much did the other two black and white TV sets of the same size sell for? The cheapest one was 8,000 rupees, and it was still a branded product. If it is imported, the price is not less than 12,000 rupees. The high import tariffs make the imported electrical appliances in the Indian market generally more than twice as high as those overseas. Sir Electric's move is equivalent to directly cutting the market price in half. It's too crazy. It's not played like this. Going the cost-effective route does not mean directly discounting. Ashish and others suggested setting the retail price at 6,000 rupees, which is 25% cheaper than the market price, and a lot of people will pay for it. No, Ron is not after that little profit. He wants to take away the market from two local manufacturers including Oneida and Videocon, as well as other imported brands. It's too slow to take things step by step, and a nuclear bomb level killer is the most useful. Besides, is there no profit from the price of 4,000 rupees? Ron said that he would lose money and become the richest man. The total cost is only 1,600 rupees, and this is just the beginning. It is completely fine to reduce it by 20% minus 30% after the scale is achieved in the later stage. After deducting the 15% profit for dealers, Ron made a net profit of 1,800 rupees for each TV. The profit margin is over 100%, which is crazy. Another advantage of low pricing is that the market will be expanded, and people who used to think that TVs were too expensive will also be tempted. This is an incremental market, and Sir Electric will have no competitors in the next few years. In order to ensure sufficient supply when it is launched, Ron placed an order for 20,000 sets of cathode ray tubes with Dongda. There is no other way. When the technical strength is not enough, it can only rely on imports. If Sir TV sets make enough profit, Ron is going to talk to Dongda about the introduction of cathode ray tube production lines. But that's a later story. The most important thing now is to take people to see Xiaorezi's color TV production line. The workers had already left work, and Xiaorezi left an hour earlier. They stay here for less than 6 hours a day, including the part of slacking off. The workshop is quiet, and when the lights are turned on, all the scenes are visible. It must be said that because they bought brand new goods, the color TV workshop looks much more advanced than the black and white workshop. The people from Dongda were amazed at the brand new equipment. This was beyond their expectations. You said you were going to make black and white TVs, but you secretly built a color TV production line. Looking at this situation, the progress of the project has been completed for the most part. Gentlemen, how about it? Can the color tubes that match this production line be made? Is this a production line from Japan? Dongda's technicians are experienced and can tell its details at a glance. Next assembly line, new goods, not bad, very good. Dongda people were a little jealous when they saw this thing. Their domestic color TV technology also relies a lot on cooperation with Japan. For example, core components, such as chips and color tubes, were basically all in the hands of the Japanese in the past. It was only in the past 2 years that local component manufacturers gradually mastered those technologies. But because of this, Dongda's technology and Xiaori are on the same path. There are no manufacturers in China that cooperate with NEC, but Japan's technology is roughly similar. There are at least 3 color tube factories that can match the production line here. Are you sure? Ron was overjoyed. Of course, if you need, we can contact them and ask them to send someone to do the technical adaptation. Oh, that's great. But there's no rush for now. Wait a little longer until the production line is adjusted. Ron was secretly proud that his wishful thinking of a happy life would be dashed. Do you really think that Sir Electric can't make color TVs without your neck? Naive. You know nothing about the bottom line of Indians. In order to thank Dongda for their help, Ron took them to the Taj Mahal Hotel for dinner in the evening. This made them very happy. A 5-star hotel. There is no such treatment in China. After eating and drinking, Ron was ready to go back, but Ashish stopped him. Boss, can you give me your invoice? Why, you don't want to take it back for reimbursement? Ron looked at him with a smile. Of course not, I just want to collect it. Huh? I told others that I had eaten at the Taj Mahal Hotel, but they didn't believe it at all. Because they think it's impossible to spend tens of thousands of rupees on a meal. Ashish is also living in Kama Court for the time being, where there are only poor people. Ordinary Indians can only admire the Taj Mahal Hotel, a fortress that symbolizes majesty. Anyone who has eaten there is a symbol of a successful person and a self-reliant person. Ashish is going to show off this time, and his neighbors are guaranteed to drop their jaws. Having said that, Ashish is not actually planning to live in Kama Court for a long time. He bought a house on Mira Road. It is not far from his sister Laju's apartment and is also close to the Sir Park. The house is very cheap and he paid the full amount for less than 100,000 rupees. Of course, he can continue to wait for the staff dormitory of Sir Electric to be built, but a dormitory is a dormitory, and there is no sense of belonging like buying a house yourself. Ashish is also planning to buy a Sir TV, so that everything will be perfect. By the way, boss, when will our TVs be available on the market? The 2 production lines will be fully operational from tomorrow. And people will work non-stop in 2 shifts to prepare for a month. No problem, we have experience, Ashish agreed hastily. The water conditioning capacity was also exceeded in the past, and the Sir Electric system has been running quite maturely. By the way, what about the promotion? We will start warming up next week, and this time we will have a unique advertisement. What do you mean? Ashish's eyes lit up. You will know soon. Ron smiled mysteriously. He has already contacted the All India Television, several well-developed private television stations, and major newspapers and magazines. He wants to flood the screen with Sir TV ads and control the entire Indian media for a week. The most direct and effective way to advertise is to carry out indiscriminate carpet bombing. No matter what you do, as long as you read newspapers or watch TV, you will never miss the Sir TV ads. Of course, in order to achieve the effect, the ads must also be eye-catching. Well, Ron is going to keep it simple this time. No need to make commercials, no need to hire Bollywood stars. A picture and a sentence are enough. Chapter 256 Everyone can afford it. In September, the rainy season in Mumbai just ended. The whole city seemed to have taken a bath, and the air suddenly became sweet. The trees, bushes, and grass released fragrance, and long earthworms poked their heads out of the soft soil. People in Mumbai opened their windows and let the air washed by rain flow into the room, bringing a good night's sleep. Housewives and children leaning on the windows, or men standing on the balcony smoking and relaxing, suddenly found that the whole city was dressed in new clothes. Every landmark building and every commercial square has a giant poster erected. They are posted on the glass facade of the building or on the top of the mall entrance. The content on the poster is very simple: a TV, a beautiful and trendy TV. There is a huge slogan on the side: Sir, a TV that everyone can afford. The place where the price should be written is replaced by 3 question marks. Huh? This unconventional advertisement immediately aroused people's curiosity. A TV that everyone can afford? Interesting. Who doesn't want to have their own TV in Mumbai? Since 1992, when the media industry was liberalized, there have been more than a dozen private TV stations in Mumbai. From news and politics to anecdotes, everything is covered. As private TV stations, their content is more gimmicky and bolder than official stations like All India. Some exciting programs are broadcast late at night. No man can resist such content. Housewives also like to watch TV. Most of them do not work and can only stay at home. Cleaning, cooking, and taking care of children only take up a small part of the day. For most of the rest of the time, they have nothing to do. The only entertainment activity suitable for home is TV. However, TV sets are too expensive, costing tens of thousands of rupees, which ordinary middle-class families cannot afford. Sometimes you may not be able to buy one even if you want to. The production of local brands fluctuates, which makes people puzzled. Now the advertisement of Sir Electric Appliances has come, and it has captured people's hearts as soon as it appears. How cheap should it be for everyone to afford it? At least it should be lower than the market price, 7,000 rupees? It is still a bit expensive. The price of Oneida and Videocon is around 8,000. Since Sir Electric dared to say that, it must be a shocking price. 6,000? This price is indeed a bit exciting. The men standing on the balcony smoking began to discuss with their neighbors the possibility of Sir TV selling for 6,000 rupees. Some people think it is difficult because India's high tariffs are a stumbling block, otherwise the other two companies would not have lowered the price for several years. Some people think that 6,000 rupees is very likely. Sir's Electric fans are cheaper than other brands, so why not TVs? But as they talked, they became unconfident, especially after looking at the posters outside the window. Look at that TV, how beautiful it is. The deep black shape is fascinating, and the silver frame extends to both sides in a smooth arc, elegant and luxurious. This is a high-end product at first glance. How can it be sold for 6,000 rupees? It's no wonder that everyone thinks so, because local TVs are too bad. Can you imagine? The TV that I bought for 8,000 rupees has a wooden shell. Yes, that's right, it's purely handmade. In order to save costs, the two local manufacturers ingeniously made a wooden shell. The Indian subcontinent has a hot climate and abundant vegetation, so there is no shortage of resources such as wood. There is also no shortage of extremely cheap labor. The wooden shell of the TV is made by hand. The shape does not need to be very delicate, as long as it is generally acceptable. Cut the wood, grind the edges and corners, and then paint it. Plastic is very expensive, several times more expensive than wood. The injection molding machine for processing plastic is even more expensive, starting at 2 million rupees. Local manufacturers have already spent a lot of money to import parts, so of course they can save as much as possible at this time. This kind of wooden, cheap, and rough TV can be sold for 8,000 rupees. Then how much does the black crystal-like TV of Sir Electric sell for? 6,000 is a bit too radical, but the words everyone can afford it keep flashing in front of everyone. The price with question marks is even more puzzling. People are so curious that they even discuss this matter when they squeeze into the city train to go to work. As a result, when they get on the train and in the office, the newspapers they get will show advertisements for Sir TV. The content of the front page headline is not much different from the poster outside, but it provides more information. A TV that everyone can afford. The price will be announced in a week. Almost all the major newspapers in India and local newspapers in several major cities are full of this advertisement of Sir Electric. The saturation bombardment immediately made Sir TV a hot topic of discussion. No one has ever seen such novel advertising marketing. Whether it is everyone can afford it or the suspenseful price, it has attracted the attention of the public. Traditional Indian advertisements are eager to put the price in the face of the audience, but Sir Electric does the opposite. People's thoughts are always strange. The less you say, the more curious they are. This topic has become a topic of conversation after dinner, and has unconsciously turned into a social hotspot. Ashish admires the boss's brain very much. As soon as he went out in the morning, someone surrounded him and asked him how much the factory's TV sold for. Although Kama compound was designated as a slum, most of the people living here are workers of Sir Electric. With 2 months' salary added up, they are fully capable of purchasing high-end products such as TVs. The building has water and electricity, and the family has beds to sleep on, no longer having to sleep on the floor. This kind of life is very close to the legendary middle class. Now all you need is a TV, which is the proof that you have joined a middle class. The Taj Mahal is the stepping stone for the self-reliant, and the Sir TV is the signboard of the middle class family. Everyone is eager to make a move, but Ashish keeps his mouth shut. This is the trade secret of Sir Electric. How can it be leaked easily? According to the strategy formulated by Ron, the news can only be released on the last day of this week, when the word of mouth will almost be completely fermented. After Ashish said a few vague words, he hurriedly left the Kama compound. It was a day off today, and he didn't have to go to work. He was going out to go to Mira Road, where the house had been renovated. The apartment was a little far from the compound, so he had to take the city train. The station advertisements are for migrant workers who are eager to escape Mumbai, looking for a job overseas. Just read the XX newspaper. The station advertisements are also for urban people who are eager to return to the countryside. Most of them are framed with glass and hung on the wall, next to stray dogs dozing in the alcoves. There are 20 mango trees, 10 cashew trees, and 10 other fruit trees, a total of 40 trees, in the Anko farm in Tukash village. The farmhouse is hotly for sale, and each square meter is only 20 rupees. People hurried in the morning and left in the evening. They glanced at the advertisements in the station, and just silently endured the boss's bossy orders with the fantasy that they had just endured the crowded train carriages on the way back. They kept telling themselves, there will be a small village, and there will be a small house in the village, surrounded by fruit trees, the heavy fruits bent to branches, waiting for people to pick them, and the orchard is peaceful and quiet, just like the childhood spent on the farm at his grandmother's house. Ashish used to have such fantasies, but not now, because he has stepped onto a higher level. Whether you live comfortably in this city depends on whether you have money. If you have money, you don't need to work overseas or go to the countryside to enjoy a pastoral life. Mumbai has everything you want. Of course, most of the city's residents are ordinary people who hope to buy the most cost-effective products with the least money. For example, the huge poster in the station square is a poster of Sir TV. Everyone can afford it. What a kind word. 3 white-collar beauties are pointing at the poster in English, as if they are commenting on the fashionable appearance of the TV. A middle-aged man with sparse hair also raised his head without blinking. The child pulled his mother's hand and refused to leave under the poster, crying and asking to take this big toy home. The young man with earrings was also fascinated. He liked the program of a private channel very much, but he could only squeeze into a roadside store. Ashish smiled. He heard the call of desire, and the whole city was whispering. There were also advertisements for Sir TV in the carriages. Passengers who were squeezed and unable to move could only stare at the advertisements to kill time. Maybe you didn't care at first, but as long as it appeared in front of you for a long enough time, you would eventually take it seriously. Ashish sighed with satisfaction. His emotional value for the day had been maxed out. The new home on Mira Road, like the apartment where Raju lived, was very Western. The nearby developers might want to create a certain European atmosphere, so they gave it European names, even if there were spelling errors. For example, Tanwo Gayochi should actually be Tanwo Heights, and Chandrashmi Inn should probably correspond to Chandrash Coast. But they were built after all, with hundreds of buildings scattered everywhere, and some were left unfinished, waiting for the housing prices to soar one day before they were restarted. The seemingly gorgeous appearance of the community buildings gave the residents the illusion of luxury and being in a foreign country. The exotic atmosphere they imagined must be luxurious. Ordinary people in Mumbai can live without continuous electricity, running water all day, or wide and smooth roads. But they cannot live without style and face. Ashish admired this European-style community and was about to walk into the gate. But someone stopped him. It was a neighbor who lived in the same unit as him and specialized in dealer business. Brother, everyone is talking about your TV sets now. So what is the price? I am going to buy a batch. Aren't you a perfume seller? Ashish asked curiously. It's not up to me to decide what to sell. It depends on what the market needs. Just tell me if this is worth doing. I am going to make a big move. I can only say that it is unique and will cause a major earthquake. Really? The man's eyes lit up. We will start accepting orders tomorrow. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Ashish was full of confidence. Sir TV sets were about to go on sale. They had prepared goods for a month, and the 2 production lines were running day and night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Buying. Just as Ashish said, the launch of the Sir TV will surely cause a big earthquake. In just a few days, the slogan "everyone can afford it" spread all over the streets. Newspapers, magazines, and TV stations were discussing this matter, and various editorialists were speculating on the final price of the Sir TV. Everyone was looking forward to it, as if waiting for a Bollywood actress to unveil the mystery. Even the Minister of Maharashtra, Noel, couldn't help his curiosity and called Ron to ask what he was up to. He had personally recited the Sir TV project in front of the media, and if it failed, he would also be affected. Ron smiled and told him that the answer would be revealed after a good night's sleep. Yes, it happened so suddenly. People in Mumbai woke up in the morning and found that the whole city had changed into a new look. 3,999 rupees, take the Sir TV home. Housewives who opened the windows to welcome the fresh air forgot to go back to the kitchen to heat milk. Men standing on the balcony smoking were not aware of the cigarette but burning their fingers. Only the children who went to the crack of the door to get the newspapers shouted and screamed. The newspapers also revealed the price of the Sir TV. Wow, people began to riot. They were in disbelief at first, and then they couldn't help but have a heated discussion with their neighbors. They looked so excited, as if they had heard the most secret and irresistible gossip in the city. Less than 4,000 rupees, how could this be possible? They thought 6,000 was a luxury. But the posters outside and the newspapers at home told them that this was the truth. And the Sir TV went on sale today, and it was available in major shopping malls in Mumbai. Many people picked up the phone and called the shopping mall's order hotline as soon as possible, but were told that the goods had been ordered. They immediately changed to the second and third stores, or simply went out and rushed to the nearest shopping mall as fast as possible. Crazy, this price directly wiped out people's rationality. It was too cheap, and people who had no plan to buy a TV also joined the rush to buy 3,999 rupees. What else do you want? Even if it exploded, everyone would praise it for its loud explosion. The fact is that the high-end texture on the poster almost eliminates this possibility. In front of the Urco Mall, the commercial center of Bandra, a long queue has been formed since early morning. People are talking to each other happily, holding a lot of money in their hands. From time to time, they look at the front of the line, with expectation and anxiety in their eyes. The whole of Mumbai is talking about your TV. Mary came over and handed him a glass of milk. This is good news, isn't it? Ron retracted his gaze from the balcony. Mary's apartment is near the Urco Mall, which is the busiest street in Bandra. You succeeded again, Mary sighed. Don't worry, dear, we have made money this time, Ron comforted her. The first movie invested by Sun Entertainment, Love in the War, was a box office flop. The movie was released in July, and the box office in the first week was only more than 10 million rupees. People who are familiar with the rules of Bollywood know that such a movie is almost impossible to make money at the box office. Sure enough, after 2 months, by mid-September, the total box office was only 40 million. It was a complete flop. To make a profit, the box office must exceed 150 million rupees. Because the cinema chain will take a share, and the entertainment tax of each state is also a big deduction. Fortunately, the music copyright of the movie sold well. Sun Entertainment got 50 million out of 300 million rupees. Chopra is still planning to export the movie overseas. Maybe he can make some US dollars. Maybe Sun Entertainment can finally make 60 million rupees from this movie. Very good, at least Ron is very satisfied. Mary just felt sorry. She was optimistic about this love movie. The dismal box office made her begin to doubt her own vision. I guess you'll be busy next. You can see it outside. I have to go back to Sir Electric to take charge. This advertisement is very successful. Even Bollywood is discussing your marketing methods. Do you think this is the end? Ron smiled mysteriously. What do you mean? Look outside. Ron pointed out the window. Mary turned her head and saw a huge and colorful hot air balloon under the clear sky of Mumbai, which was extremely eye-catching. Equally eye-catching was the oversized red banner hanging below it. 3,999 rupees, Sir TV is within your reach. The hundreds of meters long advertising banner, hung under the hot air balloon, flew low over the city. The crowd on the street exclaimed and cheered, and many children ran after the hot air balloon below. This was so novel. There had never been such sky advertising in India. How much did you spend on this marketing carnival? Mary couldn't help asking. More than 30 million rupees, Ron shook his head in an Indian way. Wow, a big deal. Millions of dollars of advertising, especially in India, is definitely a sky-high price. Everything is worth it. Ron looked out the window. Some people had already come out of the Urco Mall, holding brand new TV boxes, looking excited. The huge Sir logo was printed brightly on the front, and everyone could see it. Ron quickly finished his breakfast and then went downstairs without stopping. where Anna was waiting. By the way, the Mercedes-Benz S600 he had ordered before had arrived. The black car body looks very grand, and the triangle logo is still standing up, which is impressive. Anna opened the door for Ron. Because of the bulletproof, the door is very heavy, which is a strenuous job. The soft leather seat made Ron almost moan in comfort, and the cool breeze from the air conditioner had already blown in. Go to the industrial park, he sighed with satisfaction. Yes, boss, the driver started the car. A luxury car is a luxury car. Not only is there no bumps along the way, but even the noise outside the window can't get in. When he arrived at the downstairs of Sir Electric Appliances, Ron was shocked. There were also many people here, not people buying TVs, but dealers who came to pick up goods. They blocked the gates so tightly that Ron's car couldn't get in at all. There was no choice but to take a detour to enter the factory from the industrial park under construction. Boss, you are here, Ashish was sweating. How is the situation? It's booming. It's booming. The 5 of us operators haven't had a glass of water so far. Are all the people outside local dealers in Mumbai? Yes, we contact other cities by phone. As early as 2 days before the sale, Soul TV sets had been delivered to major cities in India. Today's launch was carried out simultaneously across the country, with great momentum. We have almost 30,000 sets in stock. And they are rushing to deliver so quickly. Oh, Ashish almost slapped his thigh in anxiety. Boss, this amount of stock is not enough to fill the gaps in Mumbai. Sold out, Ron was stunned. Many shopping malls have not had time to put them on the shelves before they are reserved. How many TV sets can the current stock in the factory produce? Ron asked. 20,000 sets. We have purchased a total of 50,000 sets of display tube accessories. All here, not enough, add more. Contact Rungda and add an order of 100,000 sets, and you need ready stock? Boss Ashish looked at him pitifully. What's wrong? US dollars, we don't have enough US dollars. Ron paused. He almost forgot that international trade uses US dollars. Even if Ron wanted to, Dongda would not accept the rupee. He had been desperately collecting money in the past 2 years, but there was only 1.25 million US dollars in stock in his small treasury. Because of the cooperation with NEC, the Mabin government approved him another 2 million US dollars. The public and private funds added up to only 3.25 million, which was all the US dollars Ron had. He spent 600,000 to pay the deposit for NEC. He went to Dongda to buy 2 production lines, plus some accessories and personnel expenses, which cost 500,000. He ordered 50,000 sets of picture tubes, each at 20 US dollars, which was another 1 million. After deducting all the money, Ron's small treasury of US dollars had only 1.1 million left. 100,000 sets of picture tubes were worth 2 million US dollars, and the money he had was not enough. Buy as much as you can, spend all 1.1 million. We pay in cash, let them prepare the spot goods, and ship them out to sea immediately. What should we do in the future? Ashish was a little worried. I'll find a way later, there is still a shortage of US dollars. The whole of India is short of them. The inventory on hand will be reduced if we spend a little. This won't work. Ron must find a way to sustainable development. He won't be able to hold on for long if he just eats up all the resources. The most reliable way is of course to engage in international trade, such as selling Sir Electric's products abroad. This kind of business is all settled in US dollars. As long as the way is done, Ron will have a steady flow of US dollars in the future. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. All Indian products that can be exported are raw materials, and electronic products are not qualified to participate in international competition. Sir Electric may give it a try by relying on the low price of parts provided by Dongda. Before joining the WTO, the West basically excluded Dongda from international trade. But India does not. As the largest democracy in the literal sense, the international market has no defense against India. Especially after the collapse of the bear in the north, Western countries have extended olive branches to India in order to win over India. This is a great opportunity. Sir Electric can be a middleman and sell relatively cheap goods overseas. The more Ron thought about it, the more excited he became. This is an unimaginable path. Who said that being a comprador can't last long? Before Dongda joined the WTO, Ron felt that he could do it. But not now. Distant water can't save the nearby fire. The top priority is to seize the Indian domestic market and let Sir Electric grow and develop. US dollars, Ron racked his brains. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Maybe he could ask Hila for help first. She was going to do passport business for foreigners, and she was also an international diamond broker, and she made all the money in US dollars. Last time, she got more than 100,000 from the Brazilian corrupt official, and Ron didn't believe that she didn't have other stocks. At most, he would eat a few more seafood meals, and he was willing to go all out. But when Ron found Hila and explained his intentions, she was quite puzzled. You want dollars? Yes, I need to turn over my business recently, and I can't do without dollars. I have rupees, if you need them. How much do you want? She asked directly. The more, that big business. Wait, you mean millions or tens of millions of dollars? Well, if there's a way, of course it's no problem, there is someone who can help you. Hila smiled mysteriously. Who? Let me make it clear that I don't want to do this deal with the gang. Ron hasn't done business with Haid Khan for a long time, and he is consciously making a distinction. It's not the gang, it's Ellie. Who? Ron was confused. Ellie, the girl you rescued from the palace. Oh, it's her, Ron remembered, but what does this have to do with her? Didn't I say that? Well, it's my problem. You know, she is Swiss and her family is very powerful, so, her family has a say in Swiss banks. Hila shrugged. Come on, let's call her. Chapter 258, A Steady Flow of Dollars. Ellie, remember Ron? Who? That perverted doctor? Oh, Hila glanced at the sight and said with a smile, yes, that's right, that guy. What's wrong with him? Isn't he regretting not making the second choice? Ellie's giggle came from the phone. Maybe, Hila shrugged, but let's not joke for now. He needs US dollars. US dollars? Yes, a lot of US dollars. He's right next to me. Give him the phone. Hila handed the receiver to Ron and motioned him to answer the phone. Hello, beautiful Miss Ellie. Wow, you were not so gentlemanly last time. The situation was urgent. You know, forget it, for your kindness in the past. Tell me, how many US dollars do you want? The more the better. I have a deal that needs to be settled in US dollars. The more the better? Is 100 million US dollars enough? How much? 100 million. Ron almost thought he had heard it wrong. Why, not enough? It would be a bit troublesome to have more. No, I mean, it's enough for now. Ron finally recovered. Damn, who is this chick? She just opened her mouth and said $100 million. After conversion, the total is 3.1 billion rupees. All of Ron's assets combined are far less than this. That's easy, it's a small matter. Okay, what do you need me to do? Ron perked up. You have to register an offshore account in a Swiss bank, an account that is completely independent of the Indian government. Then what? Then just deposit rupees into it. You can deposit as many rupees as you want to exchange for US dollars. You mean, you can exchange these rupees for US dollars? Ron's eyes lit up. Not exchange, but sell, Ellie chuckled. Sell, there will always be someone who needs rupees internationally. Swiss banks will help you find buyers, but the price is usually 5 to 10 points lower than the official exchange rate. No problem, of course. Ron was a little excited. He probably understood what Ellie meant. Those commodity traders have trade relations with India. For example, the transactions of raw materials such as timber, sugar, fruit, minerals, beef, and rice are often huge in amount. Traders use rupees to purchase in India, which is a hard requirement of government regulation. If they go through official channels, the exchange rate will be a bit disadvantageous. At this time, they will go to the currency market to find sellers. As long as they are 5 or 6 points cheaper, they will save a considerable amount of expenses. Because they are doing large-scale transactions, the proportion may not seem high, but the base is huge. 5 points of 100 million rupees means a difference of several million. Merchants are profit-driven, and they will not miss a rupee of profit. Where there is demand, there is a market, and Swiss bank is equivalent to a broker in currency transactions. Ron's rupees were deposited into his account, and Swiss bank helped him get currency market transactions and finally converted them into US dollars. For Hila's sake, the handling fee will be waived, Ellie said easily. Thank you. If the money arrives, how long will it take to get it done? No more than a week. Rupees are still useful, and more customers need it recently. Ron knew that this was because the Indian government relaxed its policies, and a lot of foreign capital was slowly attracted. If it was before the country was closed to the outside world, this thing would really be no different from waste paper. But now only the big traders need rupees. They can sell the raw materials they purchase for dollars. Other speculators are not interested, otherwise the trading volume of rupees in the currency market would definitely not be just hundreds of millions of dollars. Thank you, Ellie. I think this kind of currency transaction in the future, as long as you want, you can do it anytime. Wow, great. Next time you come to Mumbai, I'll treat you. I'll remember your words. Now give the phone to Hila. Ron shrugged and handed the receiver back. Ellie actually has connections in Swiss bank, which is really a pleasant surprise. According to her introduction, this kind of offshore currency transaction is not a one-time transaction. That means Ron can directly exchange the rupees in his hands into US dollars in the future, as long as he wants. He can exchange as much as he wants. This is great, he has a lot of rupees in his hands. The profit of Seoul Electric alone in the past 6 months is 300 million, plus the profits of travel agencies, tourism companies, and Sun Entertainment. The total is close to 400 million rupees. Even if it is 5 points lower than the official exchange rate, it is still 12 million US dollars. It's enough, so much money can keep him busy for a while. The only problem is how to legally transfer the money to an offshore account. The rupee is a regulated currency, and large amounts of money flowing out will inevitably attract the attention of the Indian government. But it doesn't matter, this is not a problem for Ron. He has registered several travel agencies in the Gulf countries, and there are records of fund transactions. At that time, the money can be slowly transferred to the account in Dubai, and then transferred to the offshore account. If it really doesn't work, you can also let migrant workers carry the rupees out of the country. Just like the human gold of Kadahan, as long as there are enough people and times, everything is not a problem. There are too many loopholes in India's monetary system, and it can slip out easily. Saying goodbye to Hila, Ron didn't delay for a moment. He called Vinod, who was far away in Dubai, and then made an appointment with a senior official of the bank. It is difficult to carry out large amounts of money without the cover of the bank. But this is India, a country where demons are rampant. The law is like a woman whose sari has been stripped off, and she has been ravaged countless times by her citizens. Banks, which are supposed to closely monitor the country's economic system, have also become riddled with holes in secret. It's actually very easy to bribe a bank executive. Just take him to a place like the palace to have some fun. Oh, by the way, the palace has been burned down by a fire. But it doesn't matter, Luca built another one. In just half a year, a new 3-story building rose from the ground. It is bigger and more luxurious than the palace, and it also attracts more people to come. It's called Sapphire, and the name alone is dazzling. Ron has never been there, so now is the perfect time to bring the bank executive to show his support. They made an appointment at night. For a city of desire like Mumbai, it really comes alive at night. During the day, it gathers its strength and waits for the night to fall. After sunset, this glittering city gradually shows its charming charm, with competitions, premieres, parties, and dinners complementing each other, and beer bars, hotels, discos, and flower streets crowded with people. Mumbai's night has no concept of time, it breaks free from the constraints of the daytime's well-dressed and rigorous manners. Mumbai nights are full of hints and teasing, well-dressed, elegant men are flirting, and graceful women are smoking by the railings. Almost all people who live in such a city have mistresses as long as they are well known. High-end bars are undoubtedly a good place to hunt for beauties, where men and women can get what they want without having to fulfill any obligations similar to marriage. Luca has long been aware of this market. In his words, people in Mumbai have a wide range of tastes and quirks. Because of desire, the sex industry is almost everywhere. At the bottom are Nepalese call girls, ladies that only Bihar people in North India would look for, and the price for half an hour of prostitution is about 30 to 50 rupees. They are promiscuous and the middle class will not even look at them. The ideal target of hunting for beauties is bar dancers. There are hundreds of bars in Mumbai, also known as beer bars, nightclubs or dance halls. In suburban areas such as Kempur or Malad, each block has its own bar. Men come to support, throw money at dancers, and think that this is love. The small world called Bar Circle by dancers and their sponsors is unique in Mumbai. Luca aimed at this point and created a den of money like Sapphire. Haynes Road is more prosperous than before, with parked luxury cars and well-dressed men everywhere. Sapphire is different from the low-key palace. It is noisy and restless, and it encourages you to release yourself without reservation. Ron took Rajan, the president of Industrial Bank of India, into the door of Sapphire. Everything you see is sparkling. The door is a rich gold that caters to Indian aesthetics, and the top of the door handle is inlaid with diamonds. The huge chandelier in the lobby flashes at a frequency, and the spotlights on the ceiling eaves make the atmosphere ambiguous. Push open that door, and there is another world behind it. The lights are dazzling, the music is deafening, and there are more than a dozen dancers in the hall alone, wearing full saris and slightly provocative tight backless silk dresses, twisting their hips in the crowd. One or two of the girls were still childish. They must have padded their breasts to have a mature figure that was not in line with their faces. Bank President Rajan stared at them in amazement, and even forgot to move his feet. Ron knew that this guy had a slightly strange taste. Come on, Mr. Rajan, let's go upstairs. Here are all ordinary goods. Oh, really? Rajan came back to his senses. He was a little surprised. He saw several familiar faces in the lobby on the first floor. They were all famous jewel merchants and bankers in Mumbai, and some of them were his colleagues. They all looked crazy. They walked into the dance floor and came to the dancer they liked the most. They raised a stack of banknotes above her head, and then threw their hands, letting the banknotes fly all over the sky and fall between the two of them. The banknotes hovered over the dancer's head, covering her, like a halo, and like colorful confetti after a salute. The larger the amount, the more dazzling the brilliance on her face. Until the floor was covered with a thick layer of rupees, the waiter hurried forward to pick them up and later gave them to the dancer as a reward, which was the highest compliment to her in the bustling Mumbai. Rajan just felt unfamiliar. These people were like elegant gentlemen in the daytime, which was completely different from now. But the more so, the more Rajan felt dry in the mouth and his goosebumps stood up. The first floor was like this, what about the upstairs? Following Ron's footsteps, Rajan followed closely. Hey, men, you should have someone to call me. Luca appeared at the stairs and opened his arms. Don't come on, there is an important guest today. The president of Industrial Bank, Mr. Rajan. Wow, welcome, Luca greeted warmly. He has become very stylish now, wearing an expensive suit, no longer casually wearing a shirt like before. He also learned the Indian style, wearing gold rings on his fingers, and smoking cigars. Anyone with a discerning eye will determine without hesitation that this is a big shot. I've reserved the best seat for you, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Luca led the way in person. He was just like the waiter downstairs, extremely enthusiastic. Rajan was secretly shocked. Although Sapphire had only been open for a short time, it was already well known in Mumbai. Especially since it was built on the ruins of the palace, everyone believed that the boss behind it was extremely powerful. At least not inferior to Lady Elizabeth, otherwise there would not be Sapphire today. However, thinking of the rumored culprit for the fall of the palace, Rajan felt a little relieved. Mr. Sir, it was not surprising that the boss of Sapphire served him like this. Chapter 259 Sapphire. The most luxurious rooms at Sapphire are on the top floor, with the best service, the best dancers, and the best guests. Stepping into the third floor is like entering a Bollywood set, with several specialty rooms, each with a stage, and colorful spotlights illuminating women dancing to the music. They meticulously repeat the postures and dance steps in Bollywood movies, wearing flowing chiffon saris and backless silk gowns, as if they walked onto the stage from Suraj Bijataya's movie. Of all the rooms, the most popular are the theater room, VIP room, and music dance room. The theater room is furnished with sofas and step benches, just like in a gymnasium. This way, the dancers don't have to bend down to talk to the guests, and everyone has a clear view. The VIP room is relatively small and the most independent, with sofas arranged in a way that surrounds the room and is closest to the performers. The decoration of the rooms is very exquisite, full of European classical sculptures and gilded mirrors, as well as murals depicting court dancers feeding Indian princes wine. As soon as Ron and his friends entered the room, they noticed a girl on the stage. Among all the dancers, she was the tallest, with long hair and a smile as bright as the stars. It was as if the moment the heroine appeared in a movie, the camera focused on her, and everything around her, including all the other girls on the stage, became blurred. The dancer in front of them knew very well the reverie that could be aroused by turning her back to the audience. She leaned forward and slowly twisted her hips in a dance posture that was obviously imitating a joyful movement. It was not a hidden hint, but a bold display. She turned around and showed a sweet smile that was unique to girls. She had plump lips, a slender neck, big eyes and a small, slightly upturned nose. Rajan was fascinated by her and almost immediately thought that she was the most beautiful and sexiest woman he had seen in India. Compared to her, those rich girls from Mumbai are nothing, he said to himself in his heart. Ron winked at Luca, who immediately introduced, "This is the most popular dancer at Sapphire, Mona Lisa." This is of course a stage name, but it did not prevent Rajan from remembering it immediately. Luca said a few words to the waiter beside him, who left immediately. Soon, Mona Lisa, who was singing and dancing on the stage, walked off the stage slowly and came to Ron and the others. She held Rajan and Ron's arms and took them to the sofa closest to the stage and in the middle. This seat was empty and was reserved for the most distinguished guests in the private room. The police chief, city councillors, big businessmen, and Arab chiefs gathered around and stretched their necks, curious about who he was and why he had the best seat reserved as soon as he arrived. When they saw that it was Ron, they all nodded their heads in this direction to show their friendliness. Ron responded, and Rajan kept clasping his hands together. He felt both restrained and proud. The circle around him was full of well-known people in Mumbai, and each of them was qualified to be on the front page of the newspaper. Now they saluted respectfully, and the feeling of being high and mighty was indescribable. Power is a man's aphrodisiac. But this is a place for fun. After a brief greeting, everyone was immersed in the performance on the stage again. I don't know where Luca found these girls from. From Europe and America to Brazil, India, and Africa, there are all kinds of skin colors. But they dance Indian dance, which is amazing. What else can be more exciting than having exotic beauties perform dances of their own culture? At least Indian men can't control it. They all clapped and cheered, and some went forward to start rewarding directly. There are many ways to reward. Relatively reserved people will give the tip to the waiter. The latter will hold it tightly, palm down, and shoot the banknotes accurately at the top of the dancer's head like cutting cards. In this way, the target of the reward is clearer and it is easier to pick up. Some guests like to play games. For example, put 10 pieces of paper in front of you, each with an amount ranging from a few thousand to 100,000 rupees. Familiar dancers come in and take a piece of paper to get the corresponding tip written on it. There was another person sitting alone at a table, singing with his eyes blurred as the music played. In front of him was a pile of 500 rupee notes. Every once in a while, he would pick up 2 notes and hold them high in the air, ignoring the dancers who quickly took the notes and left, and just sang in ecstasy. The dancers were like goldfish in a pond, rushing to grab the breadcrumbs when they were scattered, and then swimming away without any reluctance. There were also people who threw notes roughly at the dancers' faces, or wanted to show some kind of most careless and contemptuous gesture. He would turn his back to the dancer and throw hundreds of notes in her direction, always facing the rest of the bar and smiling. Finally, he would raise his empty hands in the air and announce to the crowd that to him, money and dancers were worthless. Everyone indulged in sensual pleasures, throwing money like water. What they wanted was pleasure, and they had no shortage of money. Under the stimulation of such desires for money, beauty, etc., Rajan also had the urge to spend money like water. Ron made a gesture, and the waiter immediately brought over several plates. On them were garlands dedicated to the dancers. The garlands were made of 500 rupee notes sealed in plastic. They were so densely packed that it took hundreds of notes to make a garland. There was a full pile of such garlands, at least 7 or 8. Mr. Sir, Rajan pretended to be puzzled. Go ahead, don't be polite, otherwise Mona Lisa will be picked up by someone else later. Ron patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Everyone knows what people want to do here. Every dancer on the stage is watched by someone, and there are always more customers than dancers, which will form a wonderful competitive atmosphere. It encourages you to spend a lot of money, the more the better, until you become the king here. Mona Lisa is so beautiful that Rajan can't refuse this opportunity to show his face. He picked up the garland and walked forward. With the cooperation of Mona Lisa, he put the garland around her neck. There were whistles, cheers and applause from the private room. This string of garlands is worth at least hundreds of thousands of rupees. It was a truly grand gesture, worthy of everyone's respect. Rajan raised his hand modestly to greet them. It was a great feeling to be the center of attention. They were not ordinary people, but big shots and elites. This recognition from the high-end social circle was enough to make anyone feel elated. Mona Lisa responded to Rajan's tip with a dance. She took off her outermost sari, revealing her smooth, white back. Amid the cheers of the crowd, she knelt on the stage. Her upper and lower body twisted at different rates, Her navel was the central axis, and her long hair was like a waterfall. The young Indian girl danced with an animal-like primitive tension, which pulled every part of her body on the small stage: her legs, waist and hips, breasts, arms, lips, hair and eyes. Her beauty was wild, and Rajan couldn't stop. Soon he gave away all the garlands on the plate, and the entire VIP room cheered for him. Rajan's shirt was soaked. He was too excited and too excited. "Is the show good tonight?" Ron asked with a smile. "Wow. I've never felt this way in my life." "Really, sir? As a person, the most important thing is to be happy." "That's right. Great." Rajan's eyes were still on the stage. Ron coughed lightly. "Oh, by the way," Rajan came back to his senses, "you said there was a sum of money going to Dubai." "Yes, you know, I have a travel agency under my name." "How much? Do I need special approval?" "This much." Ron gestured with his fingers. 30 million, 300 million. Rajan's eyes paused, and the wild dance could not attract him. "Brother, what are you going to do?" "Sir, TV knows it, of course. Your advertisement has spread all over India. It's so popular that all our stock has been used up in advance, and now we need to import a batch urgently, so this is for overseas transactions." "That's about it." Rajan was not stupid enough to ask why he didn't go through the approval process. Of course, the Indian government would give certain companies the right to use rupees overseas. But there are limits, and the procedures are extremely troublesome, not to mention such a large amount of 300 million rupees. He guessed correctly. Ron was not suitable for this open way. Because it was trade with Dongda, the Indian government was still quite sensitive to its eastern neighbor. Regarding the relationship between the two countries, the atmosphere in India was also quite subtle. In general, no one took the initiative to do business with Dongda. Two big countries with a population of more than 1 billion were neighbors. The trade volume between them was less than $100 million, which was too unusual. Considering public opinion and the sensitive nerves of the third brother, he could only come secretly. "It's a bit troublesome." Rajan frowned. "It's a small matter for you." Ron looked at the stage and glanced at Luca on the side. Soon, Mona Lisa, dressed in cool clothes, came over dancing, and she stood in front of Rajan and continued to dance. Long legs and white arms, vaguely brushed across his back, chest, and neck. Rajan forgot to answer Ron's question for a moment, and he was out of breath. Someone came over to join in the fun and handed Mona Lisa a note. It might be a number or an amount written on it, just for a kiss. Okay. Rajan waved his hand anxiously to stop him. "No problem, sir. No problem, Ms. Mona Lisa likes you very much." Ron laughed. "See, it's actually very easy to deal with a bank president." Ron and Luca smiled at each other tacitly. "Sapphire's more useful than the palace. Here, your weaknesses will be magnified, and a dancer can easily influence your decision. Don't feel sorry for the garlands given as rewards, because as the boss, Luca will take a commission." The garlands were provided by him, and they went back after a circle. And nothing changed. But Rajan's emotional value was satisfied, and everyone was happy. It's settled, 300 million rupees, nearly $10 million. Ron can do a lot of things, such as buying a few more production lines. Seizing the opportunity and expanding the scale is the kingly way. It has been a week since Sir Electric went public, and it's time to take stock of the gains. Well, neck may also come to cause trouble. Chapter 260, Dog Owner. In just 10 days, the 30,000 TV sets that Seoul Electric had prepared in advance were sold out. The hot sales not only attracted news media to report, but even Seoul Electric itself was shocked. Many managers of the company thought that the product would be very popular, but they did not expect it to sell so quickly. A household appliance worth 4,000 rupees is definitely a big item, but it was sold like sugar water, and customers did not even blink an eye. Half of the sales were contributed by Mumbai. As the most developed city in India and also the consumption capital, many shopping malls in Mumbai come directly to Seoul Electric to pick up goods. The TV sets that came off the production line were just packaged and were taken away before entering the warehouse. There was a complete shortage of supply. Many anxious consumers even went to the black market to buy them at a higher price because they could not get the goods. The black market in India sells everything, and the more popular the items are, the more people will trade them. Those vendors lined up at the entrance of the shopping malls overnight, or threatened and lured some small wholesalers in order to get more supplies. The Sir TV, which was originally priced at 3,999 rupees in the mall, was reduced to 6,000 rupees. Will anyone buy it? Of course, 6,000 rupees is much cheaper than the other two local brands. Seeing that the goods in the mall are not available at all, some impatient people will go to the black market to buy them. It is a little expensive, because Sir TV looks high-end and beautiful. In order to create a greater panic buying, those black market merchants also sent people to spread rumors, saying that Sir TV will be out of stock soon, that the factory has problems and will temporarily stop production, and that Sir has been arrested. In short, there are all kinds of gossips, not to mention that these rumors are very effective. Some big dealers can't help but call to inquire about the news. In the end, Ron had to personally stand up and clarify to the media reporters that Sir Electric's production capacity will soon be greatly improved, and there is no need to panic. After the news was reported, the storm finally subsided. Not only the management of Sir Electric, but even Ron himself underestimated the sensation caused by this unprecedented marketing advertisement in history. It first used suspense to guide public opinion, and then slowly fermented into a social hotspot, causing discussions throughout the Indian subcontinent. At the climax, it revealed the answer in the most gorgeous manner. The full name is posters, hot air balloons, and televisions. There has never been such a marketing method in Indian history. It makes everyone who participates in the discussion become an advertising publicity staff, penetrating the entire society without dead ends. But the most important thing is the price of Sir TV, which is worthy of the advertising slogan. Everyone can afford it. What a beautiful vision. Ron did it. He lowered the price of Indian TV to the lowest in history. The media praised him, the people praised him, and even the Minister of Mabank said, Mr. Sir has made outstanding contributions to the development of India's electronics industry. This wave is really a double gain of fame and fortune. 30,000 TV sets. Ron is busy counting money in the office at this time. Has the repayment here in Mumbai been received? Yes, in order to get the goods. They all paid in cash, and settled it all at once, the financial heiress answered. Not bad. How much is the profit? A total of 54 million rupees. 30 million from Mumbai has been credited, and other areas will be settled within the next month. In 10 days, a net profit of 54 million rupees is not bad. Sure enough, it is still this kind of high-end home appliances that make money. How many water air conditioners and electric fans must be sold to make such a profit? There is no comparison at all. What does the workshop say? Ron asked the production supervisor again. Half of the newly ordered 70,000 sets of picture tubes have arrived, and the rest will arrive within this month. Also keep an eye on the progress of the new workshop. We must seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. Yes, production supervisor Anand agreed respectfully. That's right, new factory buildings are rising from the ground in the Sir Park. They are next to the black and white TV production line, and Ron is preparing to create an industrial cluster. Well, Ashish is in charge of this matter. Dongda, when will the 8 production lines we ordered arrive? Boss, we bought too much this time, so it may take some time. But 2 have already been shipped and will be installed this month, and the rest will be delivered gradually within half a year. Ashish has been very busy recently. The new house has been renovated, but he has no time to move in. Ron has a big appetite and wants to buy 8 production lines at one time. Including the 2 existing ones, that's 10 black and white TV production lines. When Dongda received the order from India, he almost smiled crookedly. They are seeking industrial upgrading and preparing to eliminate the backward black and white TV production lines. These junk are difficult to deal with, and the rural market will be saturated. Before they could worry, a big Indian dog owner suddenly appeared, which was great. There are 8 production lines, and several TV factories have set their eyes on this piece of fat meat. Some gave gifts, and some used connections, all wanting to get rid of the junk in their hands as soon as possible. Finally, after coordination with the relevant departments, Sir Electric bought 6 14-inch lines at a unit price of $250,000, and bought another 2 18-inch lines at a unit price of $500,000. Yes, Sir Electric is ready to launch 18-inch TVs. Taking advantage of the booming domestic market in India, it is right to take up more market share as soon as possible. This large purchase cost a total of $2.5 million, a big order. After taking Rajan, president of Industrial Bank, to Sapphire, Ron's 300 million rupees had been successfully shipped out of the country. It took only 3 days for Swiss bank to convert the money into US dollars, which was surprisingly efficient. It has to be said that it is really convenient to use offshore accounts for overseas trade. Ron can spend as much as he wants. There is no review during the entire transaction process. As long as the deal is settled at Dongda, he can pay and ship the goods. This mechanism is equivalent to bypassing the Indian government and circumventing all supervision. It is precisely because of this that Sir Electric can complete the other 8 production lines in such a short time. Otherwise, with the efficiency of the Indian government, it is still unclear whether it can get the procedures in half a year. Find out if they are willing to give us the CRT production line in advance. Ron was already thinking about the complete localization of TV sets. Boss, according to the original agreement, we have to purchase their CRTs for 2 years before we can discuss the technology transfer of the production line. According to the contract, how many sets of CRTs do we have to import in 2 years? Ron tapped the table with his fingers. 200,000 sets. This is the minimum requirement. We have already bought 100,000 sets, and we will fax them the remaining half now and get them all. Huh? Ashish was stunned. Aren't 200,000 sets enough? Ron spread his hands. Talk to them. We want to put the CRT production line in place this year. The supply of core parts is, of course, only reliable if it is in one's own hands. Now Ron can rely on his relationship with the customs to turn a blind eye to the ships coming from Dongda. What will happen in the future, no one can say for sure. The political environment is unpredictable, especially for 2 neighbors. If there's an unexpected problem one day, won't his TV factory have to stop working? How can this be possible? The banknote printing machine production line must not be stopped. According to the current market performance, a business that can earn 100 million rupees a month is enough for Ron to spend a lot of money to maintain. Another benefit of putting the display tube production line in the Sir Park is that it can effectively reduce costs. Purchasing from Dongda for $20 each is indeed cheap. But if it is placed in India, it can be done for only $12 after scale up, a total of about 400 rupees. This can increase the profit of a 14-inch TV to 2,000 rupees, which is too much. Ron has no reason to let it go, not to mention that localization can also save dollars used for trade. Boss, there is also pressure to supply in other states. I suggest building more factories in India, sales manager Dharmendra said. Where is the demand the most? Ron asked. Punjab, Gujarat, West Bengal, and Tamil Nadu are the most urgent. These are all famous and wealthy states in India. They have relatively complete infrastructure, and the literacy rate of the people is also higher than the average. Such places can indeed consider building branch factories. Sir Electric Appliances should also move towards the whole country while taking advantage of the wave of TVs. We should make a plan internally and try to open branch factories in several wealthy states next year. Our park is still under construction. Will the pressure of expansion be too great? Someone expressed concern. Don't worry. With the reputation of Sir Electric, those state governments will welcome us. Ron smiled and didn't care. This is not his boasting, because this unprecedented marketing has really made Sir Electric appear in front of all Indians. After producing televisions, his brand awareness is much greater than when he only sold water air conditioners and electric fans. In the era of relatively scarce entertainment, everyone loves televisions. The meeting in the office is still going on. They are mainly discussing the layout of the workshops in the park. According to the original plan, excluding office buildings, employee communities and other places, the entire Sir Park is expected to build 150 production lines. Black and white TVs occupy 10, and color TVs have just started construction. Both will inevitably be added in the future. If the localization of core parts such as supporting cathode ray tubes is achieved, it is expected that there will be about 50 production lines dedicated to the TV industry. Water-cooled air conditioners and electric fans will also continue to expand. Although this type of electrical appliance is more obviously affected by the seasons, it is also a kind of rigid demand product. Taking all these into account, almost half of the industrial area reserved for the Sir Industrial Park has been used. What about the remaining space? Of course, continue to enrich the product variety. Ron's goal is still to focus on the small household appliance market, preferably cheaper, so that most people can afford it. Before the Indian middle class has not increased significantly, low-cost small household appliances are easier to sell. The products discussed by everyone are varied, ranging from mixers and grinders, coffee machines, microwave ovens, ovens to rice cookers. Before everyone could discuss it, an assistant whispered in Ron's ear that Oda from NEC was here again. Oda is now furious, and he thinks Ron is playing a trick on him. Chapter 261, Threats are ineffective. Mr. Soul, please give me an explanation. NEC colleagues complained to you about a food problem again. Bang. Oda angrily slammed a newspaper in front of Ron. Excuse me, what's going on? Ron glanced at it. A report about Soul's TV. What's the problem? He pretended not to know. TV. Oda pointed at the newspaper and said angrily, you signed a cooperation agreement with NEC, but secretly produced TVs. These are all junk. Ron spread his hands. What? Oda was stunned. You forgot, when we first negotiated, you said that NEC didn't have junk like black and white TVs, so we had to find another way. Yes, Oda did say this. At that time, he used an extremely arrogant tone to severely despise the backward Tokyo University. But you can't. At least you shouldn't. In short, NEC transferred color TV technology to you, but you turned around and used resources on black and white TVs. This is unreasonable. Why? Because we established a joint venture. Black and white TVs will absorb potential color TV users, which is digging into the future market of the joint venture. The contract doesn't say that Sir Electric cannot make its own black and white TVs. At least you should notify NEC first. NEC didn't. You can't help us build a black and white TV production line. Oda was furious. This cunning Indian was deliberately shirking responsibility. He pretended to be stupid, as if he didn't know what the key to the problem was. But Oda couldn't say that he breached the contract, because there was indeed no restrictive agreement between the two parties in this regard. Zaya Orzi was careless after all, and the Koreans were very smart. They were used to being thieves, so they were on guard against others like thieves. When LG contacted Ron, it clearly required Sir Electric not to make its own TV brand within 3 years. When it comes to disgusting people, the Koreans are good at it. But Zaya Orzi is not bad either. Today, Oda came prepared. Your unauthorized production of television sets aside, the color TV production line has been debugged. According to the agreement, what about the remaining balance from NEC? Whether the production line is qualified or not, this needs to be confirmed after acceptance by our technicians. What? Oda looked at him in disbelief. Is there anything strange about this? Sir Electric is the customer. Whether the purchased production line meets the requirements needs our signature confirmation. You know nothing. Oda's face flushed, but he stopped abruptly. He wanted to say that Indians knew nothing about technology. If that was the case, why did they need NEC's technical assistance? Indian factories accept Japanese TV technology? This was simply against the will of heaven. Oda was a Japanese after all, and for the sake of so-called etiquette, he couldn't swear. Okay, then when can we accept it? I'll arrange it now. Ram casually called Ashish in. NEC's production line has been debugged, and we need to find someone to accept it, boss. So soon to accept it? Ashish quietly switched to Hindi, and it hadn't been delayed for a few days. Since they want to, let's just pretend. So you're deliberately looking for problems to delay the progress of the acceptance. Ashish was very smart. Don't go to such trouble. Find an outsider to accept, preferably a semi-illiterate. Ashish was stunned. How can an illiterate person accept? That's their business. When will they explain all the technical issues to the people we send to understand? How can they sign if they don't understand? They have to be responsible. Well, I hope my life won't be driven crazy by all kinds of questions from outsiders. Ashish quietly gave his boss a thumbs up. Great. After he left, Ron turned to look at Oda. The meaning was very clear. You see, I have already arranged the people. Sir, NEC's technology is absolutely fine. We can speed up the progress a little, such as entering the trial production stage, Oda urged. Trial production? Please believe in the professionalism of NEC employees. This production line can be put into use immediately. Okay, what preparations need to be made? Ron actually doesn't care much about NEC's trial production now. If it were in the past, he might be very active. But after the people from Dongda came, Ron had a clear idea in his mind. After the production line was built, it didn't matter whether NEC participated in the future, because Dongda could handle it. Ron even sent an invitation to the other side. After the color TV technicians there came to inspect, he would directly import color tubes from Dongda. Not only was it cheap, but he could also get a brand new color TV production line, which was a net profit. Ron regretted not going directly to Dongda to inspect the market. It was said that half of the color TV production capacity there was vacant. It didn't matter that the technology was not as good as Japanese products. It was cheaper, and the Indian people didn't care about the subtle differences. Oda didn't know what Ron was thinking. He just felt proud at this time. It was finally my turn. All the conditions for trial production are in place. Now we just need color tubes and circuit boards. How are we going to get these two parts? Ron asked cooperatively. Currently, the best color tubes and electronic processes in the world are in Japan. We can provide these two parts to India. What about the procurement cost? Swish, Oda took out the agreement that he had prepared long ago. The price of an 18-inch color tube is $400, and the circuit board is $100 per set. How much? Ron thought he had misheard. If Sir Electric purchases in large quantities, we can give you some discounts. It's not Sir Electric that purchases, it's the Sir-Nek joint venture that purchases, Ron reminded him. Yes, this is a win-win cooperation, Oda said proudly. Do you really think he did nothing during his time in India? No. Oda carefully studied the color TV market in India. Imports from Japan and South Korea are expensive due to tariffs and technical reasons. Usually the price ranges from 25,000 rupees to 30,000 rupees, which is $800-1,000 US dollars, belonging to the first echelon. Local OEM products are relatively cheap, concentrated in the range of 15,000 rupees to 20,000 rupees, a total of $400 to $600 US dollars. Other second-hand goods or black market goods are not mentioned, which have no reference value. Sir-Nek is a joint venture company, and its technology is between local OEM and pure imports. The same is true for Oda's future product positioning for the joint venture, with a price targeting the range of $600 to $800 US dollars. As we all know, the two core parts of a color TV, color tubes and circuit boards account for 60% of the cost. Isn't it reasonable for Nek to make the most money? The price of $500 US dollars is indeed not cheap. But considering the low labor costs in India, the joint venture still has some profit. Ron looked at him like a fool. Is he really a sucker? Mr. Oda, $500 US dollars is 16,000 rupees, which is more expensive than the price of local color TVs. If other costs are taken into account, Sir's color TV must be sold at least 22,000 rupees to make a profit. With the assistance of Nek, the products of the joint venture are not inferior to similar imported goods. Oda is full of confidence. You may have some misunderstandings about the Indian market, Ron frowned. Color TVs are luxury goods in India, not necessities. Users who buy luxury goods will not care about the cheap thousands of rupees, they can just buy original imported products. Mr. Sir, Nek is the expert in the color TV market. Oh, this little Japanese is still arrogant. For the future of the joint venture, I suggest you reconsider the quotation of these two parts. This is already Nek's special preferential price for the Indian market. Oda refused to give in. Then let's do it this way for now. Ron shrugged indifferently. Huh? Oda, who was pretending to be pretentious, almost couldn't hold it in. Mr. Sir, what do you mean? This price is unrealistic for the Indian market. There is no need to discuss it. Please think twice before you act, Mr. Sir. Without the support of Nek, the newly built color TV workshop is no different from scrap metal. Then just treat it as scrap metal. Ron started directly. Oda was shocked. This was a little different from what he thought. Without the core parts provided by Nek, the newly built production line cannot be put into production, and the previous investment of tens of millions of rupees will be wasted. At this time, as the largest investor, shouldn't Sir Electric be anxious? They will definitely let them control it, and finally have to accept the price in the agreement. This set of rules has been proven by countless Japanese counterparts, and it works every time. It is enough for the joint venture to make a few dozen rupees, and the other 99% of the profits should belong to the Japanese side. Whoever controls the technology controls the profits. Oda couldn't understand why our Ron was so indifferent. I think we should wait until the production line passes the acceptance before discussing this issue. Ron didn't care. Then we will talk about it in 2 days. Mr. Sir, please consider it carefully. Oda thought that Ron was playing hard to get, which was just a negotiation trick. Looking at his back, Ron smiled. What about controlling technology and profits? This set of rules doesn't work in India. No matter what you do, don't even think about taking a penny. Alice, I should have found a way to fool the previous 600,000 US dollars deposit, but I lost it. Ron had no time to play witty words with Oda. He was busy all September with a newly expanded black and white TV plant. Each of the new workshops in the park can accommodate 2 production lines. After the new plant was built, the production lines shipped from Dongda were immediately pulled in and installed. The 2 countries are very close, and it only takes more than 10 days to arrive by sea. After the debugging experience, the second batch of production lines was put into production even faster. By the beginning of October, the production capacity of Sir TV had doubled, which was simply an Indian miracle. At the same time, in order to welcome the remaining 6 production lines, the construction of the Sir Park was tilted towards the new plant. It is expected that in another 4 months, that is, in February or March 1995, all 10 production lines will be put into operation. Under the leadership of Dongda people, the efficiency of Sir Electric workers has improved a lot. In just 1.5 months, Sir TVs have shipped 50,000 units. If nothing unexpected happens, this production capacity will reach 80,000 units in October. The performance of Sir TV in the market naturally attracted a lot of attention. For example, its 2 local competitors, Oneida and Videocon, wondered how they could just sit back and watch the rise of Sir TV. Chapter 262 Conspiracy. Gopal Dutt has been in a bad mood recently. Another safety accident occurred in the factory in Aurangabad, in front of the Japanese who came to inspect. Videocon is negotiating further cooperation with Toshiba. The ambitious Dutt wants to introduce Toshiba's full set of production lines, including all processes such as picture tubes, circuit boards, and assembly lines. His company was established 8 or 9 years ago. At first, it made electronic resonators, a part of radios. After the factory gradually expanded, it began to make its own brand of radios. That was the first time Dutt tasted the sweetness of terminal profits of electronic consumer products. His ambition became bigger and he began to target the promising electrical appliance market. He went to Japan to discuss technology introduction and persuade the other party to invest in India. But Japanese manufacturers did not trust the Indian government, and they were even more skeptical about whether Indians could master real technology. At that time, India's policy was still continuing the policy of the Hindu era, import substitution and state-owned capital. The previous experience of Coca-Cola made most technology companies extremely cautious about the Indian market. There was no way, Dutt could only settle for the second best and produce Toshiba's OEM TVs. Most of the parts are imported, and Videocon can only decide on the unimportant parts such as the shell and knobs. This abnormal production method will inevitably lead to Toshiba having a great say in the entire market cycle. The profit that Videocon can make from each TV set produced is pitifully small, only a few dozen rupees at the beginning, and it has only exceeded 300 rupees in the past 2 years after the localization ratio has increased. However, Dutt is still not satisfied. He wants to control every link of the TV production in his own hands. Dutt was very jealous of the limelight when Sir Electric signed a contract with NEC last year. At that time, the media were saying that this was a complete set of technology introduction, and Sir Electric would soon have the ability to independently produce TV sets. As a supporting industrial park, Sir Park is responsible for revitalizing Mumbai's industry. Dutt was jealous of those halos. So inspired by Sir Electric, Dutt prepared to go the road of technology introduction again. It just so happens that the time is right now, and the Indian government has greatly relaxed the review conditions for the introduction of foreign investment. With his hard work for Toshiba in the past few years, Dutt is confident that Videocon can get a contract to import a full set of production lines. He plans to achieve the goal of 100% localization of Videocon TV sets next year, and the annual output will not be less than 100,000 sets. Dutt is ambitious and invited Toshiba people to visit the Aurangabad factory. The result is as mentioned above, a complete embarrassment. The magical Indian brother always shows his imagination at the critical moment. A worker connected the power supply of the TV set in reverse during assembly. When testing the subsequent process, it exploded as soon as it was connected to the power. The wooden shell of the TV set was ignited, and the panicked workers poured a basin of water on it to put out the fire. Then the factory's circuits kept crackling like firecrackers, and finally the transformer was directly scrapped in a puff of green smoke. Toshiba people witnessed the accident throughout the process. Dutt explained that it was an accident while scolding the workers, and finally fired 60 employees on the entire production line on the spot. Things were not going well. Toshiba's people have not given Dutt a clear reply since they returned. There was more bad news. Sir Electric, a rising star, suddenly announced in the newspaper that its 14-inch black and white TV sales exceeded 50,000 units, and it would launch an 18-inch large-screen black and white TV in 2 months. Damn, 50,000 units. When Dutt saw this news, his face turned sour. His big ambition and big plan was just to increase the production of TVs to 100,000 units next year. Now he turned around and found that others had completed half of it in less than 2 months. What a joke. Videocon does have a variety of TV models, including color TVs of several sizes. But this is nothing compared to the huge sales of 200,000 or 300,000 units. At the current expansion rate, Sir will dominate the Indian TV market in less than 2 years. The most important thing is that the other party is actively expanding its product models, and these measures will further accelerate their pace of eroding the market. But Dutt has no confidence in beating the other party, because Sir's TV is too good. The advertisement that made a sensation in the city 2 months ago was still fresh in his mind. As a colleague, how could Dutt not pay attention to it? Almost immediately, he asked the company's people to buy a Sir TV. As soon as he opened the box, Dutt knew that Videocon had no chance to compete. Whether it was workmanship, quality, or price, their TVs were all defeated. It was precisely because of this that he accelerated the progress of cooperation with Toshiba. Dutt had already inquired that the core components of Sir TV were also imported, not the full set of technology introduced as reported in the newspaper. He was very curious about how the other party could get such a low price. Could it be that those cunning Japanese were merciful? Dutt was more inclined to believe that Sir Electric was fighting a price war and grabbing the market first with a very low price. Wait until the competitors are down, and then slowly reap the benefits. To put it bluntly, it is to burn money to cultivate the market first. In the face of low prices, OEMs such as Oneida and Videocon have no advantage. Dutt didn't care at first, and even treated Sir Electric's troubles with a funny attitude. Without a complete grasp of production costs, engaging in a price war is courting death. If the price of imported core parts fluctuates slightly, Sir Electric may not be able to survive. But the good news of Sir Electric broke Dutt's fantasy. Money is not burned like this. How many rupees do you have to throw in for 50,000 units? Dutt's determination to introduce Toshiba's full set of technology is even stronger. Only by mastering all the core links can Videocon be qualified to participate in this competition. However, there is a prerequisite, that is, Sir Electric cannot be allowed to continue to expand. Videocon needs time. The cooperation with Toshiba, in the most optimistic case, can only be implemented next year to produce core parts. Thinking of this, Dutt picked up the phone and dialed a number. How are you doing recently, Chandani? Dutt, don't be surprised. Although Oneida and Videocon are competitors, this does not hinder our friendship. Well, what do you want? Chandani is the boss of Oneida. Have you read that report? I mean Sir TV, your Chandani remain calm. This is a tough opponent, and it's coming with great momentum. What do you want to say? I mean we can't just sit there and wait for death. No one can make 4,000 rupees, no one can do that in this market. What do you suggest? Chandani was not in a hurry. Because Oneida has reached a cooperation agreement with Japan's JVC, they will also introduce the other party's full set of production lines. Even the independent production that Dutt dreamed of, Chandani has been one step ahead behind the scenes, and even the cargo ship from Japan to India has set sail. In 3 months at most, Oneida will set up its own production line, and by then Chandani is confident that the current production cost can be reduced by more than 30%. Oneida can afford to wait for a few months. Its market share is already larger than Videocon, and it occupies the high-end market. Yes, Oneida is about to introduce a color TV production line, and black and white TVs do not account for a high proportion of the company's profits. Sir TV seems to be coming with great momentum, but in fact it has limited impact on Oneida. Their products are rich and diverse, including TVs, washing machines, air conditioners, and everything else. Dutt was a little dissatisfied with Chandani's perfunctory attitude, but he still patiently persuaded him. Seoul's products are too cheap and they are developing too fast. Sooner or later they will enter the high-end market, I know, so what do you want to say? We can't let them go too smoothly. We'd better meet and then talk slowly. Okay, Chandani agreed. How about Sapphire? It's nice there, you'll like it. Oh, Chandani raised his eyebrows. I've heard of it. Then it's settled. See you tonight. Dutt hung up the phone. Mumbai is a hot city. No matter what class you are in, You can't do without the company of joy. There is never a lack of big people visiting places like bars, dance halls, and nightclubs. People are used to making deals in a few words under the lights and wine. The carnival and restless atmosphere help to bring the two sides closer. Sapphire has now become the most popular entertainment venue in South Mumbai. The quality of the dancers there is surprisingly high, and almost no Indian man can resist it. But Sapphire doesn't pimp. Whether the dancers are willing to accompany customers out depends entirely on their own wishes. Therefore, many big men, in order to have a kiss with a dancer, would not hesitate to use all kinds of flattering means, just to win the favor of a certain dancer. It is the opposite of the palace. One provides the ultimate service, and the other makes customers revolve around the girls. Each has its own emotional value. It all depends on which one you like. Dutt is already in his 40s, and he has visited Mumbai's red light district countless times. The girls in Andhra Pradesh are gentle and lovely. The girls from the Bears are unexpectedly considerate, and the call girls from the Gulf countries are not bad. And those short girls, where are they from? Yes, the Philippines. The call girls in the Philippines are the best, and they will agree to any request. Unlike in Saudi Arabia, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to find a girl. Black girls can also take care of people. You have to be very gentlemanly and very gentlemanly to be with them, at least for 3 or 4 months. And then they will be at your disposal. There are 8 million call girls in Mumbai, of all nationalities and skin colors. Migrant workers, rickshaw drivers, young people who want to enter Bollywood, advertising models, and sailors from all over the world come to Mumbai to seek excitement and tenderness, and they don't mind venting their desires in any hidden corner. They do it in train compartments, stations, the back of taxis, parks, and even public toilets. The rocks by the sea are the most popular places. On Carter Avenue or Bay Avenue, you can often see groups of men and women entangled in pairs. They lean their backs against the rocks and face the sea. The millions of passers-by behind them don't prevent them from being intimate because people can't see their front faces, not to mention that the couples on both sides are busy caressing and have no time to pay attention to other things. The stranger the person, the more it can arouse sexual desire. Look, there's a woman hanging clothes on the balcony. She has just taken a shower and her long wet hair is draped over her shoulders. Look, there are a group of female students outside the church school. They are wearing short skirts and revealing a part of their calves. Mumbai is a big bedroom. After experiencing countless romantic encounters, Dutt summed up this truth. However, decades of experience in tasting tea has made Dutt's taste very picky. He was tired of the gentle call girls who were at his mercy, and was extremely obsessed with those dancers with a bit of temper. There was nothing to say about the girls in Sapphire, not only beautiful, but also educated. Many of them were foreigners, and it was prestigious to take them out. Dutt had recently fallen in love with one of them. He couldn't wait and even chose to talk business there. As soon as the sun set, Dutt came to Haynes Road early, where the well-dressed social elites were everywhere. Look, no matter which class, there is a strong demand for desire. He went in first, and Chandani came about half an hour later. Chapter 263 Firefly Project. Mona Lisa recently met an annoying guy, who was in his 40s, bald, liked to wear designer clothes, and often looked around with lustful eyes, but pretended to be a gentleman. This kind of person can be seen at a glance as a senior executive or boss of a company. They are proud of their status and disdain to use vulgar routines. However, dancers are good at dealing with such people. They are experienced and good at playing with people's hearts. For example, these social elites would chat up the dancers before leaving Sapphire and ask her if she was free after get off work. She smiled and asked him to come back tomorrow. He went to Sapphire again the next night and sat there staring at her. She also remembered him and smiled at him occasionally. He asked the waiter to tip her and spent a lot of money on her. She seemed to dance harder and twisted her waist in his direction. He stayed until Sapphire closed and asked for her phone number. She refused and asked him to come back the next day, saying that she would wait for him. So he went to Sapphire every day and the tips became more and more. Finally one day, when he had almost lost hope, she quickly slipped a note into his hand. On it was written the name of the woman he had longed for, as well as her phone number. See, with just a few tricks, you can coax those wealthy bosses around. The dancers are not without their favorites, and those rich young men in their 20s and 30s are often very popular. They are handsome, young, friendly, and rich, and no girl doesn't like them. But they can't make this feeling public, and can't show that they are only loyal to a certain customer. Those who come to Sapphire are all well-known figures, and you have to satisfy their self-esteem. But you can't be too intimate, otherwise he will take it for granted that she is mine, and he will no longer cherish her. Mona Lisa quickly mastered the key to survival at Sapphire, which is to make customers fall in love with her and believe that she has the same feelings. When she sees a man spending money at Sapphire for the first time, she will give him her full attention and show him the most charming smile. Mona Lisa's smile has a power that can make you feel that you have not been so vulgar and unbearable by life. This trick works very well, and the annoying guy will fall at her feet. Once that person becomes her regular customer, Mona Lisa will talk to him every day and slowly lead him to tell her his secrets. Sometimes Mona Lisa will also throw a little tantrum and ask him to do this and that for her, like a spoiled child. She even asked the guy not to whisper to anyone except her. Mona Lisa will take care of her guests like a wife takes care of her husband, constantly sending them signals, "I belong to you only, I belong to you only, I belong to you only." It is very strange that those big figures who are good at calculating will be like being blinded at this time and immersed in this game of mutual consent. They will automatically make up their minds that Mona Lisa loves him too much, so much that they will be jealous even when he talks to other women. When it comes to playing with people's hearts, dancers are no worse than politicians. They know very well what to do to make them excited and what to say to make them soft-hearted. For example, now Mona Lisa just said in front of Dut that she was rude to a guy last week, and he vowed to teach him a lesson. No matter how powerful and indestructible a man is outside, he will definitely be powerless when facing a helpless girl. This method is especially effective for businessmen like Dut, who are usually older, accustomed to commanding others, and powerful in Mumbai. They can't refuse Mona Lisa's request for help. "That kid can't escape, don't worry. But I have something to do today, I have to meet a friend first." Dut sat on the sofa and patted his chest and said, "Brother, which friend are you going to meet today?" Mona Lisa leaned against him. "A rival in the same industry." "Rival, yes, but not to quarrel, but to discuss cooperation. He will be here soon, and he must give me face." Dut smiled proudly. "Wow, brother, you are so capable," I said. "I am very powerful in Mumbai, and he's here." Chandani is about the same age as Dut, wearing glasses, and looks more gentle. "Chandani, come and sit." Dut waved at him. "This place is nice and lively. This is Mona Lisa, the brightest sapphire." "Hello." Chandani looked at her secretly, somewhat amazed by the charming smile Mona Lisa showed. "I told you, this place is definitely worth a visit." Dut put his arm behind Mona Lisa's chair to declare his sovereignty. "I heard it was opened by a Brazilian." Chandani smiled. "Yar, that's why they can find so many beautiful foreign girls. They really dance well, hotter than Indian girls." They sat in the booths of the VIP room, with a table in front of them and a small circular partition behind them. Each booth maintained a certain distance, privacy was guaranteed, and there was no need to worry about the conversation being overheard by others. "Do you want me to help you find a girl?" Dut raised his eyebrows at him. "Let's talk about business first, and we'll find fun later." Chandani waved his hand. "Okay, the matter of Sir's TV is indeed more important. Should we find a quieter place?" Chandani looked at Mona Lisa on the other side of the sofa. "She's just a little girl who knows nothing." Dut laughed. "Don't bother with her." "No, big brother, you guys chat. I'll go make you a few drinks." Mona Lisa got up and left obediently. She was observant and had a very high emotional intelligence. Although the name so made her heart jump, she resisted the urge to stay. She knew the principle of playing hard to get, as long as it was a little later. When she was alone with Dut, she had countless ways to get the secret out of his mouth. Dut had also long regarded Mona Lisa as a confidant. He treated her as his own family and trusted her unconditionally. Dut turned his side back when Mona Lisa's back disappeared. "Anyway, we can't let them expand any further. This month is 50,000 units, who knows how many next month it will be." He spread his hands. "It seems that they have no plans to make color TVs for the time being." "Chandani, your idea is very dangerous." Dut was a little unhappy. "Expansion is the instinct of capital. You and I started from scratch and slowly got to where we are today. What are you going to do? That guy has a strong backer. Ordinary means are useless, let alone violence. We can only use special business methods." Dut is also a Brahmin, and a local Brahmin in Mabon. His family is powerful in Mumbai. If Sir Electric was just a small company with no background and Ron had no connections, Dutt would have taken action long ago. He has countless ways to destroy Sir Electric, including but not limited to bribing officials and directly shutting down Sir's factory. He can also hire thugs or gangsters to directly kidnap the other party's boss. Although these methods are rough, they work. Business wars in India have always been so simple and unpretentious. The weak cannot survive in Mumbai. Those who can become big are either thugs or prominent families with prominent connections. Of course Dutt and his team investigated Ron. No, there was no need to investigate, as the newspapers had already written about him countless times. Everyone knows the famous Dr. Sir. He is a good man. Well, such people are usually easier to bully. If it was before, even if Dutt did not use violence, he would have used despicable means to squeeze him out. However, since the fire in the palace, the attitude of many people in Mumbai towards that Sir has changed subtly. There are rumors that the fall of the palace has a lot to do with Sir, but most people do not believe it. Dr. Sir is a good man. How can this be linked to him? The palace was clearly destroyed by an accidental fire. Well, this is the official report. But some powerful people are very secretive when talking about this matter. They are unwilling to say more, and they are not stupid enough to clarify anything. Others do not know the truth, but they also feel something vaguely. In short, Dr. Sir can no longer be regarded as a harmless good man. Dutt is also not clear about the details of the palace incident, but he knows how to read people's expressions. That Sir must be difficult to deal with. With a chief minister standing at the same time, the Sir part is even more difficult for ordinary people to deal with. In this case, let's use commercial means to solve the problem. Normal commercial competition, others can't say anything. The market will not favor you just because you are a good person. As long as you do things within the rules, everyone will accept the result. Now if we want to curb the sales of Sir TV sets, we can only think of ways from public opinion. This is the result of Dutt's careful consideration. Public opinion, Chandni was a little surprised. Yes, their advertisements are very successful, this is a fact. But it is precisely because it is well known that any stain will be magnified. Dutt, Chandni raised his eyebrows. To be honest, you surprise me. The masses are blindly obedient. They are happy to create gods and are also keen to destroy gods. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down, which is the mentality. Sir TV sets are not household names, but at least they are famous in South India. If a product scandal is exposed at this time, I believe those reporters who hold magnifying glasses all day will be very happy. What do you think of the angle of safety hazards? Dutt said proudly. Tell me more about it. Chandni's eyes lit up. Just make up a name, such as electromagnetic hypersensitivity. Watching Sir TV for a long time will cause fatal complications. Or the radiation of Sir TV exceeds the standard and there is a chance of cancer. Will it work? Chandni was a little skeptical. Brother, how many smart people do you think we have in our country? Most of them are illiterate, and the rest are half-baked. They don't understand these things at all, and they don't need to understand them. As long as someone takes the lead, the rumors will soon ferment on their own. We are just a small boost. Of course, this is not the real killer. There's more. Chandni was really shocked. This guy used to look smiling, but he didn't expect so many bad things in his belly. Chandni was even a little glad that Oneida and Viakan were also competitors, and he didn't use these methods on himself. The real killer is to make the Sir TV explode, preferably in public. The picture tube, the screen, the power supply, these places are easy to tamper with. How to control it specifically? Simple, just buy a few and modify them. It sounds feasible. I call it the Firefly Project. Dutt chuckled. Well, this inspiration came from the safety accident at the Viakan factory. The worker connected the power supply in reverse and the TV exploded. What a good inspiration. It was his own factory that exploded, but he could blame it on others. He has already begun to imagine the scene of the Sir TV being condemned by thousands of people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 full of loopholes. Project Firefly? This guy is pretty bad. Ron raised his eyebrows while holding the phone. Yeah, he plans to add some stuff to your TV and create a sensational effect. Simple and crude. Maybe the effect is good. Ron chuckled. Very insidious, right? But in Sapphire, they have no secrets. Thank you, Luca, for sending a wreath to Mona Lisa for me. Oh. She will thank you next time she comes. Luca laughed strangely. No thanks, I can't handle it myself. You have to try new tricks, buddy. Anyway, I will help you keep an eye on Sapphire. You be careful. I'll buy you a drink another day. Ron hung up the phone. Tisk, aren't the competitors too fast? Sir TV has only been on the market for 2 months. The water air conditioner was copied half a year later. The efficiency of the three brothers has improved significantly. But to be honest, that dude from Videocon is really a talent. Ron suspects that his ancestors have squid blood and are from the same lineage. One beat machine is stuffed with explosives, and the other is stuffed with materials and a TV. The methods are surprisingly similar. After all, this is my great India, and even business wars are so plain and simple. Hey, I'll stuff some gunpowder in your TV. Did it expect it? What about snatching official seals, pouring water on money trees, climbing over the wall to secretly photograph peers' products, and giving opponents bad reviews? It's too low. India is playing with explosives directly, without some sparks and lightning, which is not worthy of India's imagination. Ron even thinks that they are conservative, and hiring gunmen to kill peers is in line with the national conditions of India. However, this move is still interesting, knowing how to start with public opinion. If they really succeed, regardless of the outcome, Sir Electric appliances will inevitably be affected. It's a pity that the plan is perfect, but the process is full of loopholes. Ron heard everything that Dud and his team conspired last night this morning without missing a word. According to Luca, they will find someone to modify a batch of Sir TVs, and then pretend to be sales staff to demonstrate in public areas such as shopping malls. There is a large flow of people there, which can easily attract onlookers. When the time is right, they will detonate the problematic TV. It doesn't need to be very powerful, as long as it burns. In order to cooperate with this drama, they will even find reporters to interview on the spot. Just imagine it, in full view of the public, the brand new Sir TV suddenly exploded, and there happened to be reporters on the scene to witness everything. It's perfect, just thinking about it will make people excited and unable to sleep. They even divided the work for this drama. Videocon is responsible for implementation, and Oneida will take over the subsequent public opinion attack. Damn, their own Sir Electric appliances are so scared that they have to join forces to deal with it. India has a population of 1 billion, and according to market rules, it can accommodate at least 4 or 5 giants. It's just the beginning now. In the incremental market, is it necessary for everyone to fight to the death? Ron picked up the report on the table. Well, Sir TV sold 80,000 units in October, and the production capacity is still insufficient. Well, this popularity is indeed a bit eye-catching. Ron doesn't know how big the market size of 14-inch black and white TVs is. But what is certain is that the sales of similar products of the other two companies are dismal. Many customers who didn't buy the product would rather wait than pay twice as much to be cheated. It's as simple as that. And the longer the time is, the better it is for Sir Electric. Now there are 4 production lines running at full capacity, the 5th and 6th are being debugged intensively, and the other 2 18-inch lines are also being laid out. In just half a year, Sir Electric's production capacity can be doubled again. With such a terrifying expansion capacity, there is really not much time left for the other two payers. They are afraid and terrified, so they are desperate. Ron said that he came at the right time, and simply taught these two birds with a grudge a lesson. Whether it is a simple business war or a high-end business war, he will not refuse anyone. Picking up the receiver, Ron immediately called AG. He already knew in advance which mall Duder and his team were going to make trouble in. In this case, he would never give them a chance to make a move. Ron didn't think of doing anything fancy. The public opinion war is very uncertain and it is easy to backfire. It is easiest to put out the flame directly. I have the advantage, so I won't panic. Duh was drunk last night, and Mona Lisa, the little devil, coaxed him into not knowing which way was which with just a few words. He spent a lot of money on rewards, but there was still no substantial progress. So the first thing he did when he woke up was to call her number. After waiting for a while, no one answered. Dud continued to dial, and the more no one answered, the more he kept dialing. What was Mona Lisa doing? Was there someone else there? Did she still belong to him? Dud was upset and had the urge to drive directly to Sapphire. Hello, a sleepy voice said vaguely. Mona Lisa, why are you answering the phone now? Dut asked bluntly. It's all your fault, you are so awesome. I was drunk last night. Oh, then you have to rest well. So they started talking on the phone, and in this huge and desolate city, she became the object of his heart. She listened to his disagreements with his wife and frictions with his parents. She understood that sometimes his work was not going well, and she was worried that he didn't eat well. Have you had lunch? Mona Lisa asked. I ate. What did you eat? I drank some milk and a few slices of bread. Can that be called lunch? You are so careless and don't take care of yourself. Then I'll go over and you can cook for me, okay? Dut was a little itchy. Not today. I'm not feeling well. Let's do it another day. I'll cook for you another day. I don't know why, but I always feel that we are very compatible. No one understands me like you do. Will you come to Sapphire tonight? I'll wait for you. Come on, don't worry. I'll come to you after I finish my work in the afternoon, Dut replied with a pouty mouth. He has been talking to her every day recently and going to Sapphire every night. He looked at her on the stage and felt a special intimacy. There are so many people in Sapphire, there are so many people in this city, but she is the only one who knows his secrets and cares whether he has eaten well. He sat at the table, and the tip for her was piled on the table. He took a puff of cigarette and a sip of wine from time to time, and otherwise watched her performance intently. Watching her swing her hips to the music that cost 500 rupees a song. He kept handing the waiter 500 rupees, and she kept dancing for him. He imagined her lying beside him and whispering to him, and recalled that this afternoon she said that in order not to miss his call, she hurried out of the shower and didn't even have time to put on her clothes. Oh, no, there is still business to do. Dut came back to his senses reluctantly. His Firefly project has not yet been implemented, and this matter must be done by professionals, so Dut is not stupid enough to do it himself. High-end business wars are all planned behind the scenes. Dut claims to be a smart man, he just uses his brain. It would be best if Videocon people don't show up, so that he can get himself clean. When it comes to doing this kind of thing, the gangs are the best. Whether it's installing gunpowder or the name of Sir Electric, ordinary people would probably run away in fear. Only those bold gangs don't care about the halo of celebrities. Well, it's best to be the Dawood gang. They are the tax bureau of Mumbai, and dare to collect protection money from anyone. After a brief thought, Dut had a candidate, and he got up and went out. Malpudhan is known as the Little Baba Sheep District. Hindus are almost extinct here, and this place has become a world of herders. Dut, as a Brahmin, would never come here normally. But today is special, he wants to meet a gang leader. The closer the car gets to the destination, the more diverse the street scene becomes, like a pattern reflected from a colorful kaleidoscope. A billboard stands beside the overpass leading to the Churchgate railway station, with the contact information of anesthesiologist Dr. Raja printed on it. On both sides of the main road are small clinics specializing in treating injuries and sprains. Next to the clinic is a small hotel. Next to the hotel is a pharmacy. A storefront further ahead is rented to a stall that grills lamb kebabs with cold briquettes. Next to the stall is a public telephone booth. There are countless small workshops along the street, making and selling various welding torches, belt buckles, textile machine parts, and thousands of trivial but necessary items to keep Mumbai's economy running. It is said to be a main road, but it is squeezed into a narrow strip by the Bihar slums that have been constantly breaking down the walls and opening shops on both sides. The back alleys of the slums are densely populated with temples, with an average of one in each alley. Dut found a billboard that read knock on call service. He entered the store and came to the outer office, which was stuffy and hot. This place was introduced to Dut by a friend, and that friend happened to know Kamal, the finance minister of the Dawood gang. He holds financial power, and gangsters and their families rely on Kamal for funding, especially after they are killed or arrested. Therefore, the top figures on the wanted list also have to respect Kamal as big brother. The knock-on service in front of him is a company responsible for suburban logistics, and it is also the most upright business of Kamal. The company's introduction reads, knock-on service, you knock and I answer. Before you drag your tired body home from get off work, just make a phone call and your ordered meal will be delivered to your table from the designated restaurant by us. Just one phone call and we will deliver your TV to your home from our repair shop, ensuring you can watch your favorite show after dinner. And your suit for the next day will be dry cleaned and ironed before we deliver it to your home. In addition, the call service also provides emergency assistance. Here is another line of introduction, debts are piling up. Don't worry. Call Service sincerely launches professionally trained debt collectors to ensure that you can recover your money quickly. Now accepting reservations from individuals, banks and corporate apartments. Well, this is the most legally testable business of the Dawood gang. Of course, the company is registered by someone else, which is a cover, but it is the Dawood gang that is running it. Soon Kamal came down from upstairs. He had a slightly cunning face, well-dressed, and very fluent in English. He not only had a bachelor's degree, but also had an innate business talent. He managed many white street businesses for the Dawood gang, and directly participated in all the activities of the underworld. He was famous and respected in the underworld. Many herdsmen in Madadpur used to be small minions who served tea and water to Kamal. Without his permission, they dared not sit down. As long as he was in the room, they had to stand all the time. It was Dutt's first time meeting Kamal, and he was a little nervous. He didn't know whether to do the namaste or the salutation. Did Girish introduce you? Kamal went straight to the point. Yes, we are good friends. Dutt shook his head. What do you want to send? Hemp, guns, dark chocolate, or people? No, just a few packs of explosives. Dutt kept wiping his sweat. Huh? Kamal was surprised. Chapter 265 One-Way Transparency. Explosives? Kamal looked at the fat-headed, bald businessman again. Where are you going to blow up? He asked. Blow up the TV. What, TV? I mean to make it explode with small sparks, Dutt explained carefully. I really haven't taken on this kind of business. Kamal became interested. Tell me in detail. Dutt told his plan again. He knew that this could only be done by the gangsters, and no one else was suitable. Are you talking about the Sir TV? Kamal confirmed again. Yes, I have disassembled that TV, and there is enough space to put the gunpowder. The Sir electric TV, yes, the one that everyone can afford. Wrong, sir. Kamal's face turned strange. What's wrong? Dutt finally realized that something was wrong. Sorry, we won't do this business. Why? Dutt asked subconsciously. The Dawood gang doesn't need a reason to do any business. Kamal looked at him. I mean I can add money, brother, you might as well ask someone else. Kamal sent him away directly. Two big men walked up with their arms folded, staring at Dutt. Under the gaze, he could only leave the call center in disgrace. Watching his back as he left, Kamal smiled and then picked up the phone. Dutt got back into the car, panting and wiping his sweat, with a puzzled expression. He couldn't understand why the Dawood gang didn't take on such an easy business. It wasn't like they were kidnapping for ransom, let alone shooting from behind, so how difficult was it? They were still known as the largest gang in Mumbai? Dutt wanted to spit. It didn't matter, in this city, money could do anything. There were slums nearby, and those poor people would do anything for rupees. But this time Dutt didn't plan to look for herdsmen, he still felt that Hindus were more reliable. Sure enough, the men he sent out found the candidates in just a few hours. They were employees of a firecracker factory, they dealt with gunpowder every day, and were familiar with this kind of work. Dutt gave them a few hundred rupees each, including modifying the TV and acting as a salesperson, all in one go. This group of Biharis were all illiterate. When they heard that there was a few hundred rupees in reward, they even stopped going to work. Very good, Dutt needed such a reckless man. After running around for a long time, he finally had time to sit in Sapphire. Dutt wanted to be alone with Mona Lisa after Sapphire closed, and he wanted to every day. As soon as he sat down, Mona Lisa took the opportunity to rest and came over. Let's go to Kandala for a vacation this weekend, he couldn't wait to suggest. Kandala is a mountainous area west of Mumbai with beautiful scenery. It is famous for watching sunsets and waterfalls. Perhaps he was going to do something big. Dutt's adrenaline was soaring at this moment. No, I like you, but I'm not that kind of girl. I'm different from the others on the stage. How about next week? Let's taste the fruits of victory together. What good news? You don't know how anxiously I waited for you just now. Mona Lisa sounded like she was about to cry. You said you would come in the afternoon, but you didn't see you until dark. I was so worried. Oh, I just went to meet a big guy. Dutt showed off. No matter how big it is it bigger than you? Mona Lisa said in a soft voice. Dutt laughed, but still whispered a few words in her ear. That's too dangerous. Don't do this again, you hear? If you can't come tonight, you must call me in advance, otherwise I will stare at the door of Sapphire all night, hoping that you will walk in the next second. My dance partners noticed it, and they laughed at me. Oh, Where's your little lion cub? Okay, I'll listen to you. Dut was so happy that his mouth slipped. Mona Lisa flattered him, and under her guidance, Dut almost shook off everything that happened in the afternoon. She had become the goddess of his dreams, and he felt that the way she looked at him in Sapphire was different from the way she looked at others. She performed for others just to make money, but when she turned to him and came to his table, it was obvious that she was dancing for him sincerely. Dut wanted to tell her those exciting stories, and the process often exaggerated to show that he was as powerful as possible. He needed her recognition, and her focused eyes were the best compliment. He was looking forward to it, looking forward to her being naked one day. This process should be savored slowly, just like savoring the fruits of victory that are about to come. Como? Okay, I got it. Ron hung up the phone with a smile. It was Luca who called again. What Dut said at Sapphire the night before would be reported to him the next morning. The enemy was completely transparent to him, and there were no secrets at all. What Videocon was going to cause trouble, who it had invited, and what subsequent tricks were all clearly stated. It was like our radar had already detected the enemy's deployment, but the other side knew nothing about it and continued to make small moves in private. The feeling of being able to see through everything was not bad, and Ron liked it. In fact, it was not just Sapphire. He also received a call from the Dowd gang yesterday afternoon. What they did was not kidnapping or extortion, nor was it a threat or warning, but a tip-off. Yes, Ron knew everything about Dut's call for service 10 minutes later. Kamal hung up the phone after talking about this, without hinting at any benefits or favors. Ron knew what he meant. The previous conflicts were misunderstandings, and everyone could live in harmony. Look, today's incident is proof that the Dowd gang will help you at a critical moment. Well, it's so magical. Bars and street gangs have become Ron's spies. Alice, this business war is so boring. How can Feelong lose? Ron wanted to call Mary. Urco shopping mall is near their apartment. But before he could dial, that Zaya Ocean came again. Mr. Sir, are you ready to give up cooperation with NEC? Why do you say that? Ron pretended to be surprised. 2 months have passed, and the production line that has been debugged has no signs of starting work. Oh, our people are rushing to accept it. That guy is a complete idiot. Zaya Ocean couldn't hold it anymore. It would be fine if he didn't mention this matter. As soon as he talked about acceptance, his emotions went out of control. NEC employees conscientiously explained all the details of the production line, and the genius inspector also smiled and shook his head throughout the whole process. After the end, the NEC people asked him if he had any questions, but he actually pointed to the English on the acceptance form and asked how to read it. Your people don't know anything. It's a complete waste of time, but we are studying hard. It is precisely because of our backwardness that India needs Japan's advanced technology. Sir, let's talk straight. Oda was too lazy to waste any more time. Can the joint venture continue to operate? Of course. What are the conditions? The import price of core components is too high and unreasonable, so the unit price of color tubes is reduced to $120, and the circuit board is $25. Impossible. Oda jumped up immediately. This price can't even offset our processing costs. The unit price that Ron quoted was almost 2/3 lower than NEC's last quotation. This is not a way to bargain. It's more ruthless than cutting in half. Oda, NEC's offer is not sincere. $400 is more than 3 times higher than the international market price, which is obviously against the market rules. We set the price based on the Indian market, and it is very reasonable compared to the same type of imported color TVs. In addition, your country's tariffs are the fundamental reason. We will deal with the tariffs, but don't forget that we are a joint venture company. Localized products and imported goods are two completely different concepts. Anyway, this price is too low. The unit price of imported color tubes from the international market is about $140, and $120 really cuts into NEC's main artery. Finally, after several rounds of negotiations, the two sides reluctantly reached a consensus. The unit price of color tubes was reduced to $150, and the circuit board was $30. It was slightly higher than the international price, but it was still cut by more than half compared to the last time. Oda finally accepted it. He had no choice but to accept it. News came from Japan that JVC and India's Oneida reached an agreement to export a full set of production lines including color tubes. Toshiba's people are also negotiating with Videocon and may sign a contract soon. With two competitors entering the market one after another, NEC is of course anxious. If they keep dragging their feet like this, Neck won't even get a share of the profits. Unfortunately, the $400 super high profit was not obtained. Oda didn't expect that Ron would just keep on wasting time since the last negotiation, and he wasn't in a hurry at all. As the main investor who contributed money and effort, they actually gave up. Seeing that there will be more and more competitors in the Indian market, Oda can only take the initiative to join in. Well, $150 is not a profit, but it's just a little less. Sir, since we have already reached an agreement, what about the final payment for the equipment? Oh, the production line of the joint venture is about to start, and we have to spend money everywhere. Wait a little longer, in that case, let's talk about the purchase of parts. How many are you going to order for the first batch, Mr. Sir? 10,000 sets. What do you think, Mr. Oda? No problem. What about the money? $1.8 million. You have to pay a deposit. No, not a deposit, it's the full amount, Oda, why do you have to do this? We are a joint venture, Ron sighed, and the trust between people was gone. It's rare that Mr. Sir still remembers that we are a joint venture company, Oda sneered in his heart, but the payment of goods is the most basic trading rule. The company has not sold a single product yet, and it is indeed a bit stretched financially, but I have a good suggestion. Ron looked at him. What do you mean? Oda was a little curious. You have also seen the hot market for Indian TVs. We can start production at full capacity first. After the profit is returned, we can repay the previous equipment balance and the money for purchasing parts. What? Oda was stunned. You mean to buy on credit? It is very feasible, isn't it? Ron smiled. That's impossible. Don't worry, listen to me first. Sir Electric's reputation has been recognized in the TV market. The color TV we launched has no worries about sales. This is a great opportunity. Oda was a little tempted. Even he had heard of Sir Electric's appeal in the TV market. Sales of more than 100,000 units in 2 months would be a big hit in Japan. We can give it a try first. It's not uncommon for goods to be held in stock for months in international trade. We have to write this into the contract. No problem. Oda was tempted after all. He also thought that now was a good time to expand the market. Sir TV was selling so well that it would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. Chapter 266 Grand Scene. November and the weather was slightly cool. Dutt did not go to the factory in Aurangabad today. He asked the driver to go to West Mumbai and finally stopped at the corner across the street from the Urco Mall. There was a big show going on here, and he certainly would not miss it. With the rise of Bollywood, Bandra and Juhu have become the most popular entertainment center for young people in Mumbai. Various cafes, hotels, and supermarkets are spread out here one after another, making it the most prosperous area outside of South Mumbai. It was the weekend, and there were many people on the street, and there were even more customers walking along the counters of the mall. Time was almost up, and Dutt raised his wrist. Sure enough, in just a moment, several young people in white shirts and blue ties came to the door of the mall. It was obvious that they were very awkward, and the ties were stuck around their necks, which was very uncomfortable. The buttons on the cuffs also made the movements of several people become restrained. They had never worn such clothes before, which were beautiful and clean, and even felt that they were not worthy of them. The worn-out t-shirts with black gray and gunpowder smell in the factory were what several people were used to wearing. But Dutter ordered them to dress like this, otherwise the mall's security would not let them in. After all, who doesn't wear a suit and tie and look decent? Dutter tailored it for them. Well, this is also part of the reward. After a few people negotiated with the mall security, they were allowed to set up a booth in the lobby downstairs. This was of course arranged by Dutter in advance. He forged a few documents and paid a sum of money, and it was done. Urkmal would not verify this information at all. As long as it looked similar, they would stamp it without hesitation. This country is full of half-baked people, and there are makeshift teams composed of half-baked people everywhere. Everyone just muddles along and never takes it seriously. The booths used for promotion also look extremely unreliable, and even the logo of Sir Electric Appliances is printed vaguely. When the venue is almost set up, the modified Sir TV was also placed on the long table. Those young people began to shout with signs, just like the milk tea stalls outside. Gradually, people gathered around, not because their shouting was so beautiful or attractive. The brand new Sir TV sets were simply too dazzling. You couldn't buy them in the mall. You had to queue up for a long time but still couldn't buy them. They were sold out long ago. Soon, many people gathered in front of the booth, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Some of them waved their money impatiently and wanted to take the TV sets away. The young people hurriedly stopped them. The good show they prepared hadn't started yet, but the exhibits had been sold out early. Who would watch it next? When more and more people gathered, almost 100 or so, the young people finally nodded to each other. These TV sets were the big firecrackers they made, and now they could be ignited. Dud, who was across the street, stretched his neck. He thought that there would be a burst of fire in the crowd, and then people would scream and run away. The reporters hiding in the corner would take pictures of everything, and Chandani of Oneida would take care of the rest. This would definitely be a scandal that shocked Mumbai. As long as public opinion started, there would be more dirty water, such as electromagnetic hypersensitivity and radiation exceeding the standard causing cancer thrown at Sir Electric. This was a combination of punches, and Sir had no power to resist. Just wait. Dud yelled in his heart. No, why are there police? Before the young men in the booth had time to power on the TV, a team of police rushed forward and pinned them to the ground. The shocked onlookers opened their mouths and began to whisper. Don't panic, everyone. AG, who was fully armed, stepped forward. We received a report that these people pretended to be sales staff and were preparing to launch an attack here. The young men were already terrified when they saw the police, and they didn't care about anything at this time, and they all begged for mercy. But the crowd went wild because they heard the word attack. Yes, that's right, this is probably an organized activity. They are not employees of Sir Electric, and these TVs have been modified. AG motioned the crowd to retreat. He held an electronic loudspeaker in his hand, and what he said could be heard throughout the mall. People chattered and discussed excitedly. They didn't take the attack seriously at all, because the police didn't go far away. The reporter hiding in the corner was a little confused. What was going on? Should I take a photo? What would I write if I took a photo? Suddenly, another group of people came in. They were fully armed, wearing protective clothing and masks, and approached the TVs on the booth carefully. Bomb disposal team. Finally, someone recognized him. He shouted and looked very excited. Well, Asan is very nervous and likes to die. Even this scene still didn't scare them. Only the women and children quietly hid behind. No one ran away. Why? A large number of reporters suddenly jumped out. They squeezed to the front row and took pictures of the bomb disposal team. They almost put the camera on the TV cover. The reporters hiding in the corners and waiting for the opportunity looked at each other. What's going on? Did they get the wrong script? How about we go too? Someone suggested. Let's go, let's go. We're here now, they are reporters. What's the use of shooting? The whole mall hall fell into a strange atmosphere. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the bomb disposal team began to dismantle the back cover of the TV. The reporters did not avoid it at all, and they wanted to broadcast it live. More and more customers gathered to watch the excitement, and their eyes were shining. Bollywood blockbuster. Yes, it was like a play that was choreographed in advance. It's just that the director was sidelined, the actors were kicked out, and the plot took a 180-degree turn. The bomb disposal team took off the back cover and soon found something unusual. A bag of gray powder near the power supply was very conspicuous. This was obviously added later, and even the words such and such firecracker factory were printed on the paper bag. It's gunpowder. The bomb disposal team raised the paper bag in their hands. Click, click, the reporters in front pressed the shutter again and again, not feeling sorry for the consumed film at all. This is big news, a terrorist attack on Urco Mall. Sir, what do you think of this? A reporter asked. Obviously, this is a premeditated action, AG said righteously. Why did they choose Urco Mall? And why did they use TV as a cover? Because there are so many people here, it's easier for them to succeed. As for choosing Sir TV, it's because it's so popular and can quickly attract people to watch. They are very cunning. Sir, how did you get the information? No comment. This is related to the safety of the informant. AG put on his police hat, then waved and led the people away. There was another interrogation waiting for him. The booth was removed, the modified TV was sent to the truck by the bomb disposal team, and the fake salesmen were also taken to the prison van. People haven't dispersed yet, their interest has not diminished, and they are still discussing with relish. The reporters who just squeezed in the front have already left in a hurry. They want to be the first to send out the press release in their hands. What should we do? The reporters who set up an ambush in advance were a little undecided. Why don't we ask Mr. Dutt? I think I saw his car just now. Yes, he is across the street. Several people hurried to the outside of the mall, but there was no sign of Dutt. He realized something was wrong when the police entered the scene. When the bomb disposal team showed up, he urged the driver to drive faster without saying a word. Since Mr. Dutt is not here, should we report it? According to what the police officer said, it makes sense. Everyone has seen it. I have to go back to report. If you have time, come out for a drink. Let's go too. In the blink of an eye, the reporters dispersed, and even had time to change sides at the last minute. That evening, the news of the terrorist attack on the Urco Mall was on the headlines of major evening newspapers in Mumbai. Unlike the previous groundless reports, this report included all kinds of on-site photos, and even close-ups of the explosives. AJ's speech was also published, which was considered first-hand inside information. The public was indignant and cursed the saboteurs for being as cunning as foxes. They specifically chose the Urco Mall with the largest flow of people and used the most popular Sir TV as bait. Their malicious intentions were chilling. Well, at the height of the storm, the reserve program was also performed on time. The Hindus and herdsmen quarreled, accusing each other and saying that it was the other's handiwork. The herders were few in number and weak in strength, and they had a long history of bad deeds. With all kinds of gossip flying around, they were quickly defeated. Even they themselves suspected that this was the work of some extreme herders. However, soon another urgent news was broadcast on TV. Gopal Dutt, the owner of Videocon, was taken away by the Bandra police station. In normal times, such news is valuable, but it cannot make the headlines. There is only one reason why the All India television station made an emergency broadcast. The terrorist attack on the Urco Mall was also investigated by the Bandra police station. At such a critical moment, doesn't it mean something? Such big shots usually don't go to the police station. They have the best lawyers and can pay bail. Unless they encounter special cases, they will not be easily taken away by the police station. Well, the Hindus stopped shouting, and the herders began to cheer. Gopal Dutt is a Brahmin, everyone knows this. If this matter is related to him, it will be fun. Dutt certainly didn't want to go to the police station. As early as when he left the Urco Mall in the morning, he expected that the police would come to trouble him. The fact was, as he thought, those young men could not stand the torture. To be precise, they cried and shouted for confession before Ajit could start the torture. It was useless. They had to be beaten before entering the police station, just to scare them. The truth was clear. The young men from the firecracker factory told everything they knew, even what they were going to do after getting paid. Ajit knew that the so-called terrorist attack was a misunderstanding, but he still summoned Dutt. Procedural justice should not be used in vain. He himself hated this kind of despicable business competition method, so it was a good opportunity to teach the other party a lesson. Dutt used all his connections to try to escape the summons, but it was ineffective. That was Ajit. He didn't even listen to Thackeray's orders. Would he care about the ideas of a businessman? Now there are only two choices for Dutt. Either admit the terrorist attack or explain everything about Sir Electric Appliances. One is a crime, and the other is a warning education. What do you choose? Chapter 267 Modaxon called me sir. Dutt had never met a police officer like AJ. He was simply unyielding. No matter how many connections he hinted at or how many benefits he promised, it was useless. The only thing he was thankful for was that he was accompanied by a lawyer when he was taken to the police station, otherwise the young men who were hung up would have been his role models. They looked so miserable, with their thin arms and thin legs tied together and hung on their backs. There were purple marks on their bodies oozing blood, and their faces were already swollen beyond recognition. When Dutt came in, they only cried in low voices and didn't even have the strength to raise their heads. I have a lawyer. I apply for bail, Dutt screamed in fear. Don't worry, we have enough time to talk slowly. AG pinched a candy and put it into his mouth. While they were talking, the interrogation in the next room and the corridor continued. In the entire police station, nothing could be heard except the screams of the people being interrogated. There was no roar or questioning from the police officers, only the uninterrupted, heart-wrenching howling. Then Dutt heard a muffled sound, like the sound of something hard hitting flesh. His face trembled, his eyes were anxious, and he looked at the lawyer beside him frequently. The meaning was obvious, he wanted to leave this damn place, the sooner the better. In India, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, people would always avoid the police station and stay away from it. Especially police officers like AJ, who were simply the nemesis of the rich. Those young men had confessed everything, and they would not allow Dutt to quibble at all. As mentioned before, he had only two choices: terrorist attack or unfair competition. In order to avoid being interrogated and beaten, Dutt signed the transcript after the lawyer nodded in agreement. It only took 5 minutes before and after, and he could leave the police station. After all, he was a rich man with some status, and AJ could not torture him like he did with ordinary suspects. However, Dutt, who was relieved, was surrounded by reporters waiting here as soon as he came out of the police station. Well, AJ really couldn't do anything to him, but it was still possible to leak some information to the outside world. The embarrassed Dutt lowered his head and got into the car, without saying a word the whole time. His miserable appearance appeared on the front pages of major newspapers the next day. The terrorist attack was a hoax, and the truth was that he framed his competitors. As soon as the report came out, Gopal Dutt instantly became a laughingstock. Both editorialists and ordinary people were crazy about mocking and laughing at him. The tense atmosphere of the previous terrorist attack had made everyone feel terribly nervous. Now that the truth was revealed, people breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they nailed him to the pillar of shame. Kavaya, a signed reporter from the Times of India, jokingly called him a genius of blasting. This nickname spread at a very fast speed, and by the evening it was on the news broadcast of the All India television. It was too funny. In order to bring down the competitor, he actually came up with such a method. The reporters who were watching the excitement and not minding the big things ran to interview Ron. Facing everyone's eager eyes, Ron just shrugged and said, "Sure, TV can withstand any test. Look. This is marketing, winning by doing nothing." When the first terrorist attack news appeared, Sir Electric Appliances showed up. Even saboteurs know to use Sir TV to track passers-by, which shows that its brand has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. That night, many dealers called Sir Electric to request additional orders. Now, the terrorist attack was fake, and the real purpose was to discredit Sir TV. The jealousy of peers is the best compliment. 2 months later, Sir TV, which had cooled down a little, became a hot commodity in the black market again. Faced with the orders that came in like snowflakes, Ram could only sigh in despair. It was too late, really too late. Even if the 4 production lines were fully operational, they could not meet the market demand. The 5th and 6th production lines will be put into use at the end of the month, and the production capacity pressure will be slightly relieved at that time. Fortunately, there are technicians from Dongda to help, otherwise Sir Electric alone may not be able to set up a production line in 2 months. In order to support production here in India, Dongda has sent dozens of technicians. Their expenses and subsidies are all paid by Ron. Apart from anything else, this efficiency alone is worth it. The workers of Sir Electric are almost sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor, and they don't have to worry about installation and debugging at all. It will probably be the turn for the employees of Sir to practice their skills after the 9th or 10th production line. Now is the time to compete for production capacity. Every day and every night is a loss of money. Ron has no patience to wait. As the stall grows bigger and bigger, there is a full table of documents that need his signature. After finally finishing the work in hand, Ron picked up the newspaper on the table and read it carefully. This time Videocon is considered to have suffered a setback. It is said that the Toshiba inspection team that was preparing to negotiate with them has returned to Japan. The full set of production line technology that Dutt once dreamed of will probably be ruined, at least in the short term. Very good, Sir Electric has lost another competitor. Unfortunately, Oneida, who hid behind the scenes, got away with it without any loss. They were responsible for the public opinion war, but they didn't fight at all. The reporters arranged in advance by Irk shopping mall turned against them at the last minute. Even if AG wanted to ask, he had no evidence. Ron heard that they had signed an import contract with Japan's JVC, and Sir Electric's competitor in the future would probably be it. When the other party's production line is put into operation, the cost of various parts will inevitably drop significantly. At that time, low prices will no longer be the exclusive means of Sir TV sets, and competitive pressure will arise naturally. However, Ron did not take it too seriously. The opponent was making progress, and Sir Electric was not idle either. Along with the 5th and 6th production lines, there was also the cathode ray tube production line of Dongda. After spending a super order of 200,000 sets of core parts, Dongda finally agreed to transfer the cathode ray tube technology. Ron has no time to study the technology now, so he can only buy ready-made production lines directly, and bought 4 at a time. Each production line costs $500,000 and produces 300,000 cathode ray tubes per year. This price is much more expensive than the assembly line. After all, it is a core part, and the technical density is far higher than the assembly line, so it is reasonable to be expensive. The idea of adapting neck color tubes from Dongda has also made progress, and it is expected that a batch of samples will be delivered soon. As long as there is no problem with the trial production, he will not hesitate to use the idle color TV production line of the joint venture. Sir Electric is expanding very fast, but it also has a disadvantage, that is, it is too expensive. Of the $10 million exchanged through Swiss bank before, 9 million has been burned, and there is less than 1 million left in the account. This is more than 300 million rupees. It took only 3 months, and an average of 100 million rupees was spent every month. The result of the money is that the Sir Park has 7 more factories and 14 production lines that will be completed one after another. The money has all become means of production, which is the foundation. Sir Electric has become the largest TV manufacturer in Mumbai, and it will be even bigger in the future. This is not all the gains. The total profit of TVs sold in September and October is 350 million. Including water air conditioners and electric fans, as well as previous deposits, it can probably make up 500 million rupees. This is Sir Electric's ammunition and Ron's confidence. With the money, the first thing he wants to do is not to enjoy it, but to continue to expand the scale of production. As early as a month ago, Ron sent the company's sales staff to various states to investigate the market. Tamil Nadu, Orissa, Gujarat, and Punjab are all key targets for consideration. The economy of these regions is generally higher than the average level of India, and the degree of industrialization is relatively high. Sir Electric is making initial contact with a local government, mainly to test the conditions they offer: land, loans, manpower, anything is fine. Whoever offers the best conditions, then choose that person. It's that simple. India is at the beginning of market liberalization, and is attracting investment everywhere. Well-known brands like Seoul Electric are fully qualified to pick and choose cities across the country. Maybe their chief minister will even receive him in person, Ron thought happily. Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the table rang, and Ron picked up the receiver. "Excuse me, Mr. Seoul," a full-hearted voice. "Yes, it's me. This is the Gujarat BJP office. We noticed that you are planning to invest in Gujarat. You can say that we are investigating the market, then you must come to Gujarat to have a look. There are the most complete industrial facilities in India. You can enjoy all kinds of conveniences by setting up a factory here. I'll consider it." Ron did not comment. "If you have any plans, please contact me in advance." Narendra Modi, Secretary General of the Gujarat BJP. Wait, Ron, who was absent-minded, was startled. "What's your last name, Modi?" The voice was still full of confidence. "Excuse me." Ron's eyes rolled around. "What, do you have a very stylish beard?" The other party was silent for a long time before answering. "Yes, I'm going to Gujarat this month. I'm looking forward to the next meeting, Mr. Sir." The voice sounded a little happy. "I'm looking forward to it too." Ron smiled and hung up the phone. "Look, Mr. Mo called me sir. I didn't expect that Mr. Mo had already made a name for himself in politics at this time. The Secretary General of the BJP is not something that ordinary people can do. In addition to ability, he must also be a confidant. Mr. Mo is only in his 40s at this time. In terms of political potential, he has a bright future. I just didn't expect that he would call in person. Gujarat is worth Ron's personal trip." He didn't delay. Almost a week after receiving Mr. Mo's call, he set off for Ahmedabad. This is the largest city in Gujarat and the most important economic and industrial center in the state. After getting off the plane, Ron's first feeling was spaciousness. It was hard to imagine that India actually had 6 lanes of roads in good condition. The car sped along the way, and when it reached the city, the highway slowly became 4 lanes, and then narrowed to 2 lanes. There were marching teams everywhere, ranging from dozens to hundreds. They waved orange flags vigorously and shouted slogans. Ron finally understood why Gujarat was so active in contacting him. In 2 or 3 months, there will be a general election in the state. Chapter 268: How to Become a Great Immortal. Mo Daxon was born in Wardnagar, a backward town in Gujarat. There are no roads, not even cement-paved bicycle lanes. Camels often pull wooden trailers laboriously on the dirt road, with wood piled high on the trailers, and women walking by with buckets on their heads from time to time. There are not many buildings in the town, and the dilapidated roofs of temples are looming among the wooden houses. There are many small window shops selling groceries on the street, or tea stalls everywhere. Modi's caste is Ganshi, which means people who make cooking oil in Sanskrit, and belongs to the Vaishya subcaste. When he was born, Wardnagar was small and poor. There was no electricity, let alone running water. The education level was low and medical conditions were almost non-existent. In addition to the occasional Bollywood movie and the small theater in the town, there was also a railway to Ahmedabad. In that era, the average life expectancy of Indians was only in their 30s, and more than 80% of people were illiterate. The 9 members of Modi's family lived in a cramped mud house with a tin roof, just like many slums in the city. When he was a child, he helped his father sell tea on the muddy roundabout outside the railway station, surrounded by such stalls or rickshaw drivers. The railway station had only one platform and a narrow track. A yellow canopy made of corrugated board served as the platform, and the name of the town was written on the roof. The school was just opposite the railway station, and Modi would go to the tea stall to help after school. He would run into the carriage with a teapot and cups to ask if any passengers wanted tea. This childhood was not surprising, just like most children in India. If there was one exception for Modi, it was that he liked to go to the rural parade ground outside the town. Since he was 8 years old, he would go home from school and either help at the tea stall or throw down his school bag and run to join the RSS. At the rally, a group of adult men in uniforms and khaki shorts, holding sticks, did group aerobics with boys and sang patriotic songs. This is a right-wing Hindu organization with millions of members across India, and its branches are located in almost every city. Mahatma Gandhi was from Gujarat, and the birthplace of the RSS was also Gujarat. In the end, Gandhi fell under the guns of the RSS, which sounds ironic. Because of this incident, the RSS was banned 3 times in the past few decades. Hinunu bluntly said, "These people have Mahatma Gandhi's blood on their hands. This organization itself does not nominate candidates, but it has great political influence. The BJP was born out of it." Many high-ranking politicians in the party were members of the RSS in the early days. When Modi was a child, he liked to participate in such semi-militarized rallies. He would also go to school to give his classmates impromptu speeches on the need to respect Indian soldiers. He could speak for 10 to 15 minutes each time, and his speaking skills began to be trained from then on. Under the influence of the RSS, Modi firmly believed that the great Indian civilization had been taken on a detour. When he was 18 or 19 years old, he had a big fight with his family and ran away from home. He did not like the marriage arranged for him by his family. When he was a toddler, he was engaged to a girl named Jasudabin from a neighboring village. At the age of 18, Modi was forced by his family to marry a girl who was 1 year younger than him, but this was obviously against his personal wishes. Not long after, he ran away from home, reportedly to go on a pilgrimage to the Himalayas. 2 years later, Modi returned home with a small bag of clothes, but before his mother could be happy, he packed his bags and set off again the next morning, this time leaving forever. He first went to help his uncles at a tea stall in Ahmedabad, but soon resigned because he did not like this monotonous life. Later, he became a full-time member of the National Support Corps, running errands for the leaders during the day and sleeping on a mattress on the floor at night. He lived a simple life, did not drink alcohol, did not eat meat, and adhered to the principle of celibacy. It is hard to imagine that Indian men would be associated with the word abstinence. Even Gandhi did not succeed. But the immortal is the immortal. He has a strong will and is very opinionated. He made rapid progress in the National Volunteer Corps and was soon promoted to propaganda officer. Because of his propaganda work, Modi often traveled between towns, sometimes on foot, sometimes on a scooter. His oratory skills were further strengthened and soon became his signature feature. During the years when India entered the state of emergency, the RSS was the main target of attack as a thorn in the side of Indira Gandhi. Modi could only hide from place to place, and sometimes had to disguise himself and flee from one city to another. He even dressed up as a Sikh, with a black beard, sunglasses and a white turban. His main task in those years was to print and distribute pamphlets against the state of emergency, and the Congress Party became his lifelong enemy. His influence in the organization grew day by day, and he began to write pamphlets himself and visited major cities in India, including the political center of New Delhi. Many people's impression of him is that he is confident, good at argument and extremely charming, dares to confront others head-on, and can persuade others. In the mid-1980s, Modi attracted the attention of the upper class and was transferred to the newly established BJP. In the early stage, he mainly won the support of three groups of people: conservative high caste groups, small business owners and Hindu ideological system. Modi is getting more and more comfortable in his job. He works very well, especially in election campaigns. The most important one was in 1990, when he assisted BJP leader Anand in organizing a parade aimed at inciting public opinion, known as the Chariot Tour. During the period, Anand rode a Toyota truck decorated as a chariot in Hindu mythology and traveled through most parts of India. Their demand is to demolish the Babri temple in Uttar Pradesh and build a Rama temple on the original site. Yes, that's right, it was the Babri temple that triggered the India-Pakistan conflict in 1992. Modi has contributed a lot to this, including the bombing in Mumbai last year. Since then, he has established connections with the top leaders of the BJP, especially the appreciation of leader Anand. However, the struggle within the BJP is also extremely fierce, and Modi has had friction with the top leader of the party, Vagula. In 1992, he was squeezed out of politics and then simply established a school in Ahmedabad. But within 2 years, at Anand's insistence, he was recalled to work for the BJP this year. The 5-year state election is coming, and the Chief Minister of Gujarat will be replaced in February or March next year. The major parties are gearing up, and the top leaders of the BJP are also determined to win next year's election. In Gujarat, 90% of the population are Hindus, and the BJP has developed over the years and has sufficient strength. If it wins the election next year, it will be the first time that the BJP has been in power in Gujarat, which is of great significance. Modi is a well-known agitator in the party, especially good at election work. So for the sake of the overall situation, the struggle within the party entered a trough, and it never pulled Modi back, who was kicked out. As soon as he returned to the BJP office, Modi got into the role. He came to the position between 5 and 8 in the morning and arranged 4 or 5 young people to call several candidates at the same time. At this time, most candidates are sleeping, and they have to wait 4 or 5 minutes before someone answers. While the young people are waking up the candidates, he will talk to 1 or 2 other people first. After finishing all these, he began to actively contact business owners to win votes or talk to them about attracting investment. It was under such circumstances that Ron received a call from Modaxon, the election organizer of the BJP. The BJP headquarters in Gujarat is in Gandhinagar, the capital of the state, very close to the metropolis of Ahmedabad, less than 30 kilometers away. After Ron came out of the airport, he drove all the way north. The wide roads disappeared, traffic became congested, and air pollution was serious. Although it was already November, the sun in Gujarat was still hot at noon, with temperatures exceeding 30 degrees. The BJP headquarters is a 3-story modern building located near the Sabarmati River. The party flag with a lotus logo drooped on the wall, as if it was wilted by the high temperature. When Ron arrived, there were newspaper reporters waiting in the yard, seemingly to interview a politician. Perhaps they were impatient to wait, and many staff members hid under the trees nearby to cool off. Led by the receptionist, Ron walked into the lobby on the first floor. There was a colorful sand table with a map of India, on which the BJP's bases in various states were marked. Occasionally, slogans from supporters could be heard outside, but because of the hot weather, the shouting seemed weak. Ron was taken into an office where Modaxon was sitting and making a phone call. He had thick lips, a well-groomed beard, a brown kurta, and gold-rimmed glasses. At first glance, Ron knew it was him. That's right. The big beard was so distinctive. It was still black and hadn't turned gray yet. Modi was full of energy. After dealing with 4 or 5 calls in a row, he finally had time to raise his head. "Hello, Mr. Sir." He stood up and came over to greet him. "Hello." Ron nodded at him. "Mr. Adenirway is free, let's go see him." Modi was a man of action. He had a cold personality, but a strong execution ability. And because he had worked in propaganda, he had excellent eloquence. On the way to the office upstairs, he kept talking, telling Ron about the conveniences of opening a factory in Gujarat. State elections are not just about shouting slogans, You also have to show some impressive advanced political achievements or promises. For example, which factories will be introduced after taking office? How many jobs will be provided, and how many public facilities will be built? It would be best if you can reach a verbal agreement with well-known large factories in advance and get their support. Party spokespersons can use this matter to brag to the media about what exciting projects will be launched after they take office in the future. Of course, as a businessman who stands up for them, he will also receive generous rewards that ordinary people can hardly imagine. This is how Ron was attracted, otherwise why would he travel all the way to Gujarat, where he is unfamiliar with the place? The newly emerging BJP is still worth making friends with. Chapter 269 The Future Richest Man. Udnivar is already 67 years old, with a half-bald head and a typical Indian beard. He is the new generation leader of the BJP. Unlike his predecessor Vajpayee's gentle style, Udnivar is tough. In order to balance the relationship within the party, he ignored the opposition of Vaghela and his followers and reassigned the opposition leader to an important position. When Modi brought Ron to his office, Udnivar was discussing the BJP's election strategy with his subordinates. Mr. Sir, welcome to Gujarat. After the assistant left, he smiled and said, "It's impressive here. On the way from Ahmedabad, I saw flowers on both sides of the road. There is no such scene in New Delhi. Gujarat is the industrial state of India." Udnivar laughed complacently. In terms of economic prosperity, Gujarat is not even among the top 3 in India. But in terms of industrial base, it is indeed not much behind Maharashtra. Ron's 2 subtle flatteries can be said to have touched Udnivar's itch. As a glorious Hindu, Mr. Sir is a role model for many young people in the national support group. Kudos to Lord Shiva. Ron humbly clasped his hands together. Kudos to Lord Shiva, the people in the room repeated. Forget it, he forgot that this is the base camp of the BJP, which regards Hinduism as the ultimate truth. But it can be seen that the top leaders headed by Udnivar have a good impression of Ron. Last year's bombing not only made him a hero of Mumbai, but also made him appear in front of influential Hindus across the country. After a few pleasantries, the atmosphere became harmonious. Udnivar began to talk about business, and Modi sat on the side with a notebook to take notes. Sir Electric is a real national brand. Everyone can afford your TV, this is exactly what we believe. The goal of Sir Electric is to let Indians use reliable and cheap domestic products. I love this country, Ron said shamelessly. In front of the right-leaning BJP, of course, you have to talk about patriotism. The famous National Volunteer Corps sings the national anthem every day. Do you expect them to understand what is technology, industry and trade or trade, industry and technology? I've read the report on the Sir Industrial Park in Mumbai. You have done a great job. Not only have you solved the employment problems of thousands of people, but you have also opened up the Indian TV market. How is the production there now? About 80,000 units per month, and perhaps it can be increased to 100,000 units by the end of the year. Not enough, far from enough. Udnivar waved his hand in a very stylish manner. India has a population of 1 billion, and your production must be increased by at least 10 times. This is exactly why I came to Gujarat. Ron looked at the immortal, Mr. Modi convinced me. Narendra does a good job. He is an honest and capable person. Udnivar nodded. Gujarat is more suitable for industrial development than Mumbai. Modi smiled and said, there is a good business environment here. More than 60% of the people have been educated and have abundant human resources. It sounds good, but what kind of help can Sir Electric get? Ron looked at them. The BJP is not in power yet. If you want Ron to support you, you have to show some sincerity. Udnivar turned around and asked a few questions in a low voice, and Modi answered. The two of them whispered for a while, then raised their heads again. Whether it's Ahmedabad or Vadodara, you can choose the place. Sir Electric only needs to pay a very low rental price, and the factory can use the land permanently in one day. The premise is to create a larger Sir Park that can provide more than 30,000 jobs. These two cities are very good, with complete industrial facilities, but I want to put Sir Electric in a port city, Ron answered. Gujarat has a 1,600-kilometer-long coastline and many port cities, so there is no problem with this. Udnivar agreed immediately. I need to conduct a field investigation, which is related to the future fate of Sir Electric. Ron did not make a decision easily. Narendra will accompany you these days, and I hope you will have a good harvest. Oh, the immortal is personally accompanying you. This is a good treatment. Ron stood up to thank him and was about to leave, but was stopped by the staff here. Just when he was wondering what else he had not discussed, two photography officers came in with cameras and took photos of several people. Ron and Daxon also took a few photos, mostly shaking hands, smiling, and talking happily. Daxon always stood meticulously and took every request of the photo seriously. After only spending half a day together, Ron knew that he was a Puritan-style conservative. This was further confirmed in the next few days of investigation. He talked to Ron about the Babri steam temple and the pastoral policy, and his words were full of distrust and suspicion of pastoralists. Ron even saw a fantasy of violence in him, as if this was the only way to resolve conflicts. His style is very rigid, or very tough. No wonder Gujarat was able to prosper under his leadership. Such a strict chief minister, probably all his officials were afraid of him. Modi was the third strange Indian Ron met, completely out of the stereotype of Indians. The first was AJ, a selfless policeman. The second was Karna, the demolition king, who didn't give face to anyone, including Thackeray and the Dawood gang. The third one is Modi, who is not interested in women and abstinence, and his work style is very different from that of ordinary Indian officials. During the days accompanying Ron, he never hinted at any bribery or kickbacks, but his efficiency was extremely high. It is rare that there are such politicians in India. Of course, when he participates in the election, whether he needs to take money from businessmen is another matter. Now, he looks good and his ability is more reliable than most Indian officials. Although Gujarat has a long coastline, there are very few port cities with relatively complete industrial facilities. Surat is the most developed, but it is good at diamond processing. The industrial added value is not very high, and the money earned is hard-earned. Bhojal across the Kempen Bay is too small to form a scale effect. In the end, the only one that caught my eye was Jamnagar, which was formerly known as the Brass City. There are tens of thousands of copper product workshops and several industrial parks of large companies. It is close to the estuary of the Gulf of Kutch, and the Arabian Sea is outside, so transportation is very convenient. Why did Ron have to choose a port city and abandon an industrially developed metropolis like Ahmedabad? Just because the Persian Gulf countries are across the sea, trade is very convenient. Yes, Ron wants to develop overseas trade. Sir Electric's products can be sold to Arab countries. Since ancient times, India has maintained close trade relations with the Persian Gulf countries, and many industrial products and luxury goods have been exported to the other side. Even Ron's travel agency sends Indian labor to the other side of the Arabian Sea. There are many dog owners there, and they can definitely afford home appliances such as televisions. Unfortunately, the local means of production are in short supply, and everything except oil must be imported. Sir Electric is not very high-end and cannot compare with international brands, but there are more ordinary people taking advantage of the current cost-effectiveness, if not exporting now, when? That is to say, the production capacity in Mumbai is seriously insufficient, and even domestic demand cannot be met, otherwise Ron would have sailed the ship to the other side of the Arabian Sea. This time, the construction of the factory in Gujarat, in addition to supplying to the western Indian region, is also one of the purposes of export. Jamnagar is not very developed, but it is large enough for the Sir Park to play its role. Ron and Modi stood at the coastline and looked out, observing the shipping situation here. What is that place? He pointed to the other side of the Gulf of Kutch and asked. It was too far away, and only a hazy shadow could be seen. Mundra, a private port under development. Private port? Ron was vaguely familiar with it. Yes, the Congress Party has relaxed the restrictions, and now India allows private ports to exist. Adani Trading Company bought it. When did it happen? This year. The port has not been built yet, and it is expected to start next year. So how much did he spend to buy the Mundra port? Ron was curious. Modi glanced at him, but still answered, $20 million. This was a deal made by the Congress Party. Modi had no burden to reveal it to outsiders. I came a step late. Ron sighed. $20 million. This is simply a bargain. That's a port, a business that is sure to make money. 600 million rupees. Ron can squeeze it together. Forget it. Gujarat is too far away, and he doesn't have any useful connections here. Mundra port is now just a bush. There is nothing worth mentioning in the county except a limestone mine that no one cares about. Modi comforted him. What did you say? Ron, who was a little disappointed, shuddered. I mean Mundra, you said there is a limestone mine there. Ron interrupted him. Yes, Modi was a little surprised. Why did he care about these things? Sir Electric and mining have nothing to do with each other. They are completely different things. I have to go there to see. Ron immediately made up his mind. Now, Modi was a little uninterested. Although Jamnagar and Mundra are separated by only the Gulf of Kutch, if you want to drive there, you have to detour nearly 200 kilometers. In the end, in order to save time, they directly found a steamer and took the sea route. In less than an hour, Ron and Modi set foot on a small fisherman's pier in Mundra. Just as the immortal said, there is no port here now. The rumbling construction machinery is flattening the bushes. The workers are leveling the land, and everything is in ruins. This busy scene reminded Ron of the cement plant in Uttar Pradesh when it was just started. He and Modi did not go forward to inquire, and planned to take a detour to the limestone mine on the east side of the coastline. But before they set off, a chubby middle-aged man, led by several assistants, walked quickly. Mr. Modi, welcome to Mundra. Just tell me to ask someone to pick you up. He has a signature Indian beard and a funny smile. Adani, we are just passing by temporarily. The immortal turned around and introduced, this is Mr. Sir, who came to Gujarat for an inspection. Hello, Mr. Adani. Ron stepped forward with a smile. Chapter 270, Making Money While Lying Down. Mr. Sir, Anand looked a little surprised. I didn't expect you to come to Mundra. It was obvious that he had also heard of Ron's reputation. Sir Electric had successfully expanded from Mumbai to all of India. I'm going to build a branch factory in Gujarat. Mr. Modi said there is a port here, so I came to take a look, Ron replied with a smile. Mundra is one of the best ports in the Gulf of Kutch. Although there is nothing here now, it will soon become the port with the largest throughput on the west coast of India. Adani spoke quickly, his eyes slightly shining. He suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity to develop the port. It seems that construction has just started here. When is it expected to be put into use? Ron looked at the construction site in the distance. At most 3 years, Pier 1 will be put into use, Adani promised hurriedly, and his mustache trembled slightly when he spoke. 3 years, Ron did not comment. Sir, Adani finally couldn't help it. Sir Electric's branch factory can definitely consider Mundra. After the port is built, your goods can be shipped directly from here. It's very convenient. Adani built a port, but how can the port operate without goods? If there is an export-oriented factory built nearby, it is equivalent to having a fixed customer. Whether it is cargo loading and unloading, warehouse leasing, or ocean shipping, it all costs money. The port business is like a landlord. As long as it is operated, it will be profitable. Anand guessed that Ron must have built a branch factory here for export. Just like most companies here, they are targeting the Arab countries across the street. Look, isn't business coming? The most important thing is that if Mundra can attract Sir Electric, it will also have an extraordinary advertising effect. Who hasn't heard of the advertising slogan that everyone can afford? With it as an example, other companies will also settle down near Mundra port. Unfortunately, Ron is not very satisfied with this time. 3 years is too long. Sir Electric's production capacity is in short supply and can't wait that long. Our plan is to start production within a year, the sooner the better. 1 year, Adani's round garlic nose wrinkled. Yes, the workshop is not complicated and can be completed in 4 or 5 months. It will take another 1 or 2 months to debug the equipment, and then it can be put into production. This is not the first time that Sir Electric has expanded its factory, and the internal staff has long been familiar with this process. As long as the procedures in Gujarat are completed, the engineering team and building materials are ready in advance. 1 year is enough. However, this time is not realistic for the port. 3 years is the date calculated by Adani according to the most ideal situation. Sir, as long as your factory is settled in Mundra, all future port fees can be discounted by 20%. In the early stage, there is no port to use, and your goods can be carried by other shipping companies. This does not affect our cooperation. Anand is still not giving up. Too slow, Ron shook his head. You can see that there are bushes all around, and the factory can't even get water and electricity in the early stage. Why does he value Jamnagar across the street? Because it is a mature port city with water, electricity, roads and other infrastructure. As long as the factory is in place, Sir Electric can start work immediately without any bottlenecks. Mundra is cheap, but it's a huge project to start all over again. Adani was a little disappointed. If he could bring in Sir Electric, the development speed of Mundra port would be more than doubled. But Mr. Adani, it's not impossible for us to cooperate. Ron suddenly smiled mysteriously. Mr. Sir, Adani was puzzled. Mr. Modi and I are going to the east to have a look. I heard there is a limestone mine there. Oh, Adani was a little surprised. Mr. Sir is not only in the electrical business, of course, I also have a building materials company in Uttar Pradesh. Ron shrugged. Modi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Ron to be in the mining business. No wonder he went to the other side of the Gulf of Kutch. Well, if it's suitable, I don't have any reason to refuse a supplier so close. Adani came over to shake hands and say goodbye. He is in the trade business. The more industries nearby, the better it will be for his port. Looking at his back, Ron smiled dumbly. He didn't expect to meet one of the 4 major families in India in the future here. To be honest, Anand is very low-key, without any of the arrogant pride of local businessmen. The fact that he was able to buy the Mundra port is enough to prove his financial strength, but of course he is still a long way from a successful career in the future. Anand's current reputation is only spread in Gujarat, and no one knows this person outside of here. As for who is the noble person who helped him rise to the top, Ron turned his head and looked at the bearded man beside him. He is a Gujarati, and his family used to be in the textile trading business, Modi explained. He thought Ron wanted to know about Adani's background. Really? Ron chuckled. When he was young, he also went to Mumbai to make a living, wanting to do the diamond business, but it was difficult for outsiders to get in. Later, he returned to Gujarat to help his brother's plastic factory, but in the end he decided to go it alone. A very courageous person, Ron nodded. But the environment was not good at that time, you know, licenses. He opened a factory and needed 10 tons of raw materials, but he could only get 1.5 tons because there was no quota. This meant that the factory could not operate for 4, 5, or even 6 days a week, which was almost like shutting down. In the end, he returned to the trading business, which his family is good at. You know Adani well. Ron raised his eyebrows slightly. I know every key person in Gujarat very well. Modi is now doing election work. He talks to 7 or 8 influential people on the phone every day, and he takes a lot of notes. Who is a real businessman and who is an incompetent and corrupt person, he has a scale in his heart. Okay, let's go to the limestone mine in the east. Ron looked at the construction side of Mundra port and turned around. Adani is the fastest rising one among the 4 major families. His business started as early as 1985, not a few years earlier than Ron. Now that Adani has entered the port business, Ron is also ready to expand his mining territory. The group hired a few tuk-tuks in Mundra County and headed straight for the mines on the east side of the coastline. The limestone mine that Modi mentioned was very close to Mundra County. They could see the bare sea rock area from the car. From here to the east, it stretches for several kilometers. The immortal pointed to the coast with his finger. It looks quite large. Ron's breathing was slightly rapid. Not only is it not small, it is several times larger than Mirzapur. The specific reserves have not been explored. There is a large cement plant near Ahmedabad, which is not needed here. I'll do this business, Ron said immediately. So building materials company has such experience, we have to go back and talk about it. Modi shook his head, and he saw the desire in Mr. Sir's eyes. Okay, let's go back now. I need to talk to Mr. Adani again, tomorrow. Mr. Adani has an important meeting today. I will stay in Gujarat for 2 more days. Ron didn't expect to get a big gift package near the Gulf of Kutch. Just looking at the scale, this limestone mine has a reserve of at least 500 million tons. He doesn't understand geology, but he can compare the size. The mine in Mirzapur is already big enough, but here it is less than 1/5. Such rich reserves are enough for Sir Building Materials Company to mine for 50 or even hundreds of years. Gold mines, if you take it, you can make money lying down for the rest of your life. As for the large cement plant near Ahmedabad mentioned by Modi, Ron doesn't care at all. Because it is too far away from Mundra, more than 350 kilometers. Businesses like building materials all follow the principle of proximity. After Ron opens a mine here, nearby ports of all sizes will become his customers. Mundra has not yet been built, and Jamnagar port is still developing. Everything is still in time. The next day, Ron met with Adani, the leader of the BJP, again. This time he was much more active. So electric can settle in Jamnagar, but I still want the mine. Ron got straight to the point. 40,000 jobs, including future votes. In addition, a quarter of the factory's profits will be used for local construction in Gujarat. You can continue to expand the factory or do other business. The BJP began to raise the price. It was obvious that Modaxon came back and quietly informed him of the news. He saw that Ron was very interested in the mine in the Gulf of Kutch, even more than the Sur Electric factory. 40,000 jobs means that the area of the park is nearly 500 acres. This investment is too large. I need the help of the state government, Ron bargained. You say, Ed never shook his head. I need a bank loan of 1 billion rupees, too much, at most 500 million, Ed never cut it in half. Deal, but I have to find a factory in Jamnagar that can be used immediately. In this way, the equipment of Sur Electric can be moved here for production. We can build a new park while producing. Ednoa and Modi discussed for a few words and nodded. No problem, there's an idle warehouse there, you can turn it into a factory. Finally, the limestone mine in the Gulf of Kutch, you can mine it, but we won't provide a penny of loan. Ednoa immediately blocked his lion's mouth. Sur Electric's factory is an intensive manufacturing industry that can drive a large number of people to employment. It is understandable that the BJP provides some loans in order to attract investment. However, the number of jobs provided by the mining industry is limited, far less than that of the manufacturing industry. And in order to avoid being accused of nepotism by the outside world, the BJP is very cautious about transactions involving state-owned resources. Okay, Ram shrugged. After all, this was their first contact. We agreed to your conditions. Now let's talk about this election. This is what Ednoa cares about. What do you need me to do? Ram spread his hands. He has this awareness. In India, the relationship between politics and business is already unclear. Cooperate with us to do some publicity. Besides, the preparation for the election has encountered some difficulties. I understand. Ron nodded repeatedly. How much does it cost? Ednoa didn't say anything, but Modi made a gesture. Deal. Ron took a breath. 10 million rupees, this is the largest bribe he has ever received. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, NB Network. India has no legal restrictions on political donations. This is a completely blank area. During elections, people from all parties talked about corruption and nepotism, but they avoided talking about political donations, as if everyone had become deaf and blind. No one touched on this topic. Except for a few individual commentators, the whole of India tacitly accepted the rationality of this thing. The reason is simple. Elections cost money. Developed Western countries can also raise election funds through crowdfunding. Have you tried to raise funds in India? Most of the people here are poor and can't even afford to eat. Crowdfunding? The reason why the poor actively vote is that they hope that the elected party will give them benefits. It is impossible and unrealistic to ask them to pay money to support. The poor really don't have a few rupees in their pockets. That's all they have. Who is willing to go bankrupt to support a political party? The problem finally comes back to money. Politicians can only get money from businessmen to participate in elections. Maybe they will have to give money to the poor to make them vote. The BJP, which has a more radical political stance, also cannot do without money. Both Ednoa and Modi are very clear about this. Local businessmen like Adani are one way, and there is no reason to let go of outsiders like Ron. Those lands and mines have been left there for hundreds and thousands of years. When no one is interested, they are worthless. Now someone needs them, and it coincides with the election, so it is just right to exchange some money. To be honest, after a few days of getting along, Ednoa and Modi have a good impression of Ron. He is not the kind of cunning businessman who lies all the time, and Sur Electric is also a real brand. There is no reason for such a reliable person who can make a considerable amount of political donations to be turned away. This is 10 million rupees. The BJP has not yet been elected, and local businessmen like Adani do not have such courage. Ednoa values Ron very much and he intends to maintain this relationship. Because election campaigns are only part of the expenses, whether it is to establish a patronage network or to cultivate more candidates, it requires a lot of money. As the leader of the party, Ednoa considers not only winning the election, but also keeping his position for a long time after taking office. This requires the maintenance of interests, which is the so-called patronage network, which consists of the poor, politicians, and businessmen. India is very poor, the quality of public services is worrying, and the social welfare programs for the poor are ineffective. Public schools and hospitals are already in name only, and the country cannot even guarantee the most basic water and electricity for the working people. At this time, politicians take advantage of the situation. The poor cannot afford the public services they want, but they have the voting rights that politicians want. So politicians promise all kinds of benefits during the election, the poor vote for politicians, and after the election, the politicians provide them with government jobs, relief or direct money. However, the campaign funds needed by politicians to do all this can only be afforded by wealthy businessmen. Of course, the money of businessmen is not given for free. They will get public resources or contracts from politicians at preferential prices. A chain of interests is formed. Voters continue to vote for politicians after they get benefits, and politicians are re-elected. Voters also turn a blind eye to the dealings between politicians and businessmen. This is the patronage network, a tacit understanding formed between the poor, politicians, and businessmen. So is this operation considered corruption? Is it nepotism? It's hard to say, because the poor have indeed benefited and their lives have improved a little. At the same time, politicians will also ask businessmen to provide resources to support public infrastructure. For example, Adniva asks Sir Electric to take out a quarter of its profits and reinvest them in the development of Gujarat. Even if Ron uses this money to invest in other businesses, it will indirectly provide jobs. In terms of results, this interest network that is obviously not in line with the justice process has done good things. Contradictory, very contradictory. Of course, the premise of a good result is that the politicians and businessmen in the patronage network really have a conscience. From the perspective of agency, they are in a strong position and the poor cannot impose strong constraints on them. If the politicians are greedy or the businessmen are cunning, then the patronage network will output completely different results. This is India's electoral politics, which is pathological and contradictory, and the law is helpless against it. In addition, once the patronage network forms a positive cycle, that is, politicians and businessmen do have a little conscience, then this closed loop of nepotism will self-reinforce. The closer the relationship, the richer the businessmen, the easier it is for politicians to get political donations, and the poor will eventually get the dividends of development. The BJP is taking this path in Gujarat at this time, and Ron is their ideal rich businessman. After this cooperation is successful, other people in the patronage network will consciously safeguard Ron's interests in the future. A closed loop is formed and will become more and more stable. Well, this is why Ron is willing to spend 10 million rupees to support the BJP's election. He knows that Gujarat will be ruled by them for a long time in the future. Usually, the businessmen in the patronage network are mostly locals, and their own people are more trustworthy. The reason why Ron can come in now is not only because the outcome of the election is unknown, but also because of his reputation. Who doesn't know that Dr. Sir is a good person? The longer the rumor spreads, the more deeply it is popular. What's more, Sir Electric Appliances has also made a name for itself. Not only is it good quality and cheap, but it is also a real domestic product. After the two sides reached an agreement, Ron did not leave Gujarat immediately. In the next few days, he began to accept some interviews, such as newspapers, magazines, or TV programs. Since the government fully relaxed its policies in 1991, Gujarat has also become its own TV broadcasting company. Ron's appearance in front of the media is nothing more than saying a few good words for the BJP. This is the condition agreed by both parties. With the election approaching, all propaganda methods must be used. Of course, we can't be so definite. For example, the construction of the Sir Electric factory is still in the inspection stage, but the conversation with Adniva is very pleasant. That's enough. Send a signal to the outside world, and stop there. Because of these things, Ron stayed in Gujarat for more than half a month. When he returned to Mumbai, it was already December. He had to come back. Sir Electric had a new product. As early as 2 months ago, the 18-inch line shipped from Dongda was assembled, and after debugging, it took another month to prepare the stock. Now the whole Sir Electric is very confident, and dares to prepare a large number of 18-inch TVs, which are slightly more expensive. One of the important reasons is that Dongda's products are really cheap. Boss, after research, The marketing department plans to price the 18-inch TV at 6,000 rupees, still following the low price route. You said, it's 5,999 rupees, Ram corrected him. Yes, boss, you are still the best. How much does it cost? 2,100 rupees, mainly in the cathode ray tube part, not bad, more profitable than 14-inch. Market rules, the higher the price of electronic products, the more profit. For each 18-inch TV, Sir Electric makes about 2,400 rupees. It is very impressive. If the shipment volume can keep up, it will be more profitable than 14-inch. Where is the TV? Here, Ashish brought the latest 18-inch TV over. I have to say, I didn't think it was bad after seeing the 14-inch one. But when the two sizes are put together, the difference is immediately apparent. Big has its own beauty, and human aesthetic pursuit is so simple and unpretentious. This generation has made some improvements. Boss, do you think the screen is much flatter than before? Ashish pointed at the TV. Is this a flat-angle TV? Boss, you really know a lot. They said it's a technological update. The electron beam tube is shorter, so the screen can be made flatter. Yes. Has the cathode ray tube production line been completed? This is another focus of Ron's concern. The glass tube forming furnace and vacuum exhaust system are a bit troublesome, but there will be no problem next year. The people from Dongda are working on it, and they are fast. This matter is more important than the assembly line. Try to meet their conditions. Yes, boss, Ashish nodded in agreement. The cathode ray tube is a core component. If Sir Electric can handle it, there will be no need to worry about being strangled in the future. This is a key step in self-reliance. Even if it costs a little more money, Ron will not hesitate. The pricing of 18-inch TVs is still nuclear level for payers, which is even cheaper than their 14-inch products. How to play with this kind of play? Ron doesn't care. He just wants to eat up more market. When it is fully liberalized in the future, there will be more brutal price wars to fight. After watching the 18-inch black and white TV, Ron went to next color TV production line. Well, there are two new products, and the joint venture's 18-inch color TV has also started mass production. Oda couldn't wait any longer, and he was eager to enter the Indian market. It has to be said that in this era, Zio-Rezi's technology is really good. The clarity and color are a qualitative leap compared to black and white TVs. Mr. So, how is it? Oda fiddled with the remote control in his hand proudly. This is a high-end product, and the previous mechanical knobs and so on have all disappeared. The frame of the TV is made very narrow, which makes the screen visually enlarged. Very good, Ron sighed. There is still a gap. We think the price is reasonable at 22,000 rupees. 18,000 rupees, what? Oda was anxious. Mr. Sir, don't you think color TVs are luxury goods in India? If so, we don't need to go the low price route. More than 20,000 rupees, that's almost the same as the original imported products. Can you tell me why they buy joint venture products, but the technology is the same? Indians don't think so. The potential consumer groups of color TVs are all educated. They think foreign workers are more reliable, even if all the technology and materials are the same. Why? Oda was puzzled. Because the moon is rounder abroad? What? It's settled. Ron waved his hand. He was a major shareholder of the joint venture. He had many meetings to attend near the end of the year, such as the continued expansion of Sir Electric's product line. This time, Ron and his team targeted juicers and rice cookers. This kind of product has a very promising future in India. Because Indians like to squeeze fruit, and the South Asian subcontinent is also rich in fruit. The same is true for rice. Indian basmati rice is very famous internationally. The selection of these two products is completely based on local conditions. But before we decided which company to introduce the technology from, there was a sudden overwhelming news. On January 1, 1996, India was about to join the WTO. Chapter 272 Tariff Barriers. How did the media and the public react to India's entry into the WTO? The official newspapers were advocating, the private tabloids were wailing, and the public was indignant and took to the streets. Yes, almost on the day the news spread, the streets of Mumbai were filled with protesters from different groups. Those people looked extremely angry. Men and women shouted slogans excitedly and waved their fists at the same time. They were very angry, and their necks and shoulders were stiff, as if someone had stolen their money. If you listen carefully, you will find that their demands are varied. Some oppose India's entry into the WTO, some threaten to increase tariffs, and some threaten the government not to open up. The marchers are all workers from all walks of life, such as wood, textiles, furniture factories, plastics, and small appliances. They regard the WTO as a flood and a beast. Joining the WTO means that the Indian government will completely open its doors to the country, and all the unreasonable tariffs in the past will be abolished. The 100% tariff on imported cars, the 60% tariff on electronic products, and the 113% tariff on alcoholic beverages will all be cut. According to the latest WTO regulations, the average tariff of member countries is maintained at 12.7% to be the normal level. The average import tariff of India's manufacturing industry is 73%, which is much higher than that of its international counterparts. This is of course done to protect local industries from the impact of overseas products. High tariffs are barriers. Now that it has suddenly joined the WTO, does that mean that the previous protective wall will be demolished? India's local manufacturing industry is panicking? No, all walks of life are panicking. The Indians are arrogant, but those entrepreneurs and factory owners who are bosses know themselves. Their products are definitely not as good as imported goods. In addition to the price, the quality, style, and function are all beaten to pieces. If there were no high tariffs, what would happen next? The $30,000 Ford Taurus would drop to $15,000, which is cheaper than the Tata commercial vehicle produced in India. The imported color TVs of 20,000 to 30,000 rupees would also slowly drop to around 10,000 rupees, and the price would shrink significantly. If imported goods are cheaper than domestic goods, which one would people choose? There will be no second answer to this question. After losing the price advantage, all local companies will be finished. The factory owners couldn't sit still, so they urged their employees to take to the streets. The economic law is simple: without tariffs, imported goods will become cheaper, and no one will buy the local products they produce. The factory will close down and they will lose their jobs. The livelihood of the whole family is at stake, so the workers are of course very angry. They rushed to the streets and shouted slogans, and the more radical ones even smashed foreign brand stores. Well, while smashing and looting, they also brought a wave of $0 shopping. Foreign products are still good, especially when they are free. In short, the streets of Mumbai are now a mess, and even the government buildings are surrounded. Ron didn't expect things to change so quickly. There seemed to be no news before this. The newspapers also discussed it, but everyone thought that the negotiations would take several years. Ron used to think that while the country's doors were not completely opened, he would try his best to seize the domestic electrical appliance market. Now, if there are really no tariffs, Seoul Electric will also be significantly affected. Damn, his juicer and rice cooker haven't been put into production yet. Just when Ron was about to go out to get some information, he suddenly received a call. The Home Appliance Industry Association of Mumbai invited him to a meeting. Well, it seems that everyone is very anxious. The venue of the meeting was still the state guest house. When Ron arrived, it was already crowded with factory owners of all sizes. Ron was invited to the first row, and businessmen along the way stood up to greet him. The sign of Sir TV became louder and louder, and it had the aura of a giant in the electrical industry. The two seats next to him were none other than Dutt from Videocon and Chandani from Oneida. There were only 3 of them in Mumbai that were well-known electrical appliance merchants. Dutt had a cold face, but Chandani greeted Ron with a smile. Enemies always meet, and everyone had their own thoughts. In addition to the industry leaders, the meeting was also chaired by Bajpal, the Minister of Commerce of Maharashtra. The noisy venue was not in order, and no one cared about the nonsense of the Minister of Commerce. Many factory owners were impatient to ask if the government was going to cancel the high tariffs. If they did, it would be tantamount to killing India's manufacturing industry. Some even threatened that if the state of Maharashtra did not come up with specific measures, they would move their factories to Hyderabad, where the state taxes would protect them. Bajpal comforted everyone that the government would not sit idly by and that joining the WTO would not make much difference. The factory owners did not bite and threatened that the demonstrations would not stop until the government made a promise. It was not until Commerce Minister Bajpal promised that measures would be introduced within a week that everyone calmed down a little. In fact, Ron was not very worried. He felt that the Indian government was not so stupid and really wanted to open the country completely. India makes money and spends it in India, and once it is separated, it wants to take it home. Do you think this is a joke? After the tariffs were abolished, foreign capital came in to make money and help the local manufacturing industry. No matter how incompetent New Delhi is, it will not sit idly by and watch this happen. The fact is that populism is prevalent in India, and foreign capital has never been welcomed. There is no such good thing as actively lowering tariffs. The sudden entry into the WTO next month may involve negotiations between New Delhi and Western countries, and Ron is not clear about the specific details for the time being. When the industry leaders in the front row were whispering, a quarrel suddenly came from the back. Ron turned his head and saw dozens of people in business suits in the back row pushing and shoving around a food cart. They scrambled to reach out and wanted to get free milk tea and ice cream from the waiter. Some people cut in line and crowded to grab cups, causing tableware to break and tables in the venue to be pushed over. They squeezed and cursed, and finally fought. The ceramic cups of milk tea spilled out, and the ice cream was smeared all over everyone's head and face. The security personnel on the scene couldn't stop them at all, and the chaos was even gradually spreading. Ron was almost laughing with anger. How could these idiots compete with imported goods? Eat shit. A group of idiots who are not presentable. He stood up and didn't want to stay here any longer. The Minister of Commerce and other big businessmen also stood up and avoided, and some stood up and shouted to stop him. Mr. Sir, Commerce Minister Bujbal smiled awkwardly at him in the corridor. What did New Delhi say? They are not really going to destroy India's manufacturing industry, are they? Ron asked. Of course not. The tariffs on automobiles and electronic products will remain unchanged for the time being. Then why don't you issue a statement? We are waiting for New Delhi's notice, but they are too busy to take care of themselves now, Bujbal gloated. Huh? Ron was curious. The farmers in northern India have surrounded the place. They are worried that imported agricultural products will destroy the agriculture in northern India. Well, after all, India still has the most farmers. Even for votes, New Delhi has to take care of the farmers' emotions. In short, there is nothing to worry about. Those foreigners will never get the upper hand, Bujbal vowed. Compared with foreign-funded enterprises, officials like Bujbal prefer local bosses. Will those foreigners give them bribes? Will they spend a lot of money to support politicians for years? Will the local poor support foreigners? Impossible. The patronage network only accepts Indians, and outsiders will not be trusted. India has just broken away from British rule for a few decades, and populism is prevalent. It will never recognize a foreign master again. If anyone really does this, he will be beaten to pieces by a large mob. Foreigners who come to India to do business usually don't take the path of bribery. They are high and might think they are giving alms to the Indian government. Bujbal has met such foreigners before. They have no vision at all and are very annoying. So in public and private, he doesn't want to see foreign goods impact local industries. Without these bosses, who will give him money? After probably knowing the situation, Ron didn't stop and went straight out of the state guest house. Even if India joins the WTO, tariffs will not be adjusted in a short time. It is likely to be adjusted gradually over time, such as reducing to a certain level in the past few years, and finally reducing to the normal international level before a certain year. But India, those who know, and are good at cheating. If it doesn't drag on for more than 10 or 20 years, it will be sorry for its reputation. Well, the pace of expansion of electric appliances will accelerate, and the window period left by the dividends of the times is getting shorter and shorter. Ron, just as he returned to Seoul Electric and was about to go in, a shout came from the door. Anil subconsciously put his hand on his waist. It was a strong man. Ron patted his shoulder and indicated that it was okay. Johnny, do you have time now? He looked a little anxious and a little ashamed. What's the matter? It's convenient. Let's talk over there. Johnny tilted his head towards the corner of the street. Okay, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Ron took him to the corner of the street. Anil and the others were alert and dispersed at various intersections. Johnny saw this scene and couldn't help but flash a trace of ending in his eyes. Can you persuade Katurbhay? He hesitated again and again, and finally made up his mind to speak. Huh? Ron was puzzled. Is there going to be a gang war here in Mumbai? Recently, the underground world in Mumbai has been very uneasy. It is said that a big boss of the Dawood gang and Dawood have turned against each other. The matter has to start with the investigation report on the bombing case released by the Bombay Supreme Court. Everyone knows that most of the participants are herders. The night before the report was released, the whole city held its breath. The herdsmen gangs in Madanpur were sharpening their knives, the police were on high alert, and the Shiv Sena government was also furious. A war seemed inevitable, and each side pointed its spearhead at each other. As a result, under the precarious situation of the city, the Bombay Supreme Court suddenly stopped the release of the report. Their excuse was that there were still some details that had not been clarified in the investigation, but everyone knew that this was because they were afraid that Mumbai would fall into riots again. Despite this, under pressure from the outside world, several names in the report were still circulated. As the culprit of this incident, the Dawood gang was naturally on the list. When the matter became more and more mysterious, finally a leader jumped out publicly to draw a clear line with Dawood. The leader was a Hindu. He formed his own gang, Big Brother Gang, and vowed to eliminate all the herdsmen involved in the bombing. As a result, the two gangs fought, and recently both sides sent gunmen to kill their respective top leaders. Ron had heard vaguely that the lower classes in Mumbai were in chaos again. He thought Johnny came here for this matter. Kaderbhai's identity was awkward. He was a herdsman, but he didn't do violence business, but he was caught in the middle and it was difficult to reconcile. No, not a gang. He's leaving Mumbai. Where to? Ron was stunned. To the Persian Gulf countries. To fight. What? This time Ron was really shocked. Chapter 273 Secret. Why did he go to the Persian Gulf countries to fight? Ron was puzzled. Because that's his hometown, Johnny sighed. So, he's not a real Indian. Ron's frown slowly relaxed. He came to India when he was a teenager and has stayed here ever since. He has lived in Mumbai for 50 years and has long been an Indian. Then why did he go back to fight? It's very chaotic there. Yes, I know, but I haven't heard of any conflicts there recently. It's a tribal war. You know, for thousands of years, it's either I kill you or you kill me. The root cause of the conflict in the Persian Gulf is not just in the squids, but also in the thousands of tribes within it. There is no peace there at all, and some hatreds are even passed down as tribal heritage. He's going back now because his tribe has encountered problems, Ron probably guessed. Yes, we tried to persuade him, but it was useless. Actually, I'm more curious about how he, as an outsider, got to where he is today. Perhaps he had something to ask of Ron, or perhaps he wanted to find someone to talk to. Johnny simply told him all about Cad Khan's life. According to his explanation, Cad Khan had a good family background when he was young. He was the son of a tribal leader and had special people to teach him English and Urdu. He was young and energetic, but because of an accident, he became enemies with another tribe. The two sides killed each other, and seeing that the hatred was difficult to resolve, more and more people died. Cad Khan could only let his relatives spread rumors that he had been killed, and then he left his homeland and came to India alone. Since then, the blood feud has been resolved, and the two tribes no longer retaliate against each other, but Cad Khan can never go back. Like millions of people, he eventually stayed in Mumbai, hoping to make a fortune in this city that produces Hindi movie idols. He originally lived in a slum, the slum where Tej Ali was, and the slum where Anand used to live. He quickly learned Hindi, and after a while, he noticed a way to make money. That is to buy tickets for popular movies at the theater, then hang a full house sign at the entrance of the theater, and then sell them at a higher price. It was a very bold scalper routine. If there was no market, they would create a market. It was full of the wildness of the Persian Gulf. Compared with Hudhan, Ron's money-making methods were as docile as sheep. His soul came from a civilized society, while Hudhan grew up in blood and fire. So one became a businessman and the other became a gangster. In the first week, Hudhan made a lot of money. He even began to look forward to moving to a comfortable apartment, wearing high-end clothes, and even buying a car. As a result, one night, when he was standing at the entrance of the theater with a ticket, two burly men came over. They showed their weapons and asked him to follow them. The two took him to see the boss of that area, who was furious and wanted to have him beaten to death. "What are you doing? Selling tickets in my territory?" the boss asked in Hindi mixed with broken English, as if he was a judge in court. "Do you know how many people died in order to control the black market tickets of all the theaters in this area? How many good hands have I lost?" Cad Khan was only a teenager at the time and thought that his life would not last long, so he risked his life. "Then you may have to kill one more person. Because I have no other way to make money, no relatives, and nothing to lose. Of course, unless you give me a decent job, a job that can let loyal and resourceful young people work for you." The boss laughed and asked him where he learned English. Cad Khan told the truth, so the other party gave him a job. Cad Khan joined the gang and became a thug, using fists, knives, and hammers to help the boss consolidate his territory. At that time, the Mumbai gangs were scattered and Dawood was not even born yet. The bosses of various territories fought each other, and the underworld was bloody. Hard Khan fought and killed every day and night. He became the boss's right-hand man, and some people were jealous of him. The two men dueled, and Hard Khan won. The man's friend then came to pick a fight with him, and was eventually killed by Hard Khan. Suddenly one day, the boss was assassinated at the door of the theater, and the entire gang was leaderless. Hard Khan naturally sat on the chair because those who opposed him had been killed before. He was educated, smart, and good at thinking. His means of solving problems were not all fighting and killing. It only took a few years for him to swallow up a large piece of territory. His business grew bigger and bigger, and was no longer limited to the black market for movie tickets. When he was strong enough, he called together the gangsters from all areas of Mumbai and divided the territory among them. Things were going well, and the underground world of Mumbai was peaceful for a while. Hard Khan liked to use economic means to control the gangs. As a result, the Dawood gang came from behind. He was reckless and liked to use violence. The entire Malputan slum in the north was his people. In the end, the Dawood gang ruled North Mumbai, and Cad Khan ruled South Mumbai. There were occasional frictions between the two sides, but most of them were controlled within a certain range. The last time Ron was targeted by the Dawood gang and was about to send assassins to kidnap him, it happened in the north-central area. The further north you go, the poorer it is, and the more likely it is to breed violence. Actually, I'm more curious, why do you know so much about Cad Khan? This is already a gang secret. Ron still had the leisure to gossip. Because I regard him as my father, he adopted me. Johnny's eyes flashed with admiration. Ron nodded, and now many things can be explained. First of all, it's about generic drugs. Cad Khan was so eager to find someone to test the drugs, probably because he wanted to send these drugs to the other side of the Arabian Sea. He was not sure whether the drugs from the small pharmaceutical factory were safe, so he could only give them to the Brazilians first. He wanted a large amount, and it might be a long-term supply of drugs, so he didn't find those big factories, and could only choose relatively cheap small pharmaceutical factories. AG didn't find out where the drugs were sent, and now it can only be the Persian Gulf countries. In addition, Ron knew that he also maintained close contact with the customs. It would be strange if there was no connection between them. Last time, when Anand was involved, you said that Cad Khan met a very important person in Lady Elizabeth's palace. Also for his tribe, weapons are needed there, not homemade pistols used by gangsters, but real weapons for war, which ordinary people can't get. I understand, Ron nodded. If he was right. Cad Khan had been planning this for a long time. So, Ron, Johnny said. What do you want me to help you with? Persuade him, he won't listen to anyone's opinions. He is over 60 years old, and there is no need for him to do this. Only you, Ron, he feels guilty about you, and he admires you. He won't listen to me. Ron shook his head, because he is Cad Khan. Then what should we do? Johnny sighed. That's his obsession. He has so many men willing to fight for him, and he still insists on it. This can't be persuaded. Thank you, Ron. Johnny turned around with disappointment. So you want to go too? Ron asked. I think of him as my father. Johnny smiled, his eyes calm. Good luck to you, Ron sighed. Is the graveyard of empires really that easy to break into? That's a serious war, not a gang fight with cannons. If Hardin leaves, the underground power in South Mumbai will fall into vacuum, and there will inevitably be another bloody storm. This city is already chaotic enough, and now it seems that it is far from the end. Ron doesn't care about these things now. He is more concerned about tariffs, factories, and business. After all, he and Hardin are from two different worlds, and they will have less and less intersections in the future. He deliberately distanced himself from each other, and Ron tried his best not to get involved in all the grey businesses related to the gangs. Maybe one day, he will give up the medicine business. He already has a fixed channel for exchanging dollars, which is fair and safe. People are always like this. Once they step into the front and become role models in the eyes of the media and the public, they will unconsciously whitewash themselves. It is best to remove the traces left by the past rough years as soon as possible. It's okay to do nothing, because this is Mumbai, a city of hierarchy. People will only admire your cunning and diverse means. They praise your wisdom and sing praises to your success. This is India. The weak are only worthy of being at the bottom. Ron didn't think much about Johnny's matter. He returned to Seoul Electric and immediately made a decision to prepare the production line of juicer and rice cooker from now on. The technical content of these two small household appliances is not high. The juicer relies on blades, and the main difficulty is material processing. The technical core of the rice cooker is the heating coil, which requires high-purity copper wire and high winding accuracy to ensure uniform heating and power consumption. To be honest, even such small things cannot be handled by India. It's not that it can't be made, but the cost is quite high, or even if it is made, the quality is very unreliable. After thinking about it, Ron finally decided to purchase the blades of the juicer and the heating coils of the rice cooker from Dongda. As a comprador, it's better to buy than to make, and use whichever is cheaper. Sir Electric Appliances still has to take the low price route, eat up the market first, and then do research and development after accumulating enough. The cost of these two small household appliances is not high, so they are carried out simultaneously, and Ashish is still the big dog in Dongda. Sir Electric Appliances has already spent tens of millions of dollars there, and it is easy to get some juicers and rice cookers. Anyway, Dongda has not joined the WTO and its foreign export trade is limited. At this time, Sir Electric Appliances simply takes on this role first. Alice, Ron is also crossing the river by feeling Dongda. Who would have thought that Indian electrical appliances can also be exported overseas? This is all Dongda's silent help behind the scenes. So in order to further expand the scale, he plans to go to Tamil Nadu. Chennai, oh no, it is still called Madras now. It is another manufacturing center selected by Sir Electric Appliances, and this is the third branch. In addition to Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, the second branch will be built in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Ron doesn't need to go there in person. His hometown has already taken care of everything, and the new factory has even started construction. An idle warehouse in Gujarat was also rented, and the engineering team was renovating it. New production line orders were also handed over to Dongda. Everything just waits for the general election in Gujarat to come to an end in February. When the BJP comes to power, the Sir Electric Appliances branch will also be put into production. Now, let's go to Tamil Nadu first. Oh, by the way, Ron is not alone, Kavya is with him. She is from Tamil Nadu and is very energetic. Chapter 274 I haven't been home for a long time. Kavya was looking forward to this trip to the south. Actually, I'm more curious, why did you come all the way to Mumbai? I went to college abroad, and Mumbai is the only place in India where I can feel that kind of freedom. Are your family so confident that they let you run away alone? Didn't you also come to Mumbai alone? Kavya retorted. That's different, I'm a man. Ron waved his hand. Hey, you are discriminating. Kavya smiled and patted his arm. The two of them came out of the Madras airport talking and laughing. This time Ron didn't bring too many people, and Kavya vowed to leave everything to her. Tamil Nadu is the southernmost state in India, where the weather is hot and close to the sea. The rainy season is from June to September every year, and the rest of the time is accompanied by dry monsoons. It's January now, and New Delhi in the north has long been freezing cold, but Madras is so hot that people sweat profusely. As soon as Ron and Kavya left the hall, they squinted their eyes because of the stove-like sun. This is a good place for a winter vacation, Ron smiled and shrugged. You can come here every year. Kavya glanced at him with a charming look. If this goes well, maybe you will come here every year in the future. Ron pretended not to understand. It will definitely go well, Kavya was confident. So confident, she smiled and said nothing, just took Ron to the roadside outside the airport. There was a BMW sedan parked there, and a uniformed driver stood very low-key next to it. Miss, when Kavya approached, he immediately came over to touch the foot. Go to my end. Kavya waved her hand and pulled Ron into the car. The driver clasped his hands respectfully, then started the car without saying a word and drove to the center of Madras. This is a new BMW sedan, which is very expensive and almost as expensive as Ron's Mercedes-Benz. He was a little surprised. He knew that Kavya's family was well off, but it seemed that his previous guest was still conservative. Kavya didn't care. She pointed out the window to introduce the local customs and people here to Ron. Madras is the economic center of the south, but its temperament is very different from that of Mumbai or Delhi. It is also a metropolis with a population of more than 7 million. The climate is humid and hot, and the air is filled with unpleasant smells. Well, The Indian subcontinent will never get rid of this smell, as if it was born this way. However, the pace of Madras is much slower than that of Mumbai. The roads in the city center are not noisy at all. There are low-rise buildings on both sides instead of the glass buildings that rise from the ground, like New Delhi. The living conditions of the locals are also different from other cities. Even those social elites dress ordinary, live frugally, and prefer to pursue spiritual things. Here you rarely see strange costumes or high-profile sports cars whizzing by. People prefer to go to concert halls to enjoy classical music. By the way, the literacy rate of Tamil gang is higher than that of Gujarat, exceeding 70%. Illiteracy here is only a small part, and most people have received a complete primary school education or even secondary education. Because of knowledge, Tamil state is also the state with the lowest sense of caste system in India. People still live in ethnic groups, and Brahmins will not intermarry with lower castes. But things like the casual killing of people in Uttar Pradesh will never happen. You can see women chattering non-stop on the streets. The people they talk to are men they meet on the road, not their husbands. This is hard to imagine in northern India, where women have to wear veils when they go out and keep their eyes on the road when they talk. Ron thought that perhaps only with such an open atmosphere can there be female international students like Kavya who dare to go to Mumbai alone. This place is really different from other places in India. Ron felt a vibrant vitality. They got off the car on a quiet avenue near the city center. There were green trees here, and the leaves rustled when the wind blew. The scorching sun fell on the ground, leaving only mottled light and shadows, which were not threatening, but added a bit of comfort. It's just ahead, Kavya pointed to a 3-story building not far away. What is that place? A place that can guarantee that your trip to Tamil will go smoothly. When Ron got closer, he found that the building was very beautiful, with many flags hanging at the entrance that he didn't recognize. The Greek-style columns and the second-floor balcony showed the characteristics of the colonial period, and the beautiful curved fonts were hung at the top. The headquarters of the All India and Dravidian Progressive Alliance, AIADMK. Oh, Ron opened his mouth wide. If I remember correctly, this is one of the 2 major political parties in Tamil state. It seems that you have done some homework. Kavya smiled with satisfaction. In the past few decades, the political situation in the Tamil gang in southern India has been mainly controlled by 2 political parties, and AIADMK is one of them. The other is called the Dravidian Progressive Alliance, DMK, and their names are very similar. The fact is that AIADMK broke away from DMK. The founder of the former, Ramachandran, was originally a loyal member of DMK. However, due to differences in governance, he broke away from DMK and became AIADMK, which specifically opposed it. Ramachandran was the most famous Tamil actor at the time. He had a strong appeal among the people, but he had passed away in the 1980s. When Ron and his friends arrived at the door, they were quickly attracted by the small golden statue in the front yard. It was the founder Ramachandran. He wore a hat and thick glasses, and raised one hand to make a V sign for victory. However, his limelight was completely overshadowed by the party's current sole figure Jairam Jayalalitha, who is now the Chief Minister of Tamil State. There are 4 giant billboards in the front yard with Jayalalitha looking down at the bottom with a serious face. One of them is almost as tall as this building. Wait, the ant you are talking about is not her. Ron stared at the poster in a daze. Didn't I tell you? Kavya blinked. I am from the Iyengar family in Tamil State. Of course I know your last name, but Ron didn't know what to say. Iyengar is a Brahmin caste, and it is also a very ancient Brahmin caste in Tamil State, which is said to have been passed down for more than a dozen centuries. But he didn't expect that Kavya's family had such a close relationship with the soul of the local ruling party. Ron didn't know the political environment in Tamil, but just by looking at this style, he knew that his aunt had an extraordinary influence in the local area. Why? You only need to move your eyes slightly from the building in front of you to the street to see the answer. There are thousands of her bright posters at intersections, bus stops and overpasses. The stalls at the entrance of the headquarters are filled with various souvenirs designed for AIADMK supporters, including not only Jayalalitha's gold-framed portraits and postcards, but also colorful carpets and chair covers with her head printed on them. Kavya said that her aunt was a Tamil movie star before she entered politics. She was very charming when she was young, and there were photos of her during that period on the souvenir shelves. Either she looked at the camera with a charming look, or she put her hand on her chin and looked at the nearby scenery with a smile. But in most of the souvenirs, she looked older. She looks serious, wears a traditional sari, has a double chin, a red dot on her forehead, and her long black hair is neatly tied into a bun. Without exception, these posters or souvenirs are printed with the word Amma, which is the Tamil name for her. Do you think that's all? No, look further. The streets are full of Amma restaurants, where workers can buy breakfast at a great discount. For 1 rupee, you can buy a steamed rice cake or a bowl of rice and yellow lentil porridge. In addition to restaurants, there are Amma stalls where you can buy cheap vegetables. Bottled water and cement bags on the shelves are printed with Amma's head. This crazy political propaganda covers every aspect of life, from discount stores to cinemas, to salt shops and tea shops. At first, Ron was wondering who this Amma was, until he arrived at the AIADMK headquarters. I'm afraid even Arab dictators would be ashamed of themselves for such all-round propaganda. But this is an old tradition of Indian politicians, who want to post their own portraits everywhere. A more beautified name is political propaganda, and a more straightforward one is personality cult. The lower classes of India believe in this basic stuff. Even in Ron's own cement factory, there are posters of his portrait everywhere, with a main theme of when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and he attaches great importance to this kind of portrait propaganda. You know, she is a movie star. Kavya took his hand and walked in. A very effective way of communication. Ron nodded. You think so too, right? She was smart and liked reading when she was young. After entering the entertainment industry, she met many people, including Ramachandra. At this point, Kavya quietly shut up, cough. The rest of the content is not suitable for outsiders. Her aunt later became Ramachandra's lover, that is, the mistress. In that era, it was shocking for a Brahmin to be someone's lover. Ramachandra went into politics, and she followed his footsteps into politics. After his death, Jayalalitha and his widow successfully inherited his political legacy after a fierce public contest. Look, the headquarters in front of you is proof. Everyone here seems to know Kavya. The armed guards at the door and the staff who come and go all ignore them and even salute from a distance. Although her aunt Jayalalitha's portrait is posted all over the city, she usually stays at home and rarely shows up. Her office is at the top, a very spacious and independent office. When Kavya knocked on the door and went in, she lowered her head and read a newspaper. Jayalalitha is indeed not tall, but her skin is very white, which is very different from the dark-skinned natives in Tamil state. Ironically, the original intention of the AIADMK party was to oppose the upper castes monopolizing power, but now its leader is a female Brahmin. Kavya, Jayalalitha looked at the door in surprise. And, Kavya, who has always been independent, threw herself into the other's arms like a little girl. What's so good about Mumbai? You just won't listen. By the way, is this guy your boyfriend? Oh, this, Ron smiled awkwardly but politely. Chapter 275 Demigod. His name is Ron, Kavya introduced with a smile. I know him, sir. Jayalalitha glanced at the newspaper on the table. As the chief minister of Tamil state, she certainly pays close attention to domestic news figures. Especially since Kavya works at the Times of India, Jayalalitha has read every article written by her niece. She has read a lot of reports about Ron, and even secretly asked someone to investigate. But newspapers are one thing, and seeing him in person is another. Jayalalitha looked Ron up and down, and her eyes did not seem to be examining a visiting businessman. There was less courtesy and more warmth. Since we are all family, I will call you Ron, she spoke very directly, without asking anyone's opinion. Hello, Ms. Jayalalitha. Ron clasped his hands together. Call me mother, Jayalalitha interrupted him. Mother? Ron stepped forward and touched her ankle lightly, which is the etiquette of the younger generation to the elder. Good boy, she smiled with satisfaction and patted Ron's head affectionately. Kavya shrugged at him, as if to say, my aunt is just like this, arbitrary and domineering, no one dares to oppose her opinion. Why did you come back suddenly this time? Don't you want to stay in Mumbai? Jayalalitha held her niece's hand and doted on her. I miss my aunt, Kavya replied with a smile. Slippery tongue? Jayalalitha said this, but her face was full of joy. Ron has never been to Madras. I told him that the beaches here are no worse than Goa. That's true. Jayalalitha nodded in approval. The business environment here is also among the best in India, especially under the governance of my aunt. I knew it. Jayalalitha glanced at her. You have other thoughts? This is a good thing, right? Madras can also be developed. Tell me, what do you want to do? Jayalalitha asked Ron this time. So Electric plans to build a branch factory here, mainly producing home appliances such as televisions, juicers, and rice cookers. Do you need land and preferential policies? She asked quite bluntly. Yes, Ron had never discussed benefits with the chief ministers in such broad daylight. Fortunately you came early. She took them to the inner room of the office. There was a map here, the industrial planning map of Madras. Ron just glanced and saw many familiar names. Hyundai Motor, BMW, Daimler, Renault, Nissan, Mitsubishi, Wright, Yamaha Dam, all international giants. The lineup is luxurious. I am preparing to invite them to come and build a factory. This is just a preliminary draft for internal discussion. Just tell me which piece of land you like, don't think about the rest, anywhere is fine? I mean these circled areas. Ron pointed to the prime locations on the map. Just treat it as a blank sheet of paper. I will ask those car manufacturers to move. Hiss. Ron took a breath. Is this what it feels like to do whatever you want? It's too cool. In that case, he didn't hesitate and directly pointed to a piece of land near the port of Madras. Is it for export considerations? Jayalalitha asked. Yes, the routes here can connect East Asia and the West, and it is an excellent trading port. The location of the port of Madras is quite good, with Sri Lanka to the south and the Bay of Bengal to the east. There are many developing countries in these two regions, which are very suitable for Sir Electric to develop the market. If that's the case, do you want the port? What? Ron was a little unresponsive. Here, Jayalalitha pointed to the north of the port of Madras, Ennore Port. Now the state government allows private ports to exist, and I am preparing to auction it. Ron measured it with his fingers. Ennore Port is only more than 20 kilometers away from the port of Madras, very close. What does this mean? There are too many benefits. First of all, Ennore Port is still within the radiation range of the metropolis of Madras, and it is itself part of the urban area. Secondly, it is close enough to the port of Madras, and many public facilities are even connected together. As the most prosperous port in South India, when the port of Madras is congested, Ennore Port becomes a backup option. There is no lack of traffic and business. It is simply a hen that only lays golden eggs. What do I need to pay? Ron's breathing quickened slightly. He was not so naive that he could take these things for free just because of his relationship with Kavaya. 10% of the profits of this project belong to me. Jayalalitha was unceremonious. Deal. In addition, I want to see the port in operation within 2 years. She is not a short-sighted person. Although she took the money, Jayalalitha also really wanted to promote the development of Tamil state, otherwise she would not have invited so many car companies to build factories. She is originally from Tamil state, and she hopes that the poor here will live a better life, and of course she wants to be better. I have a few questions to confirm. Ron slowly calmed down. What is the bid price for Ennore Port? No one is bidding with you. $10 million. That's what the government bid will say. What about the scale of the port? At least 4 specialized berths, as well as container terminals, coal terminals and multi-purpose terminals. Wow, although I have never been in the port business, I know that this requires at least a budget of hundreds of millions of dollars. The bank will provide you with a loan, and you don't have to spend money, Jayalalitha said easily. Wait, Ron was shocked by her generosity. All this money is provided by the bank. This guy is more greedy than me. Jayalalitha suddenly turned to complain to Kavaya. Did I misunderstand? Ron was a little embarrassed, and Kavaya laughed. No one asked you to get it done in one go, as long as it can be operated. A berth or a dock, it will be fine. I understand. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. The project was carried out in sections. First, a berth was built and running, and then the rest was slowly expanded. As long as he could give an explanation to the government for a phase, otherwise a one-time investment of hundreds of millions of dollars would be too stressful for him. Tamil Bank will give you a loan of 2 billion rupees, and you can figure out the rest yourself, no problem. Ron was full of confidence this time. The land for the factory is free, and it will be tax-free for 3 years. Wow, Ron was suddenly surrounded by happiness. But I have only one request. Jayalalitha suddenly became serious. You say, whether it's a factory or a port, they must be built. Otherwise, I will send you to jail, and Kavaya's plea will be useless. Of course, Ron's heart tightened. He realized that the lady in front of him was the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Jayalalitha was very efficient. As soon as the matter was finalized, she called her assistant. She asked someone to make a new plan. At Sir Electric, and kick out the original Hyundai motor. There was no reason or explanation, it was just an order. Shouldn't a meeting be held to discuss such a big plan related to the future of the city? Ron blinked. No, the whole Tamil Nadu seemed to be her one-man show. The bidding for Ennore Port was even more outrageous. Jayalalitha just took a pen and ticked it, indicating that Ron won the bid and the government had received $10 million. In fact, Ron stood in front of her and did nothing, not even taking out the checkbook. All this was done in front of several assistants, who not only did not question but also praised Jayalalitha's decision in a flattering manner, saying it was extremely wise. When Ron looked at the few people, he found that they had one thing in common, or everyone in the AIADMK headquarters had this thing in common. That is, all the politicians wore white shirts with translucent pockets on their chests, and a photo of Jayalalitha was obviously stuffed inside. Ron guessed that they were openly showing their loyalty, flattering and fawning. However, in the following observations, Ron found that the above were relatively conservative ways for people to worship Jayalalitha. Some people met her in the corridor and immediately fell to the ground, completely like slaves. Others simply tattooed her portrait on their forearms. All major decisions in Tamil Nadu were made by Jayalalitha alone, and even many small things were set by her. No one could represent her, and politicians throughout the state often suffered from not being able to understand and comprehend her intentions. Not only does she have unparalleled popularity among politicians, she is also deeply loved by voters, as evidenced by the grandma culture outside. The reason why Jayalalitha can do this is not only because of her prestige gained from years of hard work in the political arena, but also because of her generosity. Although she served as the chief minister for the first time, she pioneered a new type of imaginative populism. Many politicians in India believe that voters don't really care about ideology, but only about relief and gifts. Therefore, every election period, politicians often promise to forgive farmers' debts or directly give things to voters in a high-profile manner. Jayalalitha is more creative than other politicians. In the last election, she directly allocated hundreds of millions of rupees to distribute 200,000 bicycles to the people in the state. She also tailored saris for female voters or directly gave bags. For voters in rural areas, seeds, sheep and poultry are given. You haven't seen it before, this is called real bribery. Not only did she do it, but she also took out full-page advertisements in national newspapers such as the Times of India, boasting about her generous gifts. Well, Kavya had written a few articles herself. This would inevitably lead to ridicule by editorialists, but it worked. Voters looked forward to what Jayalalitha would give them at every election. The next general election in Tamil Nadu would be in 1996, which is next year. Ron immediately assured his mother that Surge products were good quality and cheap, and everyone could afford them. If not now, when? Oh, I wonder how many televisions Jayalalitha would buy to give to voters? He was looking forward to it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.